When you are stranded on a deserted island, with only a school beauty who knows nothing, do you leave her behind to survive alone, or do you create a nation together with her? Male protagonist Jin Tian encounters a shipwreck and is stranded on a deserted island, but when he woke up again, he found himself on a small island. Luckily, he usually loves watching Dai's live broadcasts. He even bought a dagger of the same model to carry with him, because he also obtained an important water source. Just as he was drinking coconut water, a screen suddenly appears in front of me. At the same time, I hear an electronic sound in my ear. I wonder if it's opening a beginner's gift package. It almost choked him with coconut juice. Curiously, he reaches out and clicks on the big gift package, Comprehensive Guide to Common Plants, and Comprehensive Guide to Common Animals. Just when he was wondering what the heck this was, a large amount of information suddenly rushed into his head. When he saw the coconut again, the specific information about the coconut actually appeared before him. Now you can wait patiently for the rescue team to come and save you. But just then, a woman's scream came from not far away. He immediately ran towards the source of the sound. He found out that it was their school beauty Yilin. There was a snake swimming towards her in front of her. He immediately saw the information about the snake in front of him. Without thinking too much, he grabbed the snake by its tail and forcefully smashed its vulnerable spot against the tree. Seeing that he was saved, Yelin excitedly held Jin Tian's hands and begged him to take her in. Seeing Yelin blew several coconuts, Jin Tian secretly thought that women truly are made of water. After some communication, Yelin also had no devices to contact the outside world. It seems that we can only wait for the rescue team's help, after searching the beach for a while. But there is nothing useful. Jin Tian was recalling Grandpa Da's video. Yilin found a plastic bottle. Just as she was about to throw it away, she was stopped by Jin Tian. "You wasteful woman!" It turns out that a plastic bottle filled with water will act as a magnifying glass at a certain angle. The light shines through the withered branches and leaves. A roaring fire can be ignited. Sure enough, in no time, Jin Tian successfully lit the bonfire. Then, amidst Yilin's horror, Jin Tian took out the snake he had killed before. He quickly cleaned it up and roasted it. But Yilin said she would rather starve than eat it. But when it was roasted and ready, Jin Tian ate it with great relish. Yelin eventually couldn't resist the temptation, and happily started eating. Just then, the system suddenly popped up a prompt that the host ignited a bonfire and obtained 100 points. This almost didn't send Jin Tian away. Jin Tian also discovered that only he could see the system at this time, but he had no intention of telling Yilin about the system. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs. He also didn't know what kind of person Yilin was, in case he leaks it. Then it might be sliced and taken away for research. But since Yilin cannot see it, Jin Tian doesn't need to hide anymore. According to the system, you can redeem various items with the points you've earned at the store. The store provides various wilderness survival knowledge. You can even purchase various skills and talents. As he scrolled to the bottom of the store, a strange item caught his attention. Although there is mosaic above, but just by looking at the name, you know it's very cool. After browsing around, I found that I can't afford anything with my 100 points. Helplessly, I can only withdraw. It seems that I can only take it slowly. Just as he was about to discuss with Yelin about going to catch some fish and shrimp tomorrow to supplement the egg supply, he found that Yelin had already fallen asleep with a big heart. Helpless, he could only wait till tomorrow to talk about it. But in the middle of the night, Jin Tian was awakened by the sudden drop in temperature. Yelin does not wake up even if she is shivering with cold. Jin Tian immediately realizes that something is wrong, because her body is too fatigued. It greatly reduces sensitivity to the outside world, so Yelin did not wake up in time. Finally managed to wake up Yelin, but she mistook Jin Tian for a pervert. Seeing her not listening to his explanation, Jin Tian gave up and returned to the fire, reminded her to come over to the fire if she didn't want to freeze to death. Shivering, Yelin could only come to the fire. But the warmth of the fire didn't help much. At this point, Jin Tian suggested that if they didn't want to freeze to death, they could only keep each other warm. But this was decisively rejected by Yelin. As time passes, Yelin's limbs are almost numb from the cold. Suddenly she stood up, about to start taking off her clothes. Jin Tian immediately rushed forward. Turns out, this guy has watched too many cheesy dramas. Thinking that everyone on TV is just taking their clothes off, Qin Tian quickly explained that the only reason to remove clothes is if there are too many layers. Our clothes are thin. There is absolutely no need for that. Yelin no longer refuses at this time. Qin Tian hugged Yelin passionately. They successfully lasted until dawn. As the sun slowly rose above the horizon, Yelin excitedly ran towards the beach. I eagerly headed to the beach when I saw the situation. It's time to harvest a wave. It is said that Qin Tian and Yilin took advantage of the ebb tide in the morning and quickly caught a bunch of seafood. They soon feasted on grilled crabs. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Qin Tian suggested that we cannot stay on the beach tonight. We must enter the forest to build a camp. But the silly and cute school flower said it's not good to build a camp on the beach. Qin Tian explained that the forest is rich in resources. There's enough material to build a camp. And maybe we can find more food to eat. Before setting off, Qin Tian prepared enough fresh water. When Yilin saw Qin Tian unfasten his belt, "What are you doing?" Little did Qin Tian know, he just wore the pants pockets on his feet, in order to climb the coconut tree more easily. In no time, Qin Tian climbed to the top of the tree, and successfully picked the coconuts. After Qin Tian filled the previous empty plastic bottles, he was ready to set off. Unexpectedly, Qin Tian saw that Yelin was holding a bunch of coconuts. Qin Tian helplessly said, "Coconuts are good, but if you drink too much, you'll get diarrhea. Are you sure you want to risk getting frequent diarrhea in this dangerous place with snakes, insects, rats, and ants?" Frightened, Yelin immediately threw the coconuts from her arms. As they were leaving, they didn't forget to leave a distress signal on the beach. Originally, Qin Tian used to find survival in the wilderness interesting when watching Grandpa D's show, but now that he's experienced it himself, he just wants to relax. After walking in the woods for a while, the two of them, Yelin suddenly asked if Qin Tian was looking for something. At this moment, Qin Tian explained that the snake from yesterday lives in freshwater. This indicates that there must be fresh water nearby. Soon they found an animal trail. As the two of them followed the animal trail, we soon discovered a small stream and rushed excitedly to the water's edge. Qin Tian scooped up some water and washed his face comfortably. Seeing Yelin about to drink water nearby, Qin Tian hurriedly stopped her. To their surprise, she became excited and claimed she couldn't drink. Soon after, the two turned and headed deeper into the woods. At this point, Yelin asked why they didn't set up camp by the river. Qin Tian explained that if they were too close to the water source, they might easily encounter wild animals drinking water. If it rains, the stream may overflow onto both banks. Soon, Qin Tian found a flat area. He began to prepare to set up camp. He handed the dagger to Yilin. "Tell her to find some large plant leaves or bush branches nearby." He first started a fire using a plastic bottle. Then he recalled Grandpa D's video. He used flint stones to strike each other, and obtained sharp stones. It took a lot of effort to cut down a tree. Then he chopped some finer ones, and tied them up with vines. By the time he returned to the clearing, it was already evening, and Yelin had also brought back a lot of banana leaves. The two immediately started building the camp using the stripped tree bark as ropes. Until it gets dark, the two finally set up a simple windbreak as a camp. At this moment, the system suddenly prompts, "Host builds a garbage camp, reward 1,000 points." Qin Tian couldn't help but be speechless. I didn't expect to be mocked by a system. Now the water resources and living accommodations have been temporarily resolved. It's time to consider food resources. For now, the only known food is coconuts and seafood, but they are all on the beach. It's more than an hour away from the beach. The early ebb tide can no longer be caught up with, and the amount of coconut meat is far from filling. It looks like tomorrow I can only go to the banana forest discovered by Yelin to see if there are any bananas. Qin Tian, who was lost in thought, suddenly got slapped on the arm by Yilin. Instantly, 5 red fingerprints were left on his arm. Qin Tian looked at Yilin with annoyance. Yilin quickly explained that she was trying to kill a mosquito. Seeing the characters, Qin Tian suddenly cursed under his breath. The mosquitoes in this deep mountain forest are very poisonous. If you get bitten and get a fever, it's going to be bad. Thinking of this, Qin Tian immediately started whistling loudly with his hand. Suddenly, all the mosquitoes were attracted to Qin Tian. Seeing this, Qin Tian immediately threw a nearby branch into the fire. The time was shrouded in mist. The mosquitoes were all driven away in an instant. As the night grew late, to prevent attacks from wild animals, Qin Tian suggested taking turns to keep watch at night. At this moment, Yi Lin unexpectedly fell asleep again. Qin Tian was speechless. He could fall asleep even when sitting, but tonight, he had to keep watch alone. With nothing to do, Qin Tian decided to braid some hemp rope, just in case. The next day when Yelin woke up, Qin Tian looked at her fiercely. It's your turn to stay up tonight, otherwise I will deal with you. Yelin learned that Qin Tian had stayed up all night yesterday. In a hurry, he asked with joy. Jing said that she would guard the night. In the end, Qin Tian decided to take turns to guard the night. After all, he was not confident leaving someone who could fall asleep while sitting. Then Qin Tian asked Yilin to take him to the banana plantation she found yesterday. Before long, the two arrived at a large banana grove. Qin Tian looked at the bananas on the tree. It seems that today's breakfast is sorted. Qin Tian used the hemp rope he prepared the day before to tie a stone, and then threw it with force towards the bananas at the top of the tree. Only saw the stone with the rope instantly wrapped around the section of the branch. Qin Tian grabbed the rope and pulled hard. In an instant, he pulled the entire treetop off. Fortunately, the banana leaves are relatively soft. Neither of them was injured. Qin Tian pulled off a banana ready to eat. Little did he know, when he took a bite, he almost broke his teeth. Not to mention how tough it was, Qin Tian found out that the inside of the banana was filled with seeds. It's inedible. Yelin looked dismayed. At this moment, Qin Tian smiled and said, "What's so good about eating bananas? If you want to eat meat." It is said that Yilin heard Qin Tian's comment about feeling disgusted after eating meat. Then she watched Qin Tian walk up to a banana tree. Suddenly, she saw a soft bug on the leaf. "Is that it? Is it tasty?" Qin Tian explained that it's called the banana worm. It contains 6 times the protein of beef. When they returned to the camp, the two of them grilled the small insects on the stone slab again. After they were done grilling, Yilin picked one up without hesitation and put it in her mouth. Next is to gulp it down in big mouthfuls. In no time, we've eaten our fill. Qin Tian seems a bit hesitant. Women are all foodies, right? She used to be so resistant to snakes. Now this bug is eating with great joy. It seemed to sense Qin Tian's confusion. Yelin said that the street now isn't just full of fried bugs. At this point, Qin Tian asked Yelin to hand him the bark rope. But when she saw that the water bottle had been accidentally damaged by Qin Tian, she became excited. Qin Tian said he was making fish traps. Seeing Yilin looking disappointed, Qin Tian explained, "When he came back just now, he saw many fish in the stream. He should be able to catch some small fish with this trap. The entrance of the fish trap is trumpet-shaped. When the fish enters, it goes from big to small. It easily swims into the bottle. When it comes out, it goes from small to big. Easy to get stuck, difficult to swim out." At this point, the system pops up a prompt again. The host made a garbage fishing trap and earned 200 points. "What should we do about drinking water after that?" Qin Tian said to use coconut shells. As long as the heated high-temperature stones are placed into the coconut shells filled with water, repeat this process several times, the water will boil. Gifted student Yelin immediately understood Qin Tian's meaning. Later, the two of them arrived at the river and set up a fishing trap. Suddenly, Yelin smelled something. They followed the scent all the way. They unexpectedly found a patch of mint. Upon seeing this, Qin Tian immediately pulled out his dagger, prepared to dig some to take back and plant, so you don't have to worry about mosquitoes. As soon as they heard it can repel mosquitoes, Yelin immediately turned into a human lawnmower. In no time, the two of them carried back a big bundle of mint and planted it in the camp. After sowing, Tian tied the sharp stones to a piece of wood. At this moment, the system popped up again. Host creates a stone axe and gains 200 points. He stared at the stone axe in a daze. Can I really earn points for making survival items? As he thought of this, he immediately laughed. The goods in the mall are within reach. Earlier, the two of them decided to bring back some coconuts from the beach, but when they returned to the beach, they were dumbfounded. The coconuts that Qin Tian had picked earlier were now just coconut shells on the ground. Yelin's first reaction was that there were other people on the island, but from the fracture, Qin Tian could tell that it was not man-made. Could it be wild beasts like lions and tigers? Qin Tian was speechless in an instant. Those two gentlemen are definitely meat-eaters. At this point, Qin Tian noticed the trace next to the coconut, although there were no wild beasts eating coconuts. Yulin also immediately thought of a possibility. You mean coconut crabs? The two followed the traces left by the coconut crab and chased after it. But as soon as they reached under a coconut tree, it disappeared. Qin Tian looked up, only to find a huge coconut crab on the tree. Upon seeing it, Yelin's mouth watered instantly. After picking up the fallen coconuts, Qin Tian tried to pull Yelin away. Yelin became anxious, saying that coconut crabs were edible. Don't worry, I have a way. The two immediately hid behind a distant coconut tree. When the coconut crab came down, it found that the coconut it picked was gone. Then it started climbing up the tree. Yelin was anxious to catch it, but Qin Tian said insidiously, "Don't worry. It ate my coconut. We can't just leave it at that." Not long after, the coconut crab picked off several coconuts. Qin Tian actually snatched the coconut away. The coconut crab, angrily, went to open another coconut. Just as it opened it, being snatched away by Qin Tian again. If this coconut crab could speak, probably would have to curse Qin Tian's whole family. But in no time, the coconut crab was securely bound by Qin Tian. When the two returned to the riverside, turns out there are really 3 little fish in the bottle. After taking out the fish, Qin Tian put the bottle back in. With a clink, the host completes the fish catching master mission. Get 500 points. Now you can redeem things in the mall. But Qin Tianjing didn't plan to redeem it in a hurry. That evening, the poor coconut crab became the dinner for the two of them. After a full meal, Qin Tian went to sleep first, leaving Yilin to keep watch for the first half of the night. When it was Qin Tian's turn to keep watch for the second half of the night, he decided to see what he could exchange for in the mall now. When he opened the system store, he found that 2,000 points could only buy these few books. Wilderness Crafts Complete Guide. After the exchange, a large amount of information poured into his head instantly. Just as he expected, this book is full of practical tool making. As long as these things can be made, living on the island for a year or two is not a problem. At this time, the system suddenly presents a turntable. It turns out that the host has completed the points redemption for the first time. You can get 1 free draw. Look, there are no blank spaces or thank you for participating on the wheel. That's one of the guaranteed prizes. Qin Tian immediately started drawing enthusiastically. A ding sounded. The pointer stopped at the swift cheetah talent. Qin Tian was overjoyed. This is worth thousands of points. However, when he saw that it was just a trial card, he felt less excited. He had to save it for future use. When Yelin woke up, Qin Tian brought back some fish for breakfast. After breakfast, Yelin said not to go to the stream before she comes back. Qin Tian immediately realized. Remember to bury it after she solves it. Don't pollute the water source. Unexpectedly, Yilin's face immediately turned red, shyly shouted that she was going to take a bath. After speaking, she turned around and walked away angrily. Yilin and Qin Tian were speechless for a moment, but it had been a few days since they had last bathed. They decided to take a shower before turning back. While Yilin was showering, Qin Tian luckily discovered some usable mushrooms and fungi. When he returned to the camp, he found that Yelin had not come back yet. This woman is taking too long to shower. Suddenly, he heard Yelin scream from a distance. Qin Tian reacted without hesitation, immediately run towards Yelin. Yelin was holding her body with both hands. There's a snake. Sure enough, there was a figure over a meter long swimming towards Yelin in the water. Qin Tian immediately rushed over. He has caught it. Waiting to see what it is, Qin Tian immediately raised what he had in his hand and said to Yilin, "Stay calm, this is an eel. It's not poisonous, but his ability to dig holes is very powerful." Hearing Qin Tian unexpectedly start the car, Yelin immediately blushed and told Qin Tian to leave quickly. Qin Tian was afraid Yelin would encounter danger again, so he waited for her not far away, looking at the eel in hand at this moment. Wow, it's really big. Looks like today's meal is secured. When Yelin came out and saw Qin Tian, she knew he was waiting for her because he was worried. just about to say thank you, but found that Qin Tian had been staring at her. You look pretty. Hearing this, Yilin blushed like a monkey's butt, and quickly left the place. After seeing Yelin leave, Qin Tian took off his clothes and hung them on a nearby tree branch. There must be more eels here. Watch me catch the rest of the eels with one net. Sure enough, in no time he discovered an eel hole by the river. To prevent the eels from escaping, he first blocked the hole below. Remembering when he was young, he once caught a water snake when digging for eels. This time he twisted water grass into a rope, to test whether there were eels or water snakes in the hole. Who knew, as soon as he reached into the hole, the grass rope was bitten by something. Qin Tian was overjoyed. It was a yellow eel. Then, with a tug, he pulled the yellow eel out. Later, he searched the entire waters. In total, he only found 2 eels. Nevertheless, these 3 eels would be enough for 2 people for 2 to 3 days. In order to prevent the leftover meat from spoiling the next day, after returning to the camp, Qin Tian decided to use smoking to remove the moisture from the eels for preservation. Watching Qin Tian busy there, Yilin asked if there was anything she could help with. Seeing the situation, Qin Tian taught her how to weave tree bark into hemp rope, to start building the windbreak on the other side tomorrow. After teaching Yilin, Qin Tian went to the river to check today's catch. He arrived at the river and looked at the fish trap. This trap is still too small. It can only be checked once in the morning and evening, and only about 5 or 6 a day, just enough for one person for a day. Immediately use stones to encircle it. There's eel meat these days. First, keep the supplemented fish alive. That way, there's no need to worry about food for the next few days. Let's take advantage of these days to improve the camp properly. After Qin Tian returns, we will grill the wild eel. Just as Yilin was about to start eating, Qin Tian unexpectedly elegantly sprinkled a handful of mountain berries on the stone slab. After it was done, Yilin couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The taste immediately intoxicated her. Seeing Yelin's exaggerated reaction, Qin Tian couldn't help but be speechless. Is this emotion coming to perform on the deserted island of taste buds? The next day, Qin Tian dismantled the garbage camp, and then the one-sided windbreak upgraded to double-sided. On the 3rd day, Qin Tian followed his previous memory. He started looking for a weasel's nest in the woods. He searched all morning. Finally, he found a hole under a tree. He grasped the principle of luring the 3 dens of deep sounds. He searched nearby again. Sure enough, he found a few more holes. He blocked 3 of the 5 holes with stones, leaving 2 holes. There was a cigarette at one of the holes. In the end, the rabbit could only run out from that single hole. Sure enough, in no time, a rabbit swiftly darted out. Qin Tian, with quick eyes and agile hands, caught the rabbit. Looking at the rabbit in his hand, Qin Tian felt that this hare was not as big as the one from the other day. Just as he was thinking about this, a big hare darted out like an arrow and escaped. He wondered, don't wild hares usually live alone? As he looked into the hole, several little rabbits shivered inside. When Qin Tian returned with 4 rabbits, Yilin happily hugged the rabbit. Little bunny is so cute. How can you eat a rabbit for free? But the next second, you are smiling at the rabbit. You have to raise the rabbit and fatten it up before eating it. This way, there will be more meat. Qin Tian is embarrassed. This deployment seems a bit off. Immediately, Qin Tian took the large sheep to the riverbank for slaughter. Unlike domestic sheep, the fur of wild sheep is not smooth. It's even rough and stiff. But after some thought, Qin Tian tried to peel the wild rabbit as intact as possible, and see if it can be made into something useful. That night, the 2 of them skinned the wild rabbit, although after Qin Tian's treatment, the rabbit meat still tasted too gamey. But at this moment, Yelin is exceptionally happy. It turns out she has been worried about the rescue team. Tomorrow is the 7th day. We could be rescued. But Qin Tian is full of worries. Yelin and Qin Tian arrived at the beach early, waiting for rescue. Qin Tian sighed quietly. Looks like we'll be spending the night here. I need to go prepare the wood and coconuts first. But it wasn't until evening. Yelin did not wait for the rescue team to arrive. Qin Tian is preparing to make fire by drilling wood. At this moment, Yelin shivered and asked Qin Tian if she remembered it wrong, and that tomorrow is actually the 7th day. The search and rescue team has forgotten about us. Qin Tian was just about to say something. Yilin grabbed Qin Tian's hand. Are we going to die here? Without a doubt. At this point, Yilin was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Qin Tian slapped Yilin in the face. Realizing what he had done, why did you hit me? Qin Tian then placed his hand on Yilin's shoulder to comfort her. Cry your heart out. Next second, Yilin hugged Qintian Hayoto and burst into tears. Qin Tian gently stroked Yilin's hair. It's okay. If the rescue team doesn't come, they won't come. What about me? That night, Yilin just nestled in Qin Tian's arms. Crying and crying, she fell asleep like this, but early the next morning, Qin Tian was awakened by a slap. From a higher position, Yilin angrily asked Qin Tian, "Why did you hit me last night?" At this moment, Qin Tian looked distressed, and saw the aggrieved look on his face. Yilin giggled. "Thank you for last night." At the sound of these thanks, Qin Tian immediately understood what was going on. He looked at Yilin with a stern face. "What do you mean by slapping me?" Yilin playfully stuck out her tongue. "You slap me, I give you a package of slaps. It's only fair." After saying that, she immediately changed the topic. "I remember the tide had receded by this time before. Why is there no movement now?" Qin Tian angrily tapped Yilin's head. "The time for the ebb and flow of the sea is not fixed. Generally speaking, the next day will be 48 minutes later than the previous day. From the first day we started, it has been 6 days now. That means we still have to wait for 4.8 hours. Let's wait until the tide ebbs before going back. It's already been a week. When will the rescue team be able to arrive here, now that Yilin has opened up?" Qin Tian no longer avoids anything. Generally speaking, if the rescue team can't find us within a month, our search and rescue efforts will weaken, and even give up the search. But if we can't find it, we can't find it. At worst, we'll spend some time building a boat. We'll go out ourselves. When Qin Tian spoke calmly yet powerfully, Yilin couldn't help but be stunned. When the two returned to the camp, the rabbit cage was almost gnawed through by the baby rabbits. Luckily they came back in time. After the reinforcement of the exempt cage by Qin Tian, the two of them had another seafood feast. After dinner, Qin Tian, who hadn't slept much the night before, went to sleep first, letting Yilin call him in the middle of the night. But when Qin Tian woke up, the sun was already high up in the sky. Seeing Yilin with a pair of panda eyes, Qin Tian hurriedly told her to take a good rest today. He estimated that today's low tide would be around 1 p.m. Qin Tian decided to go and see if there were any other resources before then. "I've been searching for almost 2 hours. I've only found some unfamiliar wild fruits." After resting for a moment, I decided to walk towards the beach, to prevent missing the time of low tide. Suddenly, Qin Tian saw something. He immediately ran over there. Before long, a vast bamboo forest came into his view. It's important to know that in the wild, bamboo is a very valuable resource, and such a large bamboo forest is bound to have bamboo shoots inside. But compared to wood, bamboo is much harder to cut. When Qin Tian finally managed to cut off a bamboo stalk, his hands were numb. Then he cut the bamboo into several short pieces, and bundled them all up to carry back. When Qin Tian returned to the camp, Yilin had already grilled the fish and was waiting for him. When he saw the grilled fish, he looked disappointed. "Is this charcoal?" But Yilin looked at hers expectantly, and he had to force himself to take a bite. Don't forget to give Yilin a thumbs up. The taste is really too exciting. Seeing this, Yilin also excitedly takes a bite. Little did she know that she almost vomited after taking a bite. After a simple bite, Qin Tian used the bamboo he brought back to make a fish trapping cage. At this time, Yilin also actively expressed whether she could help. Soon after, Qin Tian let Yilin cut 2 sections of bamboo to make water bottles. Meanwhile, relying on the knowledge provided by the system, he quickly succeeded in making the fish trapping cage. At the same time, received a system reward of 500 points. The next day, Yilin came to the bamboo forest with Qin Tian. Qin Tian assigned her the task of finding bamboo shoots. He continued to cut bamboo himself. Before long, Yilin discovered a large patch of bamboo shoots. Then suddenly she heard a noise. When she looked back, she found it was actually a group of wild boars. It almost scared the pee out of her, but luckily she immediately covered her mouth. At this moment, absolutely cannot attract the attention of the wild boar. She immediately found Qin Tian, telling him that she saw the wild boar. Qin Tian grabbed Yilin's hand. We must leave here quickly. However, they had only run a few steps when they found the way back blocked by several wild boars. The moment they spotted Qin Tian and the other person, they immediately charged towards them. They watched as the wild boars approached closer and closer. Yilin pushed away Qin Tian's hand. I can't run anymore, you go quickly. I'm just a burden, don't worry about me. Qin Tian's heart was in turmoil. Who do you think you are, acting in a TV drama? At this moment, Qin Tian stopped in his tracks, and held the stone axe as he arrived in front of Yilin. He let out a series of hoarse and desperate roars at the oncoming group of wild boars. Little did he know that all the running wild boars had actually stopped in their tracks. Sure enough, the old hunter in the village was right. The lone wolf fears not the pack of boars. Boars are especially cowardly when they are in groups. No one wants to be the leader of the pack and get hurt. Qin Tian saw that he had frightened the wild boars. He immediately picked up the stone axe and threw it towards the pack of wild boars. The operation immediately scared away the wild boars. After the wild boars left, Qin Tian slumped to the ground and took a few breaths to recover. Then Qin Tian got up and picked up the stone axe. However, a lone tusker is hiding in the bushes nearby. It turns out that the boar is alone because it is injured. Qin Tian secretly thought to himself, this is bad. When a boar is alone, it will be in a startled state. Once it senses danger, it will fight with its life. Seeing this, Qin Tian immediately smashed the wild boar's head with the stone axe in his hand. He successfully diverted the wild boar's hatred. He led the wild boar elsewhere. At the same time, he urged Yilin to immediately return to the camp. Then he opened the system mall. He used the Swift Cheetah Talent experience card he had won in the previous draw. Immediately, he gained a day of experience time. He dashed off like a cheetah in an instant. Soon, the wild boar he was hunting vanished without a trace. But at the same time, it also consumes a lot of Qin Tian's physical strength. Now he can only hold on for 3 minutes. Otherwise, it would be exhaustion and death. As he lay on the ground panting heavily, there was a rumbling sound behind him. Qin Tian noticed the movement behind him. He immediately climbed up a nearby tree to hide. In a moment, the wild boar just now really followed the scent and chased over, and soon discovered Qin Tian hiding in the tree. Just as Qin Tian was glad that this was a boar, the big tree suddenly shook. It turned out the wild boar was constantly digging up the roots of the tree. It seemed like it was planning to knock down the tree. At that moment, he was planning to escape using his talent. I found that the wild boar stopped. It seems to be bleeding heavily from its wounds. The wild boar is already weak. Watching the exaggerated steps of the wild boar, Qin Tian thought if he could kill it, its meat will last me for a while. Seize the opportunity. Qin Tian then jumped down from the tree and conveniently picked up the wild boar. This really infuriated the boar. He urged the horse forward at full speed towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian held back his body. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with him, he narrowly dodged the attack using his natural talent. But the wild boar was already too late to break, knocked himself out with a head-on collision. Looking at the wild boar lying on the ground, taking advantage of your illness to take your life, Qin Tian suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the wild boar's head. After a life-and-death struggle, Qin Tian finally killed the wild boar. Received 2,000 points. After that, he quickly cleared the battlefield, to prevent the bloody smell from attracting other wild beasts. As it was getting late, he couldn't bring the wild boar back intact. He had to cover it with some branches, to prevent it from being taken by other wild animals. When Qin Tian returned to the camp, Yan Lin saw that Qin Tian was okay, excitedly embraced Qin Tian, making Qin Tian once again feel comforted. Yelin noticed that Qin Tian was completely soaked, and asked if he had been bathing. Qin Tian was undressing at the same time. As he was speaking, this matter is a long story. At the moment when Qin Tian was about to take off his pants, he suddenly froze. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward. Seeing Qin Tian putting his pants back on, Yilin said awkwardly, "Let's take off the clothes and dry them by the bonfire. It's cold at night. Don't catch a cold." During dinner that night, Qin Tian told Yilin about his wild boar hunting, and said he would go again tomorrow to bring back some pork. Hearing that Qin Tian was going to such a dangerous place, Yilin immediately became worried. but Qin Tian expressed a desire to survive on this deserted island. We can only try to overcome the difficulties. We can't just escape blindly. So how do you plan to face the wild boars in the bamboo forest? Bamboo bow. Using bamboo to make a bamboo bow to deal with those wild boars. The next day, when Qin Tian arrived at the wild boar carcass, he found that the body had already been discovered by other wild animals. But luckily, all 4 legs were still intact. He immediately cut off the 4 pigs' legs, while also not forgetting to remove the tendons to use as bowstrings. After finishing, without any delay, he hurried back. At this time, Yellen was grinding the bone into a needle. Just as Yellen was testing the sharpness of the bone needle, Qin Tian's sudden appearance startled her. She gazed at Qin Tian with a grievance. "Are you trying to scare me to death? And then inherit my Huawei?" But when she saw the ham that Qin Tian brought back, her inner foodie immediately lit up. "Enough pig trotters to last us a week, right? If we eat sparingly, we can make it last for half a month." She pointed to a piece of meat on the ground and asked what it was. Qin Tian indicated that it was lard from the pig. But Yellen said they didn't have a pot. "If not, why don't you make one yourself?" Immediately, Qin Tian scooped up the soil with bamboo. According to the several methods for making pottery obtained from the system, he first tried the method of coiling clay strips into a shape. But when he saw the finished product in his hand, he immediately threw it away. "It's so embarrassing that it's embarrassing to the extreme." He hurriedly explained that the clay was very soft, so you must be careful when molding it. Otherwise it will end up like the odd things just now. And then make Yellen try to do it too. When he finally made a somewhat decent bowl, planned to show off to Yellen, only to be shocked when he saw what Yellen made, and let her try to make a cooking pot, and decided in her heart to leave this manual work to Yellen in the future. He then began to prepare for firing. Qin Tian first used bamboo to dig a relatively long hole, then used mud to build a clay kiln above it. By the time the earthen pit was finished, it was already evening. It looks like they'll have to wait until tomorrow to fire it. In the evening, they enjoyed delicious roasted wild boar skewers. For the next while, they didn't have to worry about food anymore. So, Qin Tian is preparing to come up with some ideas to improve living conditions. At this time, Yilin is trying to mend Qin Tian's t-shirt but is struggling. Seeing Yilin's handiwork, Qin Tian praises her skill, but Yilin expresses her worries. "We don't have clean clothes to change into. At this rate, our clothes will eventually wear out. Even if my sewing skills are good by then, it won't help." At this, Qin Tian also let out a deep sigh. Although both sides feel good about meeting each other frankly, but Yellen definitely wouldn't agree. I heard him confidently say, "Rest assured, we will have spare clothes to change into. I've got a system on me. I'm sure I can gradually establish civilization on this remote island." However, at this moment, they have no idea that a disaster is about to strike. Qin Tian started to fire the pottery made yesterday. But the firing of pottery is not just a matter of throwing it into the fire. The temperature and time of firing need to be adjusted according to the situation. If not controlled well, issues such as cracking and deformation of pottery will occur. So Yellen had to make more clay pottery as backup. After burning for the entire morning, only 1 out of the 3 was successfully burned, so he smashed all the failed pottery into powder and mixed it into the clay. When the second batch of pottery came out of the kiln in the middle of the night, the success rate reached 50%. It seems that in the subsequent firing process, gradually finding the right firing time and controlling the temperature well, the success rate should be able to be further improved. However, looking at the clay pottery made by Yilin, with the current success rate after firing it, that's enough for the 2 of them to use daily. The next day, Qin Tian started to render lard. Yilin looked at Qin Tian with a curious expression as he rendered the lard. Qin Tian explained while rendering the lard. "Before boiling the oil, we need to grind the shells into powder." "What's the shell powder for?" "To make soap," Yilin said excitedly while looking at Qin Tian. The 2 quickly prepared a potassium hydroxide solution. Finally, the rendered lard was poured into the solution and stirred together. After leaving it overnight, the soap would be ready. That afternoon, the 2 went to pick a lot of banana leaves and reinforce the campsite, to prepare for the impending heavy rain. At this time, Qin Tian checked the system. He now has 6,000 points. But in order to exchange for talents, At least 5,000 points are still needed. In a little while, Yellen came back from taking a comfortable bath with soap. It was the most comfortable time she had since coming to the island. At this moment, Qin handed Yellen a wooden comb. Yellen was overjoyed, but then Qin asked Yellen to clean the pigskin immediately. He started making a bamboo bow. First, he reduced the moisture in the bamboo by roasting it over a fire. Then he split the bamboo into pieces, shaped the pieces into the desired bamboo strips. Then he hammered 3 small wooden stakes into the ground, slot the bow blade and bend it into an arc. In the process of making a bow and arrow, this step is called bow taming. There is usually a dedicated bow taming platform for tempering the bow, but for now, we can only do it like this. It took only 2 hours to make 2 bow pieces. Qin spent the whole day. It seems he needs another day to make a good bow. Suddenly, a huge thunder flashed. Qin and Yilin immediately put the pork leg and tendons into the jar and sealed it. Prevent getting wet by rain. Soon the two of them moved all their things into the wooden shed. After a simple meal, they went to bed early. But not long after they fell asleep, Qin was awakened by a loud rumble. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. He immediately woke up Yellen. He asked her to help him push down the wooden stake. Then he quickly pulled Yellen away from the open space and climbed up a tree to hide. Soon, several deer and wild boars emerged. Just as Yellen was about to let out a sigh of relief, a large group of wild boars came out one after another. Yellen instinctively wanted to scream. But fortunately, Qin covered her mouth in time. Unfortunately, after the wild boars ran away, 2 of them stayed behind. But fortunately in the misfortune, because the rain washed away their scent. Otherwise they would have been discovered by the wild boars, who knew these 2 would stay here. He actually lied down and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the huge wound on the wild boar's body, Qin couldn't help but be amazed. What kind of wild animal did they encounter? It's been over half an hour since they last moved. Qin and Yilin's body temperatures have dropped to the extreme due to the rain's erosion. If this continues, they will definitely freeze to death here. At this moment, Qin is preparing to throw his shoes out. If they can attract them over, they will take the opportunity to leave here. Just as Qin took off his shoes and threw them, the 2 wild boars were suddenly frightened and ran away. Qin also didn't expect the wild boars to be scared away so easily. As the night passed, Qin heard the system prompt. The host completed a dangerous task on a rainy night, and received 3,000 points. This really excited Qin. And the 2 began to pack up the camp. Fortunately, Qin timely knocked down the wooden shed. This largely preserved the wooden shed. Only a few frames were broken. After everything had recovered, Yellen used the pigskin from before to make herself a simple outfit. Qin then brought the clothes to the riverside to wash them. He simply covered himself with banana leaves. That night, Qin then stacked 2 bamboo pieces together, and successfully made the bow body. Then he scattered the tendons of the pig's leg. The bowstring was made by braiding hemp rope. Then the bow is finished. Next is the arrow. First, he carved the wood into the shape of an arrow. Then used fire to dry out the excess moisture inside. Then polish the stone pieces into arrowhead shapes. Then tie them to the shaft with hemp rope. In this way, a complete set of bow and arrows is finally made. Qin also earned 2,000 points for this, added to the previous points. I've collected a total of 11,000 points. Finally, I can redeem for talent. One is the swift cheetah. I've experienced it before. The other one is as strong as an ox. If you have this talent, I believe that when encountering a wild boar, you should be able to deal with it directly. But if you encounter a group, you can only escape. With this in mind, Qin decided to exchange for the talent of the swift cheetah. After the exchange, I heard a sound. The host's physical transformation begins. Instantly, an inexplicable force surged into Qin's body. Qin felt as if he had been shocked. It feels absolutely refreshing. But after the transformation is complete, Qin feels an unprecedented comfort in his body. All previous fatigue is swept away. The flexibility of the entire body has become stronger than before. He is now, on this unknown desert island, finally has some self-defense capabilities. After Qin made the bamboo bow, as soon as it got bright, he couldn't wait to play with it. Although the system taught him how to make a bamboo bow, he didn't learn any archery skills. Until he practiced for a whole day, his accuracy improved significantly. If he wants to shoot large animals like wild boar, I guess there should be no big problem. The next morning, he came back to the bamboo forest with his bow and arrow. After the rain, a lot of bamboo shoots sprouted around the bamboo forest. Just as Qin Tian was harvesting bamboo shoots, suddenly heard a crowing of a rooster. He got excited immediately. Could it be wild chickens? As he quietly approached, sure enough, he found several unknown mountain chickens. He drew his bow and shot at the wild chicken. However, the arrow perfectly missed the wild chicken. He stubbornly shot several more arrows. In the end, the wild chicken couldn't be bothered to dodge them. Qin Tian never expected to be ignored by a group of chickens. He approached the wild chickens again. Getting closer, he drew his bow and aimed at the ground chicken again. This time, he finally hit the target, and the system rewarded him with 200 points. Qin Tian shot out 2 arrows again. This time, both arrows hit the target successfully. As he prepared to shoot another arrow, he found that he had run out of arrows. However, these 3 chickens would be enough for several meals. That night, Qin Tian stewed chicken soup. Once the lid was lifted, Yilin sensed a rich aroma. She couldn't wait to ladle a bowl and began to drink. The moment she tasted it, Yilin became entranced. This taste is simply too delicious. After taking a sip, Qin Tian regretfully said, "It would be even better with some salt." At the mention of salt, Yilin immediately looked at Qin Tian with shining eyes. Then, I suddenly looked at the bowl in my hand with a sense of loss. I forgot, on this deserted island. How could there be any salt? Seeing Yelin like this, Qin Tian couldn't bear it either. Immediately expressed that they would go to the beach to extract seawater and make salt tomorrow. Hearing this from Qin Tian, Yilin immediately felt extremely happy. Early the next morning, the 2 of them brought their tools to the beach. The 2 of them filled a large pot with seawater and started to boil it. During this time, Qin Tian said he wanted to make a sundial, to know the time every day. The 2 of them did this and that, and finally did this. A simple sundial is done. Now we just wait until noon. At that time, adjust the sundial so that the shadow falls on 12. Then we can deduce the solar altitude angle. Qin Tian asked Yilin to keep her eyes on the sundial. I decided to go check on the sea water I was boiling. There was still some moisture left, so I picked up the big pot and placed it under the sun. He took some coarse salt and tasted it. It tasted bitter. It still contains fine sand magazine. It needs further refining before it can be consumed. He continued to boil a pot of seawater. It happened to be 12 o'clock at this time. Yelin excitedly asked Qin Tian to come over. Qin Tian immediately went to adjust the tilt angle to make the shadow of the pointer fall on the 12. After determining the position, he used bamboo to install the base for the sundial. After the sundial dried, the 2 returned to the camp. Upon returning, they rinsed the coarse salt in clean water. Then, they made a simple filter to filter it through. This filtering method is just too slow. After a few hours, only a pot of salt water was collected. That night, Yelin drank chicken soup with added salt. She almost lost control of herself. The taste is simply out of this world. After dinner, Yelin suddenly asked how long it had been since Qin Tian and the others arrived on this deserted island, counting today. It's been 22 days. Qin Tian, I remember you mentioned before about wanting to build a boat. What kind of boat are you planning to build? To cross the ocean. At the very least we'll need a fishing boat, but before that, we need to improve the quality of our current life. Yelin immediately suggested that we change the wooden shed. Change it to a bamboo house or a wooden house or something. After considering for a moment, Qin Tian said, we also need to move the camp to another place. Although the current location is still relatively spacious, the surrounding trees are dense, easily encounter wild animals. Now the problem of food and drink has been solved. It's time to find a better living environment. That's it. Qin Tian has been searching for 4 days, but even a backup location was not found, so he walked in one direction. He found that the light ahead seemed to be stronger. Without accident, should have walked to the edge of the woods. As expected, a figure appeared from the woods. What met the eye was a meadow. Qin Tian was overjoyed. Separated from the surrounding woods, the view here was wide open. It's the perfect spot to set up camp. After looking around, he found a cave at the foot of the mountain. As he entered the cave, it was pitch black and he couldn't see a thing. He tentatively shot an arrow into the cave. After a moment, there was only the sound of the arrow hitting the stone. It seems that the cave is empty. As he walked into the cave, he found that the cave was just perfect for living. Just as he was inspecting the situation inside the cave, he suddenly heard a faint sound under his feet. He looked down, only to find a pile of animal bones. He immediately realized that this cave was not unoccupied, and the owner of this cave is definitely a fierce beast. Just as he was thinking, a shadow suddenly attacked from behind him. Luckily, with the talent of swift leopard, he managed to dodge the attack in time. When he saw the beast attacking him, he realized it was a national treasure giant panda, but it was different from what he had seen in the zoo. He immediately ran out of the cave, and threw the bamboo tube behind him. Who knew this guy wouldn't eat it? When he returned, he just bit it to pieces, and then he let out an angry roar at Qin Tian. Qin Tian also noticed that this guy's head is black and white, while the panda's head is white. Only the eye part is black. Is this a subspecies? Watching the panda running towards him, Qin Tian immediately ran into the woods. By this time, he had already climbed up a tree. The archer aimed precisely at the panda. However, the arrow couldn't even pierce its skin. This time, he took out a stone arrow and aimed at the panda's head, resulting in blood splattering. But the next second, the arrow fell down. The arrowhead shattered, only injuring its fur slightly. The panda was thoroughly annoyed by Qin Tian at this point, raising its claw in anger towards Qin Tian. Luckily, Qin Tian dodged just in time, otherwise his brother will be in trouble. Now he's also exhausted. Qin Tian had to slip back first and then figure out a solution slowly. That night, Qin Tian told Yilin about today's experience. Yilin was somewhat incredulous after hearing about the panda, but more worried. Seeing Qin Tian looking relaxed, Yilin asked if he had thought of a solution. Qin Tian pointed to his belt. The buckle of this belt is made of iron. I plan to dissolve it and use it to make arrows. But as long as it is tied to the arrow tail with hemp rope, then the arrow shot out can pull it back. But there is still a problem at the moment. The melting point of iron is 1500 degrees. But the temperature of charcoal burning can only reach about 70 degrees at most, so Qin Tian has to make a bellows first. Considering the current environment, Qin Tian chooses to make a bellows. Yelin then carved an arrowhead mold on the clay board with a dagger. After everything was ready, Qin Tian removed the iron buckle from his belt and put it into the fired clay. Yelin looked at him, holding his pants. Yelin couldn't help but laugh. At this rate, I'll have to streak in the future. Qin Tian smirked. I don't mind at all, as long as you don't mind losing out. Upon hearing this, Yilin's face blushed. Then they immediately start the fire. The two of them take turns operating the bellows. Soon, they are both sweating profusely, and the iron clasp in the mud slowly begins to melt. When it's completely melted, Yilin got exhausted and collapsed on the ground, while Qin Tian took out 2 bamboo sticks and removed the ceramic crucible. Then he poured the molten iron into the mold made by Yilin. Finally, after cooling and polishing, the iron arrowhead was completed. At this time, the system also rewarded Qin Tian with 500 points. In the evening, Qin Tian bound iron arrowheads to the arrow shafts. He successfully made the iron arrows. If he could make dozens of arrows, he was confident he could solve the panda problem in a day. After placing the arrows, Qin Tian summoned the system market. He now has 4,700 points, enough to buy a new book. He had long prepared himself. Wildlife Compendium. Directly chose to purchase, but unexpectedly, the system popped up a prompt. The Complete Guide to Taming, and The Complete Guide to Wild Animals. Purchasing both together only requires 4,500 points. The Complete Guide to Wild Animals. Qin Tian saw that there was such a good thing. He immediately purchased it. After the purchase was successful, Qin Tian immediately opened the Beast Taming Compendium to see what skills it contained. The first thing that caught his eye was the slogan of this book. The Complete Guide to Taming Beasts. Making you the new wild king. Looking at this juvenile slogan, Qin Tian suddenly had a bad feeling. First is the kangaroo section. Be vigilant when encountering kangaroos. As soon as the kangaroo approaches, immediately perform a sliding tackle. 1,000 years of death. Seeing this, Qin Tian is completely dumbfounded. He forcibly remains calm and continues to watch. Next is dealing with the hippopotamus. Quickly circle behind the hippopotamus. Immediately slide under it while it's not reacting. Slide under the hippopotamus and launch a fierce attack on its brother. At this point, the hippopotamus is in pain and becomes powerless. Seize the opportunity to push the hippopotamus down and continue the attack until the hippopotamus is defeated. There's also a gorilla. When the gorilla comes at you in anger, take the chance to slide to where the AK-47 dropped. Then pick up the AK-47 and shoot wildly at the gorilla. Gorilla down. Seeing this, Qin Tian was completely stunned. Now he just wants to catch the author of this book. Let him also taste the feeling of being swept away by the ultimate sliding technique. After a moment of frustration, Qin Tian could only use these points to feed the dog. The next day, Qin Tian returned to the cave with a specially made iron arrow. This time we must occupy this cave. He first took out a charcoal arrow and shot 2 arrows into the cave, but there was no response from inside the cave. Qin Tian speculated that the target should have gone out to hunt for food. He had to climb a tree and wait. Complete Guide to Wildlife. Whether there's any relevant information about this creature. I didn't know how long had passed when I saw the creature slowly crawling towards the cave. When Qin Tian looked at this creature, information about it appeared in my mind. First, panda. First appeared in the late Miocene 8 million years ago. Lived on the edge of humid forests. The earliest pandas, primarily carnivorous, evolved from the bear-like species. Qin Tian was shocked. It turned out to be a prehistoric creature from 8 million years ago. Suddenly, another piece of information appeared in Qin Tian's mind. The early pandas were carnivorous before they appeared. In the later stage, due to enormous changes in the environment, a large amount of food is reduced. So, towards the end of the period, some pandas begin to eat bamboo. After a long period of evolution, there emerged another branch of herbivorous animal, the giant panda. In order to tame the giant panda, one can start by changing its food, by switching its food to bamboo and bamboo shoots, to change its ferocity, and then guide it. If the process goes smoothly, it can be tamed successfully within 2 months. Qin Tian was stunned. The Complete Guide to Taming Beasts. It seems that this book is still somewhat useful. Qin Tian finally decided to give it a try. After all, the temptation of having a prehistoric creature as an assistant was quite strong. So he took out an iron arrow, hoping that this iron arrow could severely injure the panda bear's limbs, so that it cannot go out to hunt. That way we can catch its prey. After the iron arrow hit the panda, Qin Tian immediately pulled the arrow back. The panda found that Qin Tian, this old six, actually ambushed itself. He roared angrily at it, and immediately exercised his talent to create a safe distance, then shot at its other forelimb. After several struggles, Qin Tian's stamina was almost exhausted. I can only go back and continue tomorrow, believing that I will be able to control it, and not lose it the next day. So for the next 2 days, Qin Tian continued to harass it sneakily, until the 4th day. Today, Xiong Mao still hasn't appeared. Just when Qin Tian thought she had died from excessive bleeding, Shirzhang Panda suddenly appeared behind her, and launched a sneak attack on her. Fortunately, Qin Tian managed to dodge in time, and stared at him in shock. Wow, he actually learned how to launch a surprise attack. He took out an iron arrow and shot it immediately. However, this time the arrow was slapped away by the divine panda. Then the arrow was bitten in half. Qin Tian realized that he had lost an iron arrow. Hurry up and slip away. Now there is only 1 iron arrow left. It seems that this way is not feasible. I have to think of another way myself. Suddenly, he noticed a blue frog on a leaf. The information of the frog suddenly popped into my mind. Turns out it's a blue poison dart frog. Its skin contains deadly toxins. These toxins can inhibit muscle movement, causing muscle and respiratory paralysis, can cause death. Qin Tian was overjoyed. It's really convenient to have a pillow when feeling sleepy. He directly shot a poisonous dart at the frog, leaving it cold. Complete manual of wilderness crafts. The poison on top was obtained from the poison dart frog. The rain was getting heavier. Qin Tian no longer delayed and hurried back to the camp. Yelin worriedly hugged him. Qin Tian, you're back. Great. Qin Tian was initially wrong, but the next second he knew what was going on. Touching her head, gently said, "Sorry for scaring you." It was then that she noticed the poisonous dart frog in Qin Tian's hand. Yelin immediately guessed Qin Tian's plan. Early the next morning, Qin Tian roasted the poisonous dart frog over a fire. After a while, a lot of black liquid oozed out of the poisoned dart frog's body, accompanied by a strange smell. Qin Tian knew that this was the poison in the skin of the poisoned dart frog. He immediately smeared the poison on the arrowhead. Then, according to Qin Tian's request, Yilin, hand the prepared grass ball to him. Wait until everything is ready. Qin Tian once again arrived at the entrance of the Shixiang's cave. Looking at the footprints on the ground, Qin Tian judged that this guy should still be in the cave. Just as he lit the grass ball and threw it into the cave. In no time, the furious panda came out of the cave, only to find it was Qin Tian again. The furious panda lunged towards Qin Tian, but Qin Tian, with the agility of a leopard, easily outpaced him. The panda couldn't catch up to him at all. As they fled into the woods, Qin Tian hid in a corner, shot the poison arrow right into its bottom, realizing it was ambushed again. Starts to backhand, rushing towards him like Qin Tian. Seeing that one arrow had no effect, Qin Tian shoots another arrow at its bottom. The bear looks as if it isn't scathed. It stands up, looks at Qin Tian with red eyes, and lunges at him again. Who knew it would actually stumble and fall flat on the ground? Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief finally. It's finally done. But at this moment, Qin Tian had no plans to do anything. Instead, he hid and observed from a dark place, until 3 hours later, it only reluctantly regained its mobility, and tremblingly crawled towards the cave. On this day, Qin Tian brought 3 fish and some bamboo shoots to the cave entrance again. Little did he know that the creature fell asleep right at the entrance. It seems that modern pandas are so silly. It's purely due to genetic reasons. Upon seeing this, Qin Tian stuffed a bamboo shoot into the fish's belly. Then the panda began to throw it at the enemy, encountering the enemy. But unfortunately, the poison from the panda's body still had an effect. I could only weakly growl at it a few times, but when it saw the fish on the ground, after a day of hunger, it couldn't resist the temptation. It grabbed the fish and stuffed it into its mouth. Just as Qin Tian had finished eating, he threw the remaining fish in his hand over. Watching the happily eating baby panda, Qin Tian is thinking of a name for this little one. Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, Huan Huan, but none of them seems quite right. Watching the baby panda eat to its heart's content, he was lying on the ground in a ridiculous manner. Qin Tian couldn't help but mutter, "What a fool." Suddenly, he had a brainwave. Yes, let's call him a fool. Qin Tiansha told Yelin about today's achievements. When Yelin heard the name Han Pai, she always felt that this name had too many flaws, but she didn't know where to start criticizing. Suddenly, Yelin put the bowl aside, holding her stomach uncomfortably, indicating that she had no appetite. Is your period here? Yelin blushes. No. It's coming soon. How much longer? But Yilin said she didn't know either. In theory, she should have come a few days ago, but maybe her irregular schedule during this time, causing the delay. She doesn't know exactly how many days it will be delayed. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. Let's start making paper from tomorrow. She doesn't know if it will be in time. The next morning, Yelin was awakened by a foul smell. She pinched her nose and asked Qin Tian what was in the jar. It's urine. Yelin was shocked. I didn't expect you to have this hobby. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian expressed incredulity, stating that it is used for making paper. Having said that, he had Yilin tie the bamboo strips into a square frame. In no time, Yilin completed the production as requested by Qin Tian. Qin Tian also made some pipes he needed, and then heated the urine and shell powder. Then added water to the top hole. Then obtained ammonium bicarbonate solution. Continuing to heat the precipitated sodium bicarbonate will produce sodium carbonate. Pour the heated sodium carbonate into the lime water and stir. It will turn into a solution of calcium hydroxide. After mixing with the sodium carbonate solution, the required sodium hydroxide solution will be obtained. The two then take a brief rest, gathering various weeds near the campsite for making paper. Soaking the weeds in a solution of sodium hydroxide and boiling for several hours, leaving behind white cellulose. Followed by rinsing in river water, leaving only white sediment. After adding water and stirring evenly, you can get pulp. Finally, 2 people use pre-made bamboo baskets to scoop the pulp. Good. After an afternoon of sun exposure, by nightfall, the 2 finally obtained the first batch of paper, and Qin Tian was also rewarded 1,000 points by the system. Looking at the paper in his hand, Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Finally, I can say goodbye to the branches. Just like that, until 3 days later, Qin Tian came to Hanpi's cave again with bamboo shoots and fish. From a distance, Qin Tian could see Hanpi sleeping comfortably. When Hanpi realized it was Qin Tian, the youngest of the family, he immediately got up and issued a low growl as a warning. But when he saw the fish in Qin Tian's hands, he immediately sat obediently on the ground. Look at this silly appearance. Qin Tian immediately threw the fish and bamboo shoots in his hand to it, watching the silly appearance eating happily. Perhaps Qin Tian can tame it successfully in less than 2 months. After feeding, Qin Tian felt the stream side, as in his impression, such damp places by the river should have wild ginger. Sure enough, after Qin Tian's search, Yilin said she wasn't so painful before. Not long after, Qin Tian came to Yilin with a bowl of ginger tea and a thermos of hot water. Yilin was overjoyed. She asked where the ginger came from. Qin Tian casually said he picked it on the way back. The proportion of fish meat in the fish and bamboo shoots gradually decreases by stage. The ratio of fish to bamboo shoots gradually decreases after a month of effort. Hanpi is able to accept a ratio of 1 to 9 of fish and bamboo shoots, so Qin Tian could lean against the back of the panda and speak the S language without getting beaten up. A month and a half later, Qin Tian came directly to Han Pai with a few bamboo shoots. It unwillingly started eating. Who would have thought that after eating this guy actually successfully accepted the bamboo shoots? Looking at a period of less than 2 months, a meat-eating animal is now actually eating bamboo shoots. It made him feel unreal. At this moment, the system screen suddenly appeared in front of Qin Tian. Host changes the dietary habits of the giant panda, successfully tamed the giant panda and obtained the beast slave seal reward. Qin Tian was stunned. This is the first time the system has given rewards other than points. I don't know what the slave beast seal is for, but regardless. Qin Tian clicked to claim without hesitation. Then he saw the introduction of the slave beast seal. The user can stamp the slave beast mark on a tamed pet to establish a connection with the tamed pet, so that the user can perceive the pet's physical condition and engage in simple communication. The most important point, once the connection is established, the pet will never harm the user. Qin Tian was overjoyed, and immediately imprinted the slave beast mark into Hanpi's body. After taming Hanpi, Qin Tian was in a great mood. That night, he told Yilin about it. Yilin immediately suggested they go see Hanpi. Qin Tian readily agreed to this. The next day, Yilin eagerly took bamboo shoots and went to see Hanpi with Qin Tian. When they arrived at the cave, Yilin followed Qin Tian's orders to feed Hanpi. In just 1 week, Hanpi accepted Yilin's presence. After that, the two started moving. After tidying up a bit, they only packed some of the important pottery. The rest will be refired once they arrive there. Fortunately, they have Handy, and most of the labor belongs to him. So the two of them, a bear and a person, started a new shameless life. It is said that when Qin Tian and others moved to the new camp, the system rewarded Qin Tian with 3,000 points. Looking at the countless stars, Yilin was excited like a child. But Qin Tian said he had seen the starry sky like this a lot when he was a child. Then he said he was going back to the cave to sleep. At this point Yilin said that with Huanpi around, there was no need to keep watch anymore. We can totally sleep together now. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian suddenly grinned. Do you want to be my girlfriend? This immediately made Yelin blush. Stammering, she said. Who said I want to be your girlfriend? You're thinking too much. But Qin Tian was slowly approaching Yilin. Little did he know, just as Yilin was getting ready for whatever was about to happen, Qin Tian leaned in close to Yilin's ear and said a word. Do you know? Is sleeping together a privilege only for couples? Yelin immediately realized she had overthought. She said angrily, I just misspoke. Seeing this, Qin Tian no longer teased Yelin, leaving Yilin so angry she wanted to punch him to death. The next day, the two of them started to dig soil at the door to prepare for a batch of pottery firing. Qin Tian then assigned the task of making clay pottery to Yilin. He walked to the creek with a simple and honest air about him. When he arrived at the creek, he found that the water here was much shallower. The traps couldn't be set here at all. Soon, the man and the bear arrived at the upper reaches, gazing at the knee-deep water and dense water grass. Qin Tian immediately placed the ground cage here. The third day, the two then went to the bamboo forest and started cutting bamboo. The two were preparing to build a kitchen with bamboo. Thanks to Hampi's help, in just one day, enough bamboo was collected. On the fourth day, Qin Tian started building the kitchen. After a week's time, a bamboo kitchen was finally completed. All the facilities inside are now complete. After everything is finished, Qin Tian took Yelin to familiarize herself with the surroundings. As he watched Yelin and Hampi playing in the water, Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. At first, what to eat and where to sleep were both problems when stranded on a deserted island. But now, there's no need to worry about it. And we can even play happily in the water. It's really not easy. After a while of playing around, the two of them walked upstream along the stream, hoping to find more useful resources. Before long, they found a large soapberry tree. Looking at the soapberries on the tree, Yelin said she remembered that soapberries could be used to wash clothes. In fact, if you add soapberry solution, coconut oil, and ginger water, you can make soapnut shampoo for washing hair. Yelin subconsciously asked if soapnut shampoo would make the hair dry. In my impression, the hair is very smooth after washing. Listen to what Qin Tian said, then look at your dry hair. Thinking it would be good to have shampoo. As if he could see what Yelin was thinking, Qin Tian asked if she wanted shampoo. Look how tall this soapberry tree is. And it's covered with sharp soapberry thorns. Avoiding danger for Qin Tian, Yilin hurriedly said she didn't want Qin Tian to be in danger. Jumped up and climbed the 3-meter-high tree trunk. Yelin immediately worried and asked Qin Tian to come down quickly, saying that she had soap, so no need for shampoo. Shampoo not necessary. Qin Tian just smiled back. You're overthinking. I just came up for bamboo rice. Realized I was being presumptuous. Yelin felt so embarrassed she wished she could disappear. In no time, Qin Tian had clambered to the top of the tree. Just as he continued to pick soap nuts, he suddenly found a sugarcane field not far away. When Qin Tian returned to the ground, Yelin excitedly carried a basket full of soap nuts and ran over. Perhaps he could use some of them to make shampoo. How do you feel? When hearing Qin Tian's words, Yilin immediately got excited. But then she quickly realized she had lost her composure. The situation became awkward for a moment. Seeing the situation, Qin Tian stopped joking and said he would take her to the sugarcane field. Not long after they left, they came across a large sugarcane field. Qin Tian immediately cut a sugarcane and started eating. But this red and purple sugarcane not only has tough skin, but it's also sweet with a hint of sourness. Obviously it can't be eaten directly, but Qin Tian still plans to bring some sugarcane back to make some brown sugar. After returning to the campsite, they first removed the husked rice. Some of it was used to make shampoo. The rest was used for food. That night, Qin Tian cooked a big pot of Job's tears congee. Yilin enjoyed it so much. It's a pity that there's too little soapberry rice left to eat. Qin Tian, however, said that it's the fruiting season of the soapberry tree. In a while, it will bear new fruit. The next morning, Yilin went to the beach to collect coconuts to make shampoo, while Qin Tian started squeezing sugarcane juice. After busying himself all morning, Qin Tian finally finished squeezing all the sugarcane. At that moment, Yilin came back excitedly with a basket of mushrooms. She joyfully invited Qin Tian to share her achievement. Qin Tian happily patted Yilin's head, but when he looked into the basket at the mushrooms, joy turned into horror. Unexpectedly, they are all poisonous mushrooms. Goodness, are they trying to kill me? Fortunately, there are still some mushrooms that can be used. Then Qin Tian asked Yilin to pick some mint to make toothpaste. Seeing Yilin's puzzled expression, Qin Tian had to explain elementary chemistry to her. Only then did Yilin suddenly realize, after the two of them put in some effort. Qin Tian successfully made shampoo and toothpaste. Jing received a system reward of 1,300 points. When Qin Tian was sleeping soundly that night, he was suddenly awakened by some noise, only to see Yilin on the side not knowing what dream she was having. She was still mumbling about shampoo. Qin Tian was speechless. Not long after, a thunder roared in the sky. Yilin was awakened by the thunder, and found that there was a heavy rain outside the cave. Suddenly they found that Huanpi looked a little strange, roaring continuously outside the cave. Qin Tian then placed his hand on Hampi's body, trying to use the beast imprint to see what Hampi was thinking. Unexpectedly, all he saw were the figures of wild boars, and not far outside the cave at this time, the wild boars in the group riot are charging towards us like crazy. At that moment, Qin Tian noticed the wild boar riot. He immediately took out his bow and arrows. He then instructed Yilin to stay quietly in the cave. Before long, the wild boars appeared outside the cave. Hampi saw the wild boars that invaded his territory. He roared and charged forward, engaging in a fierce fight with one of the wild boars. But there were too many wild boars. Hampi soon fell into a disadvantage. At this time, Hampi attracted the attention of the wild boars. Qin Tian took out his bow and arrow and started shooting at the wild boars. Fortunately, there were still a few poison arrows left from before. The wild boar that was shot fell to the ground in a moment. Then 3 more arrows were shot. Every arrow successfully took down a wild boar. At this moment, several wild boars discovered Qin Tian hidden in the dark, and immediately charged at Qin Tian. Qin Tian promptly fled into the woods, watching as they are pulled far enough. Use your cheetah talent and say goodbye to them. At this moment on this side of the camp, under the fierce courage and strength, there are few wild boars left to be killed. The remaining wild boar didn't seem to be a match, and immediately slipped away dejectedly. Upon seeing this, Huanpi wanted to catch up, but Qin Tian immediately stopped it, and calmed down the agitated Huanpi. Looking at the wild boar carcasses all over the ground, Qin Tian couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Truly deserving of a fierce beast. Even if it became a vegetarian, it wouldn't be easy to mess with. The next day, Qin Tian and Yilin dragged the wild boar back to the kitchen to prepare for further processing tomorrow. At this moment, he decided to go to the bamboo forest to find some bamboo shoots. Firstly, as a reward for Huanpi. Secondly, they also needed to supplement some vitamins. But when Qin Tian searched the periphery for half a day, the bit of bamboo shoots he dug up wasn't enough for a meal, so he decided to head deeper into the bamboo forest. Somehow, the bamboo forest was unusually quiet today, giving Qin Tian an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The further he went, all of a sudden, the tracks left by the invisible wall are like the marks left by a steamroller passing by, which blocked his deeply curious and cat-killing curiosity. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, he had not gone far when there was a rustling sound around the bamboo forest. He suddenly turned his head to look. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. A huge python appeared in front of him. At the same time, its information also appeared in Qin Tian's mind. Titanoboa, the largest known snake, resembling an enlarged modern-day python. It appeared in the Paleocene epoch, but went extinct as early as 58 million years ago. Qin Tian's mind suddenly went blank, but out of instinct, the body bypassed the control of the brain, and turned and fled to the other side. At this point, Qin Tian had reacted. While fleeing, he cursed loudly. Are you kidding me? It's already unbelievable to find pandas on a deserted island, and now there's a giant python. Will we see dinosaurs tomorrow? Ding! The voice of the system came through. The speed of the Titan is very fast, and its endurance is amazing. It's almost impossible to escape from the pursuit of the Titan, but it's not without any means of dealing with it. Step 1. If you really encounter a Titan python, never run away. You should charge towards the Titan python. Step 2. Seize the opportunity to jump into the python's coils. Step 4. Take out the small knife carried and attack the Titan python's internal organs frantically. Kill the Titan python. Seeing this bizarre method given by the system, Qin Tian had already cursed the author's entire family in his heart. He knew that running like this was not a solution either. Suddenly found a slope ahead. He immediately hid behind the slope, successfully avoiding the snake's sight. Complete beast taming. Theoretically, there is a chance of success. But Qin Tian quickly dismissed the idea. Without giving Qin Tian much time to think, the Titan python caught Qin Tian's scent. He immediately took out a dagger, preparing to fight. Suddenly he thrust the dagger at the python's 7-inch super titan. But the dagger was too short, and did not cause any fatal damage to the titan. He held on to the snake tightly, suddenly realizing that the python had stopped. He was lying on top of Titan. Although he could smell Qin Tian, he still couldn't find him. Seeing this, Qin Tian decided to take a break and think of a better solution. I don't know how long I've been lying on the back of the snake. Suddenly, Qin Tian smelled a stench. Following the smell, he found a dung heap. At that moment, the Titan beneath him suddenly accelerated. It turned out that it had discovered a new target. Seizing the opportunity while the Titan python is preying on a wild boar, Qin Tian jumps off its body. He watches the wounds caused by the Titan on the wild boar, and finally understands the wild boar's rampage was all triggered by the Titan python. Qin Tian kept fleeing until he was a kilometer away. Eventually he stumbled to the ground, exhausted. But now the sky had gradually darkened. In order to avoid encountering other wild beasts, Qin Tian had no choice but to muster his strength and find a place to hide temporarily. Shortly after, he opened the system, hoping to find something that could change the current situation. But his current points were not enough to purchase any talent. He could only hope for luck in the lottery. But when he opened the lottery again, the prizes in the jackpot pool have changed. There are even a few empty slots. This means that the points may fluctuate. But for now, we can only take a gamble. However, he ended up drawing 3 empty slots in a row. He succeeded in drawing the slave beast emblem for the 4th time. Qin Tian was speechless. What's the use of giving me the slave beast emblem now? After accepting the slave beast emblem, he heard the sound of grunting and squeaking. He knew that the wild boar was starting to head home. He silently prayed not to be discovered. Otherwise, it would be all over. But it seems that Qin Tian's mouth has given him away, and soon the wild boar found his presence. He immediately resorted to his old tricks, trying to scare away the wild boar. However, the wild boar paid no attention to him at all. It charged at him with red eyes. But after running for a short while, Qin Tian felt his knees becoming scalding hot. It seems that if this continues, I'm afraid my physical strength will not be depleted, but my own legs will be disabled first. Understanding this well, Qin Tian ran towards the dung pile found during the day. There was no hesitation. Qin Tian jumped into the dung heap. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. Wild boars chased after him, only to find they had suddenly lost Qin Tian's scent, and the wild boars at night are almost blind. After searching for a while, nothing was found. They one by one lay down and started to snore. But the longer Qin Tian stayed in the cesspit, the hotter he felt the dung heap was. He speculates that this is the result of microorganisms decomposing nutrients in the dung heap. As time goes by, his limbs gradually became numb. He bit his lips hard to keep himself awake. At that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of Yilin. He sighed self-deprecatingly. Was he having auditory hallucinations? But that voice resounded once again. Immediately after, a bright light appeared before Qin Tian. It turned out that Yelin and Hampi found this place. It said that when Qin Tian saw Yelin for the first time, it felt like he saw the whole world. And when Yelin found Qin Tian trapped in the dung heap, she changed her previous timid and scared appearance, fearlessly rushing over with a stone axe to save Tianqin. In front of Yilin and Han Pai, the wild boar eventually chickened out. After a few grunts, it hurriedly fled from here. After the wild boar left, Yilin hurriedly stepped forward to ask Qin Tian if there was anything wrong. Qin Tian said he was fine, but because of the long period of inactivity, his body had become numb. Thankfully, Yilin supported him in time and he didn't fall. Soon, the two of them rode the donkey towards the camp. On the way, Yilin was afraid that Qin Tian would fall due to physical exhaustion. She took Qin Tian's hand and wrapped it around her waist, letting him hold her tight. Qin Tian looked at Yilin in front of him. A different kind of emotion arises in the heart, walking with frequent stops. It wasn't until dawn that they safely arrived near the river at the campsite. Without a word, Qin Tian jumped into the river. Yilin also used Huampi as a shield, hiding behind it, cleaning the stains on its body. After returning to the camp, Yilin couldn't hold on any longer, and lay down directly, while Qin Tian went to the kitchen to prepare some food. Just a few steps away, his knees start to throb violently. As he looks down at his knees, he notices they are red and swollen. He also feels a sensation of, at this moment, his knees were as hot as a feverish forehead. He knew this was a problem caused by using his talent consecutively. It only required some rest to recover. Snake Pit Escape. And earned 7,000 points. Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh at how deadly this mission was. After he ate and returned to the cave, he still couldn't believe the sight of Lin Yi peacefully sleeping. It was hard to reconcile her usual gentleness with the spirited Lin Yi from last night. But the undeniable fact remains. Qin Tian knew he had underestimated her usual, so the two of them slept from day to night. After communicating with Yilin, Qin Tian knew that she followed the trail of Titan to find herself. Soon after, Qin Tian told Yilin about Titan's situation. Upon hearing this, Yilin immediately became concerned about the safety of the camp. Qin Tian, however, said the camp should be safe. If the Titan were going to appear, it would have appeared already. It's impossible to wait until now. After that, the two of them began to deal with the bodies of the 4 wild boars from earlier. He continued to use the smoking method to preserve the wild boar meat. Things like internal organs cannot be preserved by smoking, so Qin Tian just ate them first. In this way, the two of them worked non-stop for 3 days, before finally finishing processing the 4 wild boars. Early the next day, Qin Tian was awakened by Yilin. Yilin found the smoked meat was stolen. Qin Tian was shocked. Hastily went outside to check the situation, but there was no trace of the smoked meat being moved on the ground, and the silly skin beside also has no response at all. You know, wild animals like silly skin, even if they are asleep, but if there is any animal approaching, he will also be aware for the first time. Qin Tian's face began to look serious. It's not simply about losing a piece of meat, it's already related to the safety of him and Yilin's life. At the moment, he decided to let Yilin watch over the smoked meat from the sky, while he would keep watch at night. That night, Qin Tian guarded the smoked meat all night, but he didn't find the thief until dawn. Suddenly, a dark shadow descended from the sky. The speed was so fast that Qin Tian couldn't see clearly what it was, until he came closer, and relied on the information from the system. He finally recognized that it was actually a huge golden eagle. In addition to the basic information about the golden eagle, methods for taming it also appeared in Qin Tian's mind. At this moment, the golden eagle was already diving down. Its talons directly grabbed the piece of meat hanging on the rack, and took the meat right in front of Qin Tian. However, after figuring out the thief's true identity, Qin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. During the meal, Qin Tian told Yilin about it. Yilin immediately said that the meat was well smoked now. When it's time, just put it in the ceramic pot, and there's no need to worry. Qin Tian smiled and said, the meat can be stored, but the shelf can't. Ate my flesh, must leave the body to repay with flesh. So Qin Tian carefully crafted a trap for the golden eagle. All that's left is to wait for the golden eagle to take the bait. Both eyes have tasted the sweetness. On the 3rd day, the golden eagle once again flew over the cave, and when it found the fish used as bait, it dove down and grabbed the fish with its claws. However, at that moment, the trap was triggered and its claws were bound. Yilin was thrilled to see Jin Yao being caught, but Qin Tian remained unmoved. What are you waiting for? Qin Tian calmly replied. Calm down, it's not time for us to leave yet. The golden eagle not only has sharp claws, but also a powerful killing power in its beak. Now, if you rashly approach, if you're unlucky you might get pecked blind. Put it there and let it struggle. When it's exhausted, it's our time to shine. After struggling all morning, the golden eagle realized that it only needed to break the rope on its foot to leave. Just as it was about to break the rope, Qin Tian and Yilin arrived in front of the golden eagle. Huanpi also followed Qin Tian's instructions to approach the golden eagle at the same time. The golden eagle was immediately frightened and dared not move. Qin Tian was observing the golden eagle from the side. This golden eagle was much larger than Qin Tian had imagined, even larger than the eel encountered earlier. There are still rascals and titan pythons. They are also much larger than the ones introduced by the system. It seems that there must be some secret on this deserted island. Just then, Yelian suddenly asked Qin Tian, "Gold feathers are brown?" Qin Tian answered without thinking, "I've never heard of a sand sculpture with only sand in its head." Qin Tian suddenly felt happy. "From today on, you will be called Sand Sculpture, Sha Diao." It was obvious that the golden eagle didn't like the name. It let out a sharp, high-pitched sound from its mouth to express its dissatisfaction, but Qin Tian paid no attention to it. Soon he had a thought. The mark of a slave beast appears on the back of the hand. Just about to strike, the system immediately popped up a prompt. The golden eagle has not been tamed yet. The slave beast mark cannot be used. It seems this shortcut won't work. Qin Tian asked if Yilin knows about AoEing. Are you planning to AoEing like the Iron Fist of Shai Shai? That would kill people, right? Not me, but us. Qin Tian then said, as long as we take turns AoEing the golden eagle, don't give it any chance to catch its breath. It's estimated that it will take around a week to tame the golden eagle. For now, let Yelin work the day's shift, while I take the night shift. The golden eagle is in good spirits on the first day. Taking advantage of the fact that Yelin did not notice, he was preparing to break the rope on his leg, but it was discovered in time by Yelin. Directly knocking on the ground with a bamboo pole, nearly scared the wits out of it. The next night, Qin Tian brushed his teeth while staring at Jindiao. Until the morning of the third day, Jindiao finally couldn't hold on any longer, just about to doze off, but was scared out of his wits by a loud shout from Hampi. On the fourth evening, Hampi was fast asleep. Qin Tian, on the other hand, hit Hampi on the head, forcing it to take care of Jindiao. The reluctant Hampi vented all its anger on Jindiao. On the fifth day, the golden eagle began to perk up. Suddenly there was a loud noise. The golden eagle was startled and widened its eyes, seeing Qin Tian looking at it with a smile. "Are you tired after all these days? Surrender early, and it will be a relief." At this moment, the golden eagle seemed to understand Qin Tian's words. It slowly lowered its head to Qin Tian. This caught Qin Tian off guard. Is this considered giving in? Immediately, Qin Tian tried to send the slave bestial towards the golden eagle, and actually succeeded. Immediately after, Qin Tian received information from the golden eagle, apart from fatigue and hunger, and its child's information. When Yelin woke up, she found that the golden eagle had actually been tamed. The sand eagle has been tamed like this, faster than expected. Probably because the sand eagle is worried about its child. Yelin was stunned. "How did you know it had children?" Qin Tian quickly explained that it was just a guess. Yelin didn't think too much about it. Instead, she got excited. "If we can bring the sand sculpture child back to nurture, then we will have 2 golden eagles. That's what I think. So I plan to take a day off today, and then let the sand sculpture take us to his old nest tomorrow." Watching the sand sculpture obediently stop on Qin Tian's arm, Yilin also wanted to touch it, but the sand sculpture was full of hostility towards Yilin, which made Yilin walk away angrily. But soon, Yelin came back with 2 fish. As soon as she saw the food, sand sculpture immediately ran over eagerly. Qin Tian looked speechless. It seems that naming it sand sculpture is absolutely right. The next day, after being fully prepared, they followed the sand sculpture to its lair, and found a place to spend the night in the forest. But in the middle of the night, Qin Tian was suddenly awakened by the low growl of the hound. Following the light of the flares, pairs of shiny green eyes light up in the darkness. In no time, a pack of wild wolves surrounds them. Just as Hank is about to charge ahead, Qin Tian stops him just in time. Wolves are not the same as wild boars. They are animals that work together as a team. At this time, Qin Tian asked Yilin to hide behind him. Just as he was thinking about a countermeasure, he suddenly saw a fire on the ground nearby. It suddenly occurred to us that wild beasts are afraid of fire. We immediately asked Yellen to light a torch. Then, Qin Tian threw the torch directly at the pack of wolves. The wolves were startled by this sudden torch. Seeing this, Qin Tian immediately let Huan Pai up. As Huan Pai howled, the wild wolves were instantly scared off. But wolves are cunning by nature, afraid that the pack might come back for revenge. Both of them were too scared to sleep anymore at this point. The moment they ran out of the forest, they both coincidentally felt like they had traveled through time. The sand sculpture's nest was also nearby at this time. The sand sculpture couldn't wait to go back and see its child, with Dai leading the way. The two of them began climbing towards the mountaintop. After roughly 3 hours of walking, Yellen could no longer climb. At this point, Qin Tian asked Yellen and Hampi to wait for him here. He went up alone. Before long, the road in front of Qin Tian was no longer a slope, but towering pillars of mountains. He had to climb it barehanded. It was extremely difficult. Qin Tian finally arrived at his destination. As he stood up and looked into the distance, he truly experienced the feeling of being at the top of a mountain and looking down on the others. When he saw a distant mountain, he was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be a volcano. Volcanic terrains are rich in mineral resources. He silently noted the location and planned to visit when he had the chance. Just then, he was thinking. There came the sound of sand sculpture by the ear. Then Qin Tian remembered the purpose here. The location of the fledgling is very steep. Without professional tools, Qin Tian is impossible to climb down and rescue the bird. Fortunately, Qin Tian has the mark of the Nushu. Just need to let the sand sculpture tell the fledgling to bite the rope loop. Then he can pull the fledgling out of the crevice. Seeing his own child being rescued, the sand sculpture's long-held heart finally settles. When Qin Tian was going down the mountain, he put the young bird into his clothes. When he returned to the agreed location with Yi Lin, he found that Yi Lin and Han Pai were nowhere to be seen, looking for supplies. But not long after that, the sky, originally clear, suddenly darkened. At this time, Yellen and Hampi also rushed back. Hurry, let's go. To prevent the imminent heavy rain from causing other unnecessary dangers. But suddenly, Yellen excitedly pointed to the sky. Qin Tian, look quickly, look in the direction pointed by Yi Lin. A plane unexpectedly appeared in the sky, but this plane seems to have crashed. The two of them rushed towards the direction of the plane without any prior agreement. On this deserted island, the appearance of the plane implies an obvious meaning. At this moment, it's not just Yellen, even Qin Tian's heart is already pounding non-stop. After chasing towards the direction of the airplane, they soon found out that there was no road ahead. At this point, Qin Tian realized they couldn't blindly chase after them. They needed to come up with a plan before proceeding. The current food supply was enough to sustain them back to the camp and have some left over, but if we go to the crash site, there might not be enough food left to make it back to camp. In the end, Qin Tian decided to split up, with Yi Lin and Han Pai returning to camp, while he went alone to the crash site. That night, after seeing the sand sculpture child, Yellen was instantly charmed. She immediately decided to take the little sand sculpture as her own, and gave it a pleasant name, Xiao Bai. The next day, Qin Tian went alone to the plane crash site. When he arrived at a patch of woods, he found that the ground here was unusually damp, so he sent the sand sculpture to scout ahead, because the slave beast imprint was active, allowing him to synchronize with the sand sculpture's point of view. This can effectively avoid all kinds of dangers, but the footage sent by the sand sculpture is all blurry and a lot of water. Is there a lake or a river ahead? At this point, Qin Tian can only go and see for himself. After walking for a few hundred meters, he only knew what sand sculpture saw. At this moment, a large swamp appeared in front of him. For the sake of safety, Qin Tian decided to detour the swamp. However, no matter which direction he went, there are always low-lying areas. Qin Tian realized that if he kept going like this, he probably wouldn't even make it to the plane crash site the next day. Most importantly, the mosquitoes in the swamp are beyond imagination. Being scratched after being bitten can also cause infection. We must leave the swamp before dark. For now, we can only take a risk and temporarily cross the water. Just as Qin Tian was leaning against a big tree drinking water, a green vine suddenly whipped towards him. When he looked carefully, this isn't a cane. It's clearly a green snake. It's now opening its mouth and biting towards Qin Tian. Just at this critical moment, a flash of golden light passed by Qin Tian. It was Sand Sculpture who caught that highly toxic bamboo leaf green. At this time, Qin Tian dared not rest any longer, and continued to rush along the road. Finally, Qin Tian managed to make it from the water to the land. He drove his talent to continue to rush to the location of the crashed airplane. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to reach the crash site before afternoon. But suddenly, he stepped on empty space, and his whole body sank halfway down. When he came to his senses, his lower body was already stuck in the mud pond. He recognized it as a swampy mud pond. He forced himself to calm down. The more he struggled, the faster he sank. He immediately spread his arms and leaned back. This can greatly slow down the speed of the body sinking. At the same time, let Sand Sculpture help find some as long as possible branches. Sand Sculpture didn't leave for long, and came back with a few branches. Qin Tian saw that this was exactly what he wanted, immediately instructed Shidayo to bring more. Qin Tian then used hemp rope to tie these branches together, making a grid fence. After feeling it was enough, he pressed his hands against the fence, took a deep breath and pushed downwards sharply, pulled a bit of his body out from the quagmire. Using this method, it took Qin Tian a whole hour to get himself out. As far as the eye can see, the quagmire is no different from the land underfoot. Unless one ventures forth, there is simply no way of knowing which part is the man-eating quagmire, and which part is traversable land. The return of the Condor heroes. He quickly improvised by fashioning a makeshift wooden board resembling a snowboard and strapped it to his feet. In no time, he effortlessly glided across the muddy swamp as if skiing. Before long, Qin Tian had reached the edge of the swamp. Once on shore, he began searching for the plane. Qin Tian was shouting while searching. It had been quite a while since the plane crashed. If the pilot was injured during the crash, the situation would be very critical now. He must find the crash site as soon as possible. At this time, the Sand Sculpture conveyed a piece of information, saying that a large bird of the same color was nearby. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian got excited, and immediately asked the Sand Sculpture to take him there. Following the guidance of the Sand Sculpture, Qin Tian successfully found the plane. He hurried to the cockpit to check. Finding no sign of blood inside, the pilot should have just temporarily left. Only then did Qin Tian breathe a sigh of relief. But looking at the plane in front of them, although it looks new, the style has a sense of age. Just then, he suddenly heard a scream. He turned to look. A golden-haired girl is running towards us quickly. Meanwhile, there are several crocodiles chasing her from behind. Witnessing this, Qin Tian immediately jumped into the driver's seat and reached out his hand to the golden-haired girl. At the critical moment, he pulled the golden-haired girl up. But because of inertia, the blonde girl pressed Qin Tian down. The blonde girl was about to get up. Little did she know that the crocodile attacked the plane. The blonde girl lost her balance again and pressed Qin Tian underneath. Qin Tian almost fainted because of this. When the two looked out of the plane, they found that the group of crocodiles were attacking the plane frantically. Qin Tian realized that it was not good to continue like this. He immediately pulled the bow and shot at the crocodiles. However, the stone arrows could not cause any harm to the crocodiles. He tried to aim for the alligator's eyes again, but his current skills couldn't hit the target at all. Instead, it provoked the alligator's ferocity. The plane was about to give out. At this point, Qin Tian could only rely on the system for hope. After this period of accumulation, he has accumulated 12,700 points. He hasn't spent them in case of emergency. Blessing of the Centaur. At this moment, the blonde girl from the north took out a bottle of alcohol and a lighter, intending to burn these crocodiles alive. Qin Tian immediately stopped her when he found out. Wow, these things are all treasures. We can't just waste them like that. Then he took the lighter from the blonde girl's hand. Blessing of the Centaur. After the skill is received, he didn't feel any changes in his body as he did last time, thinking that he was being cheated by the system again, but he couldn't dwell on it now. He just applied rosin to the arrow, then used the lighter to light it into a rocket. Just as the bow was being aimed, a miraculous scene appeared. In his eyes appeared a locked crosshair. In addition, there were various indicators such as wind speed, distance, and poundage. When the reticle is aimed at the target, The required values will appear in the value columns. As long as all the conditions are met, the target can be easily hit. Seeing that the alligator's eye was indeed hit, Qin Tian secretly panicked at this sudden attack. The blonde girl immediately shot arrows. Qin Tian was responsible for shooting arrows. In no time, all the crocodiles were shot. The crocodiles finally couldn't bear the pain of being burned by the flames. They all scurried into the valley to escape. The blonde girl beside him shouts excitedly, calling Qin Tian a hero. At this moment, Qin Tian starts to introduce himself in fluent English. The blonde girl then introduces herself as Jessica. Then, the two try to communicate. But if it's complicated, Qin Tian can't speak English at all and can't understand it either. Both deeply understand the difficulties in communicating with each other. At this moment, Jessica takes out a can from her backpack and hands it to Qin Tian. Seeing Jessica's way of opening the can, Qin Tian is stunned. This way of opening cans is rarely seen nowadays, but when he saw the production date on the can, he was instantly stunned. Is this an antique? Can it still be eaten? Jessica told him not to worry and eat with confidence. Watching Jessica begin to eat herself, Qin Tian tried to take a bite. He found the taste to be quite normal. Could it be that the date on the can isn't a production date? Now that it's getting late, Qin Tian sees Jessica yawning continuously, and decides to spend the night in the cabin. They will hit the road again the next day. Surprisingly, Jessica takes a pot and bowls out of her backpack. This really startled him. Is this guy Doraemon? So, Qin Tian took out dried pork and started to cook. After drinking the meat soup, Qin Tian gestured and drew while explaining. It took a lot of effort to tell Jessica about my campsite. Jessica was also happy to agree to come, as the two passed through the swamp. Suddenly, a dense white fog floated over the entire swamp. Even the sand sculpture couldn't see the situation ahead. We can only move forward cautiously at the moment. But it didn't take long for the two of them, before Jessica suddenly fainted on the ground. At this moment, Qin Tian was horrified to find that he had no strength left. His powerless hands propped up on the ground. Just when he was anxious and didn't know what to do, suddenly he felt that his strength seemed to have recovered a little. Even Jessica's symptoms seemed to be slightly lighter than before. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something, hastily took out a lighter and threw it at a nearby stone. At the moment of impact, a small flame burst open, confirming his speculation that the culprits behind himself and Jessica are in this swamp of thick fog. Rather than in the air, biogas is lighter in quality, so it floats in the air. Now we have to save Jessie and escape from here immediately. Unfortunately, he can only focus on Jessie's backpack to see if there's anything useful inside right now. He found quite a few things in this backpack. There was even a first aid kit, but Qin Tian couldn't understand the English on the medicine. When he found a battery inside, he suddenly became joyful. We used these things to make a crude oxygen generator, then used a tourniquet to deliver the oxygen to Jessica's nose. After a moment, Jessica did wake up. After briefly explaining the situation to her, we can't afford to delay any longer. Let's head out of the marsh immediately. The moment we step out of the marsh, we gulp in the fresh air. But it's not early now. The two of them found a suitable spot in the forest to rest, and planned to return to the camp tomorrow. Until the evening of the third day, inside the campsite, two raccoons were each fleeing with a fish in their mouths. Yellen was roaring in frustration behind them. The fish she had prepared for Shioji in the bathtub had almost been eaten by these two troublemakers. It looks like she needs to quickly make a cover for it. Just as she was feeding Shioji, suddenly, there was a silly call in the air. Seeing the silliness, she knew it was Qin Tian who had returned. Sure enough, Qin Tian walked out of the woods shortly after. There's a woman with him. Seeing Yilin so excited, Qin Tian jokingly asked if she missed him. Yilin blushed and said she didn't. At this point, Qin Tian introduces Jessica to Yilin. She is the pilot of the plane. Ask Yellen to communicate with her. However, just as Qin Tian was stunned, Jessica unexpectedly spoke in Chinese. This made Qin Tian feel depressed. You've always spoken to me in English. How would I know which country you are from? Qin Tian had no rebuttal after hearing this. That night, Jessica chatted with them for a long time. At the same time, they learned that Jessica is a paleontologist, specializes in the study of ancient creatures around the world. This time, I'm heading to a location in the Pacific Ocean for investigation, but we encountered a storm, and crashed on a deserted island. However, Yellen found that Jessica didn't seem worried at all. Instead, she was very happy. She excitedly exclaimed, "The panda, which was thought to be extinct, still exists in this world. There might be other special creatures on the deserted island. It feels like heaven just thinking about it." While the silly ones are sound asleep, suddenly feel a mysterious tautness in the butt, seeing Jessica so excited. "Aren't you worried about not being able to leave this deserted island? Didn't you say that you want to build a ship and leave? Although it may take a long time, we will eventually leave. After we leave, the news of the panda's existence on this deserted island will be announced. It will certainly become one of the greatest discoveries of the 20th century. Yellen corrected that it should be the 21st century. "We still have to wait more than 70 years, Yellen." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian immediately asked Jessica seriously, "What year is it this year?" Hearing this, Qin Tian and Yi Lin were instantly stunned. Their eyes were filled with an incredulous expression, having heard Jessica say that she was from 100 years ago. He recalled the design of her plane, and the production date of that canned food. She believed it immediately, and just like Yellen and the others, they all experienced a storm before the accident. At this moment, one might speculate that the storm could be similar to a temporal corridor, like the Bermuda Triangle. They all got pulled in. Thinking of this, Qin Tian couldn't help but think that even if he built a ship, could he really return? But soon, Qin Tian also accepted it. What has come is bound to be good. The biggest problem right now is thinking about how to prevent and control wild beasts, how to improve the quality of his life. Now Yellen let the two of them go and rest. She will be responsible for tonight's watch. "Aren't you two in a romantic relationship?" The two blushed upon hearing this. "No, we're not." Jessica laughed happily upon hearing this. "That's great. I will sleep with Qin Tian tonight. So, 2 beds will be enough." At the same time, she also made a heartfelt confession to Qin Tian, and she hopes that Qin Tian can be her boyfriend. When Jessica suddenly confessed to him, Qin Tian was completely dumbfounded, but looking at Jessica's ample curves, and the stunning sensation from her chest, he, who had been single since birth for over 20 years, couldn't resist it any longer. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Tian suddenly felt a chill behind him. He glanced backwards, only to see Yi Lin, as if possessed by a demon. Her eyes exuded a cold, murderous intent. Qin Tian had no doubt that if he agreed, he'd likely be hugged the next second. He quickly pulled his arm out, and asked Jessica not to be impulsive. "It's better for everyone to get to know each other first." When Qin Tian gave this response, Yi Lin only looked indifferent. Even though Jessica was rejected, she didn't seem disappointed. Instead, she blew a kiss to Qin Tian. "Then let's get to know each other slowly in the future, my hero." At this point, Qin Tian didn't dare to respond. "I remember there's a sleeping bag in my backpack. I'll sleep in the sleeping bag tonight." Having said that, he crawled into the sleeping bag. Finally, he zipped it up, not even daring to show their heads. At that moment, Yellen saw Jessica taking off her coat. "Just look." Jessica smiled and said the clothes were dirty, and this way of sleeping is more comfortable. Yellen couldn't help but sigh that foreigners are so open-minded. Suddenly Yellen noticed a movement behind her. She turned her head suddenly. She saw Qin Tian stealing glances outside. Yellen first looked at Qin Tian with a smile. Then her eyes emitted a captivating red light. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Pervert, lecherous scoundrel, shameless." Qin Tian hurriedly begged Yi Lin for mercy, but it was too late. At this moment, Hanpi and Shadayo heard movement inside the cave. Everyone couldn't help but silently pray for Qin Tian. "I just saw." Just then, Yi Lin appeared behind Qin Tian like a ghost, and he was holding a bowl of meat soup in his hand. Carelessly poured a little and handed it to Qin Tian. Watching the little bit of meat soup left in the bowl, Qin Tian suddenly felt a chill down his back. Then he left the cave as if fleeing. Jessica smiled and asked Yi Lin, "Did Qin Tian do something to upset you?" Yellen said there is still a lot in the kitchen. She was just joking with him. Jessica suddenly realized, I got it. You also like Qin Tian, right? Yellen blushed instantly to show that she wasn't. Seeing Yellen's reaction, Jessica smiled meaningfully. It seems like your country practices polygamy, right? Dividing into the main and second wives, and so on. I went to Xia country when I was young. I heard about it from an old man. Let's work hard together. You met Qin Tian before me. I can give you the master bedroom. Yellen heard Jessica's ferocious words. She felt so ashamed that her head started smoking. After handing the meat soup to Jessica, she quickly fled the cave. Watching Yellen's fleeing figure, Jessica playfully stuck her tongue out. Meanwhile, Qin Tian is searching for food in the kitchen. He sees Yilin squatting in the corner, murmuring to herself. Qin Tian goes up to Yilin and asks her what's wrong, only to have Yilin suddenly look up in excitement. I want to live in a big room. Qin Tian looked regretful when he heard this, but soon he reacted. Did Jessica say something again? Seeing Yelin in this state, Qin Tian helpless. This Jessica is really difficult to deal with. Waiting for this matter to come to an end, Qin Tian and the other two gathered again to discuss their future plans. After a discussion, they formally divided the future plans into 2 stages. The first stage is to firmly establish a foothold on the deserted island, and explore the entire island. First, they will cut some trees and make them into spikes to encircle the entire camp, just in case. In addition, Qin Tian plans to capture some piglets and raise them, to ensure a stable food supply. As for exploring the entire island, it's to find more resources. 866. 066. After all, this plan is still relatively long-term. After the 3 of them finished discussing, Jessica took out the things in her backpack to see if there was anything useful. When Jessica took out some clothes, Yellen's eyes widened. Jessica generously said that these were just purchased before her departure. Yellen can take them and wear them. Seeing Yellen with new clothes, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel envious. Later, Jessica took out some iron tools. Now it's much easier to cut the bamboo. The next day, Qin Tian took Huanpi back to the bamboo forest. At that time, sand sculpture flew back from a distance. There was also no trace of Titan Jiao coming from the well. At this point, Qin Tian boldly and confidently came to the dung heap. His target was the purplish-red soil near the dung heap. This soil is called nitrate soil. As long as potassium nitrate is extracted from it, then you can prepare black powder. By then, there will be one more defensive measure. After collecting almost everything, Qin Tian returned to the camp. At this time, the 2 women also finished making the needed bathtub. Until noon the next day, the bathtub was finally fired by Qin Tian. Then several people started to refine potassium nitrate. The 3 of them worked until sunset, before finally making the necessary nitrate solution. The rest will have to wait until tomorrow. Then we can make black powder. Suddenly got excited. Black powder? Isn't that just can? That's right. Make bombs. Early the next day, the 3 of them started refining gunpowder early in the morning, and didn't stop until evening. It wasn't until evening that the 3 of them successfully refined the materials for making black gunpowder. Qin Tian evenly mixes the 3 materials in the bamboo tube according to the proportion. After that, it's time for the test ignition. Qin Tian ignites the branch in his hand, and then puts it on the prepared black powder. A slight sound is heard. The black powder was successfully ignited. Yellen and Jessica immediately cheered and jumped for joy. Since the black powder was successful, the next step is to start making bombs. Qin Tian used bamboo tubes as the carrier for the explosive, successfully made an improvised explosive device. Then, Qin Tian instructed them to retreat into the cave with the bomb, while he began to test the detonation. After igniting the fuse, Qin Tian quickly threw the bomb out. Qin Tian had just reached the cave entrance. The bomb exploded with a loud bang heard 100 meters away. The sound waves startled the birds. At this time, the system issued a prompt tone. The host made a bomb and was awarded 5,000 points. The successful detonation of the bomb did not excite Jessica much. It seems that the power of the bomb is a little lacking. Could it be that there was too little black powder? Looking at the pit that's only the size of a wash basin, Qin Tian pondered and said, the amount of black powder does affect the power of the bomb. But the most important is the black powder itself. And the ease of detonation is also a major factor affecting the explosive power of the bomb. if the bamboo tube is replaced with an iron one. It can also increase some killing power, but for now, our materials are limited, so this is all we can do. At this moment, Qin Tian smiled and comforted the shivering Humpy. Although this kind of bamboo tube bomb can't kill any large ferocious beasts, but scaring them off is still more than enough. That night, Qin Tian and the others made crude bombs again. Due to the limited sulfur carried by Jessica, this time they could only make 3. But they did double the amount of black powder. In the following days, Qin Tian and the others prepared to burn bricks and build walls. However, the 3 of them worked tirelessly for several days, but only managed to burn a few bricks. Helplessly, they had no choice but to give up. In the end, they decided to build the wall using wood and bamboo. It's already mid-June now. Qin Tian was sweating after working for a while. Even the water was hot to drink. At this moment, he thought how great it would be to have a glass of ice water. When he saw the potassium nitrate on the table, he suddenly felt joy. How could I forget about this? Potassium nitrate dissolves in water to absorb a large amount of heat. Thinking of this, Qin Tian immediately started operating. After finishing, use a fork to filter out the ice water and leave behind the ice sand. Then chop the previously picked raspberries into sauce, and a refreshing ice smoothie is done. It wasn't long before Yellen and the others came back. Yellen eagerly handed a bunch of grapes to Qin Tian. Yellen is determined to surprise you. She's been excited all the way. The Leaf Lin, whose bottom was uncovered, suddenly blushed. This is a great achievement, and should be rewarded. The 2 women see Qin Tian's prepared milkshake. Her eyes instantly filled with little stars. She couldn't wait to start eating. As a foodie, Yellen was extremely comfortable. That evening, in order to make ice cubes better, Qin Tian asked Yilin to make several clay pots similar to Russian nesting dolls, and then made a simple ice maker. While Jessica turned the grapes they found during the day into wine. Qin Tian also specifically made 2 jars for making grape vinegar, while Qin Tian was making fan leaves. Get ready to make a pneumatic fan to resist the scorching heat. And in the blink of an eye, it's already July. During this time, they also had raspberry popsicles. Even Hanpi couldn't seem to get enough of them. And that day, the island was hit by a downpour. Yellen worriedly looks outside. The fence hasn't been completed yet. What should we do if the wild boars rebel again? Qin Tian comforted. Now our equipment is much better than before. There's nothing to worry about the uprising of wild boars. Sure enough, the wild boars launched an uprising that night, while Qin Tian was already waiting by the fence. With the blessing of his troops, Qin Tian hits 1 wild boar with 1 arrow. Plus, with the 2 big silly generals on hand, we easily resisted the first wave of attacks. However, this time there are an abnormal number of wild boars. Some of them even charged to the front of the camp. It looks like the wild boars are about to break in. Suddenly, there was a sound behind Qin Tian. Get out of the way! Bomb! Then we saw Yilin throw a bomb out. The bomb exploded. The deafening noise startled all the wild boars. The wild boars that were charging towards the fence turned around immediately. Scared, they scattered in all directions, watching them run away. Seize the chance in your adversity. Qin Tian and the idiots started beating the falling pigs. Watch the wild boars rushing into the woods. Qin Tian did not let the idiots, and the idiots continued to chase, then tidy up the spoils of war. With these wild boars, no need to worry about food for the next half year. In the past half month, there have been several light rains. Qin Tian and the others worked overtime and finally completed the construction of the fence before the second heavy rain. Now there is no need to worry about a wild boar revolt. And so, another month has passed. During this time, Qin Tian and the other 2 have completely improved the campsite. They also built a grocery store, a pottery kiln, and a bathhouse. Qin Tian also completed the task of upgrading the campsite, and was rewarded 2,000 points by the system. With the arrival of autumn, Xiaobai is also growing up gradually. He can now obey Yellen's simple commands. Yellen also made a pigskin coat for Qin Tian. Seeing Qin Tian wearing the clothes she made herself, Yellen felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. The camp is now all set up. Qin Tian began the second half of the first phase. He's going to thoroughly explore the plane where Jessica's plane crashed. He is bound to visit every corner of the plane. Little does he know, a surprise is waiting for him. The first target that Qin Tian went out to investigate is the volcano he once saw. When they arrived at the halfway up the volcano, Hanpi showed extreme discomfort, and seemed to convey an unpleasant message to Qin Tian. Qin Tian sure sniffed cautiously. Faintly, it seemed like the smell of sulfur. Seeing this, he let Hanpi wait here, and went up alone to take a look. When he arrived at the crater, so Qin Tian really found a large sulfur mine here. He was overjoyed. Now he can make more bombs. At this moment, he also noticed some exposed black rocks on the ground. He chipped off a piece with a stone axe and held it in his hand. Is this galena? Seeing that his own knowledge was insufficient, Field Guide to Minerals. When his speculation was confirmed, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel excited. This galena is one of the materials for making colorless glass. In the following 2 days, Qin Tian camped directly on the mountainside. Si Tian went to the crater to search for minerals. Qin Tian also tried to dig for minerals underground. However, the pickaxe broke after a few strikes. He sat helplessly on the ground. It's hard to dig for iron ore without an iron pickaxe. And without iron ore, I can't make an iron pickaxe. It's a dead end. Just then, Shadao found Qin Tian. Qin Tian is delighted. At this time, Yi Lin and the others sent a letter. Qin Tian looks at the message on the paper meant for himself. In his heart, Qin Tian feels warm. It's truly delightful to be cared for by someone. No longer entangled with iron ore, tomorrow decorate sulfur blocks and pyrite and go back. In the meantime, Qin Tian travels around to explore the resources of the plains, but no particularly practical resources were found. It wasn't until the 8th day that Tian Kai Qin began to return to the camp. However, because the starting point was not at the volcano, Qin Tian replanned the route back. But halfway through, he encountered the swamp again. Last time, he and Jessica almost died inside. This time, no matter what, he will go around. But when he saw the white mist in the swamp, he hesitated again. Last time, when he escaped with Jessica, the mist was so thick that he couldn't see the trees. The current concentration of the mist is similar to when I first entered. I didn't feel any discomfort at that time. He inferred that the mist in the marsh would change over time. As long as we enter when the mist is thin, there won't be any problems. Thinking about the alligators in the marsh, using crocodile skin to make shoes and bags, isn't it great? So he asked Sand Sculpture to check the situation in front of the swamp. Using the shared vision of the slave beast mark, he found that the vision was indeed as he expected. Next, it is to figure out the law of the white mist changes. You can rest assured to go treasure hunting. Suddenly, there was information about a 2-legged creature near the Sand Sculpture. Qin Tian was surprised. Could there be other people in this swamp? Thinking of this, let Hanpi wait here. Immediately let the Sand Sculpture take oneself over. Now he has activated his natural talent. The fastest speed can reach 110 kilometers per hour. A distance of 5,000 meters is roughly a 3-minute journey, before understanding the rules of the fog. Cannot exceed this distance. In case the white mist suddenly thickens, I can activate my talent and escape. Sure enough, not long after I left, Qin Tian found that there were several figures breaking into his sight in the distance. I saw several people wearing leather armor, a man holding a shield and a weapon is chasing a girl in a beast robe. Qin Tian looks concerned. What's going on? Judging from the attacks of these few people, this is not just a drill. It's a fight for our lives. Seeing the little girl in danger, Qin Tian cannot stand by. He immediately takes out the material. A smoke bomb was deployed on the scene. He casually pulled out his bow and arrows and aimed them at those men. Although the law did not apply on the deserted island, Qin Tian still couldn't bring himself to kill. He couldn't help but mock his own saintly behavior. He shot an arrow into a man's thigh. The girl took advantage of the situation and broke through the encirclement, running towards Qin Tian. Several men wanted to chase after her, but they were stopped by several arrows flying at them. Seeing the girl escape to his side, Qin Tian immediately ignites the smoke bomb in his hand and throws it at the group of men. The thick smoke instantly explodes, blocking the sight of those men. Seeing this, Qin Tian turns around and runs, but he suddenly found the girl looking at the smoke with curiosity. This made him feel depressed and spit blood. What time is it? Why are you standing there like a wooden pole? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and run! In Qin Tian's anger hall, the girl finally came to her senses, and hurriedly followed Qin Tian to escape, but the men quickly caught up. Now it's just about escaping the swamp and meeting up with the simple-minded one, then things will be settled, but seeing the girl's thigh injured. Right now, the speed is slowly decreasing due to excessive blood loss. At this rate, we'll be caught by those guys in a moment. He crouched down and let the girl lie on him. He decided to carry the girl and run, but the girl kept chattering in a language he couldn't understand. She even turned around and pulled out 2 stone knives in front of Qin Tian. It seemed she intended to stay behind and hold off those few men. Qin Tian sighed when he saw the situation. Then he immediately lifted the young girl onto his shoulders, and activated his talents to dash madly outside the swamp. But before long, Qin Tian had only taken a few steps, when he received a message from the idiot about the giant snake. His face changed involuntarily. It wouldn't be a Titan python, would it? However, Qin Tian's prophecy had come true before. Moments later, the Titan's figure appeared in Qin Tian's sight. He couldn't help but increase his speed and run outward with all his might, at the same time, praying in his heart that the Titan python would go after the people behind him. However, the Titan seemed to bear a grudge against him. It opened its mouth and lunged towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian knew that trying to escape would be in vain. After dodging the Titan's first attack, he intended to use the same old trick. Little Lolita on his back suddenly jumped, and ran directly to the back of the Titan python. When she reached the Titan python's head, she picked up the stone knife and stabbed it fiercely. The Titan python roared in pain, and violently threw the little girl out. As she was about to be bitten by the snake, Qin Tian appeared in time and saved the little girl. At the same time, he threw a bomb into the snake's mouth, but Qin Tian was knocked down by the Titan python. With each step, the Titan python drew closer to the two on the ground. The bomb previously thrown into the Titan python's mouth suddenly exploded. Its massive body fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Tian immediately took the little girl away from there. The two of them had just run over 300 meters away. They then heard the Titan behind them emitting a piercing roar. Immediately after, it rose up and pounced towards Qin Tian again. Qin Tian hurriedly took little Lolita and hid in the bushes, and made a gesture to her to keep quiet. Just as the Python Titan was tracking the traces of the two, Qin Tian immediately launched an attack towards the sand sculpture. Just saw the sand sculpture plunging down from a height. After leaving 3 scratches on the snake's head, it flew away again. Titan immediately turned its anger towards the sand sculpture. But the aerial advantage is obvious. The Titan couldn't even scratch the sand sculpture. Finally managed to lure the Titan python away. The two of them finally relaxed. Soon, the two of them walked out of the swamp. When the little girl saw the clumsy, thought it was a ferocious beast, immediately stepped forward to block in front of Qin Tian. Qin Tian signaled the little girl not to be nervous, then clapped hands towards the clumsy. Then, in the startled look of the little girl, he obediently lay down. "This is my pet, get on." The little girl was stunned. Then she knelt to Qin Tian, and got on all fours. Qin Tian looked confused. Then, disregarding the little girl's resistance, he directly picked her up, and placed her on Hank's back, and quickly moved away from the swamp. Finally, the two planned to rest in a grove. I saw the little girl take out a bough as if preparing to make a fire, but Qin Tian directly took out a lighter. This left the little girl looking shocked. After lighting the fire with the lighter, the little girl was full of surprise and curiosity on her face. Qin Tian saw the little girl pick up a burning stick and prepare to apply it to the wound on her arm. Qin Tian quickly stepped in to stop her, and stated that he had something to treat the wound. Then Qin Tian took out diluted alcohol and poured it onto the wound. He told her it would hurt. When alcohol was poured onto the wound, the little girl's body trembled in pain, but she didn't utter a single word. Then, Qin Tian wrapped the wound with a bandage. Seeing that the wound on the little girl's leg was still bleeding, he pointed, indicating that the wound on his leg also needed to be wrapped. But the little girl lifted the group of beasts directly, which made Qin Tian have a nosebleed, but he immediately calmed down. When the alcohol was poured onto the wound on her thigh, the little girl couldn't help but groan in pain. After treating the wound, the little girl was almost in a state of collapse. After Qin Tian set up the tent, The little girl fell asleep from exhaustion. Just as Qin Tian was about to carry her inside, the little girl unexpectedly opened her eyes, instinctively picked up the stone knife in her hand and swung it at Qin Tian. When the little girl woke up, she realized it was Qin Tian. Kneeling immediately to Qin Tian understood that the attack just now must have been a reflex action from being in a dangerous environment for a long time, subconsciously. Brought her into the tent. The little girl curiously looked around. Suddenly, her stomach growled. The little girl's face turned bright red. To suppress the sound, the little girl punched her stomach repeatedly. Seeing this, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If this force were to strike oneself, probably even last night's dinner would be knocked out. When Qin Tian handed some dried pork to the little girl immediately knelt down and received Qin Tian's food with both hands. In that moment, he had a momentary lapse of reason. Your Excellency. That night, Qin Tian was ready to give his sleeping bag to the little girl to sleep in, but she did not accept, and just found a corner, curled up in the animal robe, and fell asleep like that. Early the next morning, Qin Tian was awakened by the commotion outside the tent. Qin Tian immediately realized what had happened. He immediately walked out of the tent, and stopped the impending fight between the man and the falcon. In the following time, Qin Tian tried to communicate with the little girl, hoping to obtain some information, but Qin Tian completely didn't understand the other's language. In the end, he could only decide to take her back to the camp first, and then make plans. When they returned to the camp, Yellen and Jessica immediately went out to meet them. Before Qin Tian came back, he had already told them some situations through sand sculptures. Looking at the little girl Jessica brought back, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. She's very cute. Do you like this type? When I saw Yellen and Jessica, the little girl started talking and making noise again. I didn't expect Jessica to understand what the little girl was saying, and communicate with her. After a brief exchange between the two, Jessica said to Qin Tian and Yellen with a serious expression on her face, "Everyone, it seems I've got some incredible news." When I returned to the cave, Jessica revealed what she had found out. It turns out the little girl's name is Nick Lada. Hearing the name of this tribe, Yellen was startled. Unsolved mysteries of the world. Before the outbreak of World War II, there was a tribe called Rada in Yemen. But one day, the entire tribe disappeared out of thin air, yet all their food, clothing, and belongings remained intact in their homes. It seems they, like him, washed up on this deserted island through some temporal anomaly. Jessica then sought confirmation from Nick. Their tribe did suddenly appear on this island 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian immediately became excited. Doesn't that mean there are more than 50 people on this deserted island besides us? If we can use their help, maybe we can build a ship and leave this deserted island within a year. But Jessica said there were more than 50 people. More than 50 years ago, a group of people visited this island by boat. Their number was more than 3 times that of the tribe. He launched an unprovoked attack on the tribe as soon as he went ashore. Qin Tian immediately thought of the few men who had previously besieged Nick. If they escape from the swamp, it is highly likely that they will gather men and come to kill us. It seems that the only option now is to unite with Nick's tribe. They work together to deal with that group of people. Soon, with Jessica's translation, they learn some information. The marsh mist covers the entire island. But this mist does not disperse all year round. Whenever the seasons change, they disappear for a brief 2 days. Now the mist should reappear. Those people want to cross the mist to get here. We can only wait for the arrival of winter. In other words, Qin Tian and others will be safe for the next 3 months. During this time, they must come up with a solution. At this moment, Jessica suddenly said, Nick also said, I hope you, as a witch, can help them repel the enemy. Qin Tian looked like he regretted it. Wu sure? What? By the way, Qin Tian repelled the Titan python with a bomb. He used alcohol to clean Nick's wound. Light torch with a lighter. Nick viewed all of this as witchcraft, and even identified Qin Tian as a sorcerer. In their tribe, a sorcerer is the chosen spokesperson of the gods, high status in the tribe. Also able to freely choose women from the tribe to serve oneself. Qin Tian was just about to let Jessica tell Nick that he is not a witch. Jessica asked Qin Tian to admit it. In this way, he can better use the power of the Rada tribe. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian and Jessica couldn't help but show an evil smile. When Nick learned that Qin Tian agreed to her request, he immediately excitedly kowtowed to Qin Tian 3 times and bowed 9 times. Afterwards, Jessica also intended to teach Qin Tian the Arabic language that Nick mentioned. Hearing about learning a new language, Qin Tian suddenly got a headache. Just then, the system storefront suddenly popped up, Complete Guide to World Languages. Conversation ended. Several people went to do their own things. Jessica naturally hosted Nick well. First she took a nice bath. Then they all had a rich meal. When they went to bed at night, the cave was naturally given to the 3 little sisters. Qin Tian slept in a tent outside the mountain. The next day, Jessica began to teach Yelin and Qin Tian Arabic. After class, due to the Titan python in the swamp, Yelin proposed to build a small boat to bypass the Rada tribe from outside the island. Hearing this good idea, let's do it. After having a meal, he went to cut trees. At this moment, Nick, holding a stone axe, showed that he also wanted to help. Feeling ignored, Nick couldn't help but snort. Then, with his left hand holding the stone axe, he chopped at the nearby big tree. This resulted in Qin Tian widening his eyes. The thick tree was chopped down by Nick with 1 axe. With Nick's help, they managed to chop enough wood in just 3 days. On the day after finishing chopping the trees, Qin Tian started iron smelting. However, the iron production of the pyrite is a bit touching, but it's enough to make some iron nails. At lunch that day, Qin Tian asked Yulin about their recent harvest. Yulin said that the area around the camp had been basically explored and mapped out, only some grapes, pineapples and other fruits. But fruits are all seasonal. They will rot when the season passes. Shouldn't we build a cellar to refrigerate some fruits for winter use? Qin Tian pondered for a moment. The amount of work to dig the cellar is too large. Why not make some canned fruit to preserve? As making canned food requires glass. The next day, the 4 of them came to the stream to collect suitable silica. Yelin suddenly shouted excitedly, "Look at this, everyone! I've found something amazing! Take a closer look. It's actually a piece of gold." Qin Tian sighed at Yulin's good luck. Nick suddenly held out a palm-sized gold nugget to Qin Tian. Qin Tian was completely stunned. Jessica immediately asked where Nick had found it. They followed Nick's directions and walked in that direction. To their surprise, they found many gold nuggets in the river. Jessica even found a diamond as big as an egg. The 3 of them were immediately excited. Now they were going to get rich. But the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore, because gold was now useless to them. Several of them continued to gather silicon stones at the moment. After a morning of effort, Qin Tian and the others finally collected a basket full of silicon stones. Of course, they also collected quite a few gold and diamonds. Just in case they escaped this island one day, they're going to make a fortune. After lunch, Qin Tian began to make glass. When the glass material was all well fired, Qin Tian demonstrated to the 3 people how to make glass bottles with a blowpipe. However, after a busy period, Qin Tian was, but it produced a bunch of waste instead. As a result, the system rewarded Qin Tian with 1,500 points. To cover up his embarrassment, Qin Tian asked Yulin to give it a try. However, Qin Tian soon got slapped in the face. For the first time, Yulin succeeded in making a glass bottle. Qin Tian was immediately full of admiration for Yulin. At this moment, Qin Tian also remembered the points he had just earned as a reward. The Complete Guide to World Languages. Immediately bought the book. Qin Tian could immediately understand what Nick was saying. Once again, he marveled at the magic of the system. In the following days, after Jessica finished teaching everyone Arabic, Yelin and Jessica were responsible for making glass bottles, while Qin Tian and Nick kept bringing back nitrate to make bombs. As the departure day approached, Qin Tian suddenly thought of a key prop. That's the telescope. Whether it's for navigation or reconnaissance, telescopes are extremely useful. Under Yelin's skillful hands, she successfully made 5 telescope molds. Then just pour the glass solution into the mold and cool it, and then put the cooled 2 convex lens together. The binoculars are made. Finally, adjust the distance between the eyepiece and the objective lens, and a simple telescope is done. when Nick saw distant things clearly through the telescope. She was deeply shocked. The eye of God. In addition, Qin Tian also made several magnifying glasses for fire starting, but still had a lighter. But the kerosene inside is a non-renewable resource, so everyone decided that, except in emergency situations, magnifying glasses will be used for making fires, when everything is ready. The four of them were finally ready to start building the ship, the complete book of wilderness crafts. Qin Tian, after careful consideration, decided to build a catamaran. Jessica also suggested adding a sail. She had sailed alone during her college years. Leave the helm to her. After the shipbuilding plan is finalized, several people began to build it. After a week, the catamaran was completed and successfully water-tested. The next morning, Qin Tian and his companions, who had calculated the high tide time, arrived at the seaside on time. After instructing Yilin to stay alone at the camp, the three of them began their journey at sea. It is said that Qin Tian and his companions had been at sea for 2 days, finally arrived at the other side of the island. The day they landed on the island, the three of them camped in the woods. The next day, they headed towards the direction of the Neek tribe. But when they arrived at the Neek tribe, she stopped. Because the tribe always arranges guards on the periphery. But now there is no sign of anyone. Nick had to be careful. So Qin Tian sent Sand Sculpture to check it out. Soon Sand Sculpture reported that there were many bipedal creatures, but the information is too vague. Qin Tian also didn't know if they were Nick's people or those bad guys. He decided to let Jessica stay here for now. He and Nick will go over and investigate the situation. But suddenly, Nick seemed to have discovered something. He rushed toward the tribe violently. At this moment, inside the Nick tribe, everyone was gathered together and arguing fiercely. At this moment, Nick suddenly rushed over. Everyone stopped arguing. When Nick returned, the tribe members excitedly surrounded him. Later, Nick learned from others that his father, who is also their tribal chief, had gone to find Nick, but was unfortunately captured by the bad guys. The reason for their argument just now: some people want to immediately take others to rescue people. When they saw everyone, they started arguing again. Nick spoke to quiet everyone down. Said the time when Jiujia's color disappeared had already surpassed the time it took to reach the island. Later, they encountered the great sorcerer. The crowd fell silent at first, but then their expressions turned incredulous. After all, sorcerers were only legends. There was even a kung fu Barbie telling Nick to go back and rest. At this moment, a man sitting in the crowd spoke up. As the daughter of the chieftain, you actually placed your hope on someone who doesn't exist. And look so wretched. I have to withdraw my previous praise for you. Also, I really saw the wizard. Where is he now? Nick was just about to speak. Suddenly, a ridiculous voice came from the sky. Just saw it quickly dive from the sky towards the crowd below. Just as they were about to capture them, the sand sculpture's figure swayed once again, and swooped over the crowd. Then Qin Tian appeared in front of everyone. I heard someone wants to see me? Just finished speaking, fool. Facing this situation, Qin Tian had to appear, then took out a lighter and lit the fire out of thin air. The crowd immediately exclaimed at the sight of this sorcery. Instantly, they all knelt down to Qin Tian, except for the strong man sitting on the chair, who didn't kneel, since he can become the spokesperson of the witch god. The witch god should be very powerful. I'd really like to see it myself. Nick quickly intervened and stood in front of Qin Tian. He said that Qin Tian couldn't help but subdue the giant beast, capture the big bird, and single-handedly defeat the enormously huge python. Hearing this, the burly man named Kata became even more interested. Seeing the situation, Qin Tian knew that he could not hesitate any longer. Immediately, he activated his swift leopard talent, appearing in front of Kata in an instant. With 2 fingers together, he pointed at Kata's forehead. Kata looked at Qin Tian in astonishment. Just now, he had not even seen his movements clearly, before he suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Qin Tian said in a very pretentious manner, I only used the strength of 2 fingers. If you can stand up, I'll accept your challenge. This clearly made Kata angry. However, no matter how hard he tried, Kata was horrified to find that he couldn't stand up. At this moment, Everyone in the tribe was stunned. You should know that Katak is the most powerful warrior in the tribe, but he was subdued by Qin Tian with just 2 fingers. It seems to have had the intended effect. Qin Tian also retracted his hand. At this moment, Katar also stood up abruptly, and stared fiercely at Qin Tian for a moment, before grunting and turning away. Seeing Katar leave, Qin Tian cheered and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now I could hold kata with my fingers. It's all about skill, not his strength. At this time, the elders of the tribe came to Qin Tian, asking Qin Tian, the witch, to save their tribe. Qin Tian was about to speak. One voice is ahead of the others. Don't worry, this time the sorcerer has come to help you. Following the voice, Jessica came over with a smiling face. The crowd saw Jessica, Lady Witch, and came to Qin Tian's side. Jessica curiously asked when he had learned Arabic. Qin Tian also realized that Jessica had just seen what had happened. Seeing Qin Tian's hesitation, Jessica said, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. Mysterious men are more attractive. Looking at the crowd waiting for instructions, Qin Tian came to them and raised his arms. The Lord of Witch heard your prayers, and sent us to lead you out of trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. By now, it had already turned dark. The elders instructed Qin Tian and Heir to rest first. Later, they were taken to the house where the witch god was worshipped. Meanwhile, Nick was loudly promoting Qin Tian's glorious deeds to the villagers. He also showed off a telescope to the crowd. At Qin Tian's residence, a young girl walked in with a bowl of fruit. Jessica immediately walked up, and enthusiastically asked what the other's name was. Upon learning the other's name was Alu, Jessica clearly noticed that she had something on her mind, and asked if there was anything that needed the mage's help. As soon as she heard this, Elu immediately said with tears in her eyes, Please, Great Witch, help us rescue our people. Seeing this, Qin Tian patted Elu's head. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Just then, Elu's stomach growled. She suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Her whole face turned red from ear to ear. Seeing this, Qin Tian took out some dried pork from his bag and handed it to Ai Lu. Once she saw the meat, the little girl couldn't resist any longer, and immediately started gobbling it up. Watching Alu eat so deliciously, Jessica casually asked if she hadn't eaten for a long time. Without hesitation, Alu expressed that she hadn't eaten for a day. Only then did the two of them realize that when their tribe fled the pursuit, a large amount of food was left behind. Even though the warriors go out to hunt every day now, due to the weather getting colder, food is becoming scarce. Now, the tribe members can only eat in shifts, just to barely survive. After understanding the situation, the two realized that the situation in the Lada tribe was much worse than they had imagined. At this moment, the elder came in with a large basin of food. Seeing Elu here, the elder quickly asked her to leave and not disturb the rest of the witch doctor. Qin Tian expressed that it was okay. Only then did he know that this little girl had run away. Looking at the food in the elder's hand, Qin Tian asked him to distribute the food to other tribe members, and also handed over his own backpack to him. Let him distribute the dried meat inside as well. The elder immediately expressed gratitude to Qin Tian. After the two left, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a headache. At this moment, he truly felt the weight of the identity of a shaman. Upon seeing this, Jessica comforted. Remember, you are not alone. You have me, Yellen, Nick, and the whole Lada tribe. Isn't there a saying? 3 cobblers surpass Zhuge Liang. What are we afraid of with so many of us? Feeling inspired by Jessica, Qin Tian also gained confidence. Qin Tian found the whole tribe empty. Nick explained that everyone went out to search for food during the day. Qin Tian said that he would let Nick take him to the enemy's headquarters to take a look. At this time, the elder suggested whether they should wait for the warriors to return before setting off, so that all the warriors can see how the enemy was completely defeated by the Witch Lord. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do the people in this tribe think they can move mountains and fill the sea? Looking to Jessica for help in the moment, feeling the plea from Qin Tian, Jessica said that the Witch Lord, in order to descend into this world, has almost depleted all of his witch power, and can now only rely on the wisdom of the witch god to help the tribe. Hearing Jessica's explanation, Qin Tian was immediately admiring and amazed. The elders immediately burst into tears when they heard this. Never expected that the Wizard Lord would sacrifice so much for their tribe. Then Qin Tian and Nick set off for the camp of those people. They didn't find their camp until the next day at noon. Through the telescope, Qin Tian discovered their horned helmet and dragon-headed boat. He was suddenly shocked. Are they Viking pirates? I couldn't help but worry about the captured prisoners. At this moment, Nick suddenly discovered his kinsman. After confirming that everyone was still alive, Qin Tian and Nick finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the pirates had guards stationed at the entrance and in each corner of the camp. It's not impossible to save someone, but it does require careful planning. At this moment, Sha Diao suddenly warned Qin Tian that someone was coming. Qin Tian immediately hid with Nick. A few pirates not far away were coming over and grumbling. The World Language Encyclopedia. He feels no pressure understanding what the pirates are saying. Through their conversation, Qin Tian learns several important pieces of information. He discovers why they came to this island. It's because their captain acquired a map. The map shows that the island houses the Fountain of Youth, and in the deep sea outside the island, there's a sea monster named Leviathan. Now they can only find the Fountain of Youth here, otherwise, they won't be able to set sail. Hearing this, Qin Tian thought that if he could obtain the map they were talking about, perhaps he could find the accurate direction back to the mainland. After obtaining the information he needed, Qin Tian took Nick back to the tribe. He wants to have a good talk with Jessica about the pirates. Somewhere in the forest, several pirates are chasing after Kata and others. It turns out they ran into them while hunting outside. They are about to be caught by the pirates. Kata decided to leave the injured companion behind. He had to ensure his own safety in order to better protect the tribe and go out hunting. Just as the injured companion was about to be caught by the pirates, Nick suddenly rushed out. Kata, let's go. At the same time, an arrow struck a pirate in the leg. When Nick arrived, Kata charged at the pirates with a spear. Taking advantage of their distraction with the pirates, Qin Tian quietly took the injured tribesman away. After Qin Tian escaped with the person, he instructed Sha Diao to inform Nick. Upon receiving the message from Sha Diao, Nick and the others no longer concealed their strength. They quickly killed these pirates in minutes. But the pirates blew the gathering horn before they died. After killing the pirates, they immediately ran to where Qin Tian was. After meeting with Qin Tian suggested everyone find a place to hide first, and discuss the situation at length in the evening, until it was dark. It was only then that the group found a cave. It was only at this point that everyone could finally relax. The sound of several people's stomachs growling. Qin Tian took out jerky from his backpack and handed it to several people. Several people immediately took it with joy and started eating. The next day, just as the sky was turning light, several people immediately set off back. Fortunately, everything went smoothly along the way. They safely returned to the camp. Qin Tian then told Jessica about the pirates, and asked if she knew about the Leviathan. Jessica said the Leviathan is an evil sea monster similar to a whale in mythology. It's said that there are marine areas around the desert island, which may contain ocean creatures corresponding to the Leviathan. However, even if there are marine creatures resembling the Leviathan, due to their large size, they are also unable to move around in the near-sea areas around the desert island. Upon hearing Jessica's explanation, Qin Tian took a deep breath. But in the future, before being fully prepared, you cannot rashly go out to sea. At this time, Jessica said, you mean this island even has extinct prehistoric creatures? Does the Fountain of Youth really exist? Even if it does, how would you hide a whole spring? Those pirates suspect the Rada tribe of hiding the Fountain of Youth. Jessie then began to talk about the legend of the Fountain of Youth. In Norse mythology, the Fountain of Youth was initially discovered by a sailor by chance. After drinking from the Fountain of Youth, the sailor gained immortality. Out of greed, the sailor found the Holy Grail that could hold everything. The spring of eternal youth was stored in the Holy Grail. Until the navigator met an accident, people found the diary related to the spring of eternal youth from his belongings. It was only then that the spring of eternal youth became known to the world. At this point, Jessica jokingly said, why don't you ask the elders? Maybe they really hid it. If it's you, they will definitely tell the truth. At this, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Later, Qin Tian asked Jessica about their time together. How are things in the tribe? Jessica said things are really bad. Every day, all we do is go out and look for food. If one day we find less food, we might all end up starving to death. hearing Jessica's words. Qin Tian did not expect it to be so serious. We still need to find a way to solve the current food crisis. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian said maliciously, or we can borrow some food? The kind we don't have to return. Watching Jessica look confused, Qin Tian explained to Jessica, as long as we can lead the pirates in the camp away, you can take the opportunity to take away the captured Lotta people and the pirates' food. But it's hard to distract everyone, isn't it? What if I have what they want? Like the Fountain of Youth, or some treasure. Jessica immediately understood Qin Tian's plan. But for the sake of safety, we still need to be fully prepared to prevent the possibility of pirates remaining in the camp. Suddenly, Jessica remembered something. I remember you said before, the captured Lotta people are chained together with iron chains. How can this be solved? Steal the key? But Qin Tian just smiled mysteriously. The mountain man has his own plan. Get to know King Shui. The next day, Qin Tian asked Elder Lotta if there were artisans or craftsmen in the tribe. After hearing this, the elder took Qin Tian to find Ilex, who indicated that most of the tribe's daily necessities and weapons were polished by her. A golden Barbie is seen grinding a stone spearhead. Looking at the spearhead she made, Qin Tian sighed, realizing it was much better than what he could make. Until she finished making a stone spear, did she notice the presence of Qin Tian and others. Immediately kneels to Qin Tian. At this point, Qin Tian expressed his intentions, hoping that he could help make some ducks and reagent bottles. Ilex immediately patted his chest, saying he would make the most perfect pottery. Then he had the elder take him to the place where the tribe stored bones. He wants to use bone meal, carbon powder, and silicon dioxide to make white phosphorus. Hearing that Qin Tian wants to make phosphorus by himself, then let Xiaodiao pass on the message to Yilin. Let her help pack some silica sand for Xiaodiao to bring back. After everything is ready, Qin Tian and Jessica began to wander around nearby, to see if they could find some food. At this moment, Aruba, not far away, noticed Qin Tian, and warmly greeted them. Suddenly, Qin Tian noticed a leaf clamped under Aruba's arm. He immediately asked where these leaves were found. Because he found out that these were taro leaves, he immediately had Aruba take him over. Sure enough, Qin Tian discovered a large patch of taro. Looking at the excitement of Qin Tian and Jessica, what are these taro roots used for? Their food. Aruba was immediately puzzled. Can we really eat this? Last time, he only accidentally picked up a few leaves and put them in his mouth. My tongue was burning all day long. But eventually, I chose to believe the sorcerer, and picked a bunch of taro leaves. Seeing Qin Tian beside me in a daze, I hurriedly explained that only the tuber part of the taro can be eaten. Aruba cuts off the roots of the taro leaves, and throws the leaves aside. Seeing Aruba not understanding his own meaning, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a headache. Jessica smiled and pulled out a taro at this time. It means the edible part is the fruit formed underground. Aruba finally understood what to do. After returning to the camp, Qin Tian boiled a large pot of water, and then threw the taro into the water to cook. During the cooking process, the elders have been staring at the big pot. When the familiar fragrance of the cooked taro wafted in the air, Aruba's mouth started watering. The three of them couldn't wait to start eating. At this moment, the elders were also moved to tears. Finally, the tribe has food. That night, everyone in the tribe ate taro. Every face was filled with a happy smile. Even the usually unruly Kata began to tacitly approve of Qin Tian's identity as a witch. After everyone had eaten their fill, Qin Tian then revealed his plan. After rescuing the captive tribespeople from the pirates, everyone would take the ship to the peninsula where he had been before. The crowd immediately expressed their willingness to follow the guidance of the witch doctor. Later, they set up the shipbuilding site on the beach where Quinn was stranded. Eric's also made the ducks and reagent bottles Qin needed. He even carefully carved some patterns. They looked quite like works of art. Afterwards, Qin started gathering materials. After Qin Tian and Jessica had been busy all morning, they finally managed to produce magnesium powder. Immediately, they decided to give it a try. The moment the magnesium powder met with the flame, it suddenly burned violently, emitting a dazzling white light. Aruba on the side was amazed at the self-luminous. Is this the legendary witchcraft? That night, Qin Tian called Arux into the room again and handed her a design drawing of an egg deconstruction, asking her if she could make it. Take the design drawing. Aruk was amazed at the clever structure, but indicated that there is a blueprint. She is confident that she can make it. Jing said it will be completed within 3 days. The next day, Shidayo came back, not only with the silica that Qin Tian needed, but also some glass experimental equipment, which made Qin Tian pleasantly surprised. In addition to these 2 things, there is also a note written by Yilin. It has a pouting face emoji on it. Safety. Seeing this note, Qin Tian smiled bitterly and scratched his head. He could read the mood of Yilin at this time. Later, Qin Tian returned to the beach and ground the bones into powder. Then he mixed the bone powder, silica sand, and bone meal together and heated them at high temperature. After that, he got the phosphorus he needed. But due to the low ignition point of white phosphorus, it is unsafe. He intends to make safety matches that we all use now. So next, he needs to make the potassium chlorate needed for the safety matches. After successfully making the potassium chlorate he needs, Qin Tian finally cuts the dried branches into pieces. The required matchsticks are also completed. Finally, all the materials for making safety matches are ready. The 2 of them successfully made safety matches according to a certain ratio. Next is the production of aqua regia, busy for most of the day. The hydrochloric acid and nitric acid for making aqua regia are all ready. Since aqua regia needs to be prepared and used immediately, they were all set for their preparation work. The 2 then went to check on the progress of shipbuilding on the side of Ilux. At this point, Ilux had already prepared 6 ships. Qin Tian once again sighed at the truth that many hands make light work. 4 days later, before the operation, Qin Tian gave each person a box of matches. When they saw the tiny sticks generating flames through friction, everyone exclaimed that it was sorcery. Amid Qin Tian's triumphant shouts, everyone raised their hands in excitement. The moment to save our people has finally come. Then, Qin Tian called the rescue team together and arranged tomorrow's battle plan. After everyone left, Jessica noticed a slightly nervous look on Qin Tian's face. You haven't made up your mind yet? The determination to kill. Qin Tian realizes that his mind has been seen through. If you were facing a pirate in Shanghai, what would you do? Kill the opponent before they strike. Even in the natural world, hesitating in animal fights will lead to self-destruction. Not to mention those pirates, who are already the human demons with blood on their hands. When Jessica spoke, Qin Tian was moved. Then Jessica affectionately hugged Qin Tian's head. If you really encounter an enemy, I hope you can muster the heart to kill them. I don't want anything to happen to you. Late the next night, as the pirates were standing guard, they suddenly saw a huge light in the nearby forest. Fountain of Youth. Then a small card immediately reported to the captain. When the captain saw a bright light coming from the forest, he immediately showed a very happy expression, but then looked at the bright light and muttered, murmuring what the bright light meant. It'll definitely attract a lot of fish, won't it? Those newly boarded Vino pirates are all rushing towards the light as if they were on chicken blood. But the old pirates aren't rushing to the front. They're watching those Vinos from behind. Because for the crew members who want to keep the treasure for themselves, their captain will happily use it as bait for fishing. They are now waiting for the fishermen to profit from it. The pirate captain is excitedly clenching his fists at this moment. Let me see, who will be the fish and who will be the fishermen tonight? At this time, Qin Tian is holding a telescope in the distance, staring at the pirate camp. He discovered that there were still over 20 people who had not taken the bait. He then handed the telescope to the archers, telling them to be responsible for long-range cover later. Then he let Nick and Kata follow him from behind. When they reached the edge of the wall, and saw the wall that was nearly 3 meters high, Qin Tian was planning to climb over using a human ladder, but K2 just leapt over it effortlessly. This move really impressed Qin Tian. Later, Nick also effortlessly flipped over. Qin Tian was speechless. Are they witches, or is he a witch himself? To avoid being looked down upon, Qin Tian activated his cheetah talent and successfully leaped over. They quickly found the room where the Knicks were being held. When the chief saw the Knicks, he immediately urged them to leave in a hurry. Nick rushed forward to indicate that the sorcerer lord had a way to get them out. Qin Tian then instructed Kata to keep watch. I began to prepare Aqua Regia myself. Qin Tian asked the people in the cage to step back. When Qin Tian poured the Aqua Regia onto the iron chain locking the iron gate, at the moment the Aqua Regia met the iron chain, a light smoke rose from the iron chain, accompanied by the sizzling sound of cooking. The tribespeople were shocked. The iron chains were dissolved. Then, Qin Tian used Aqua Regia to dissolve everyone's handcuffs and ankle chains, but as the people just reached the prison door, I heard a loud whistle from outside. But at this moment, 2 archers not far away noticed the pirates suddenly moving towards the prison. They immediately took out the white phosphorus arrows that Qin Tian had given them. After lighting the arrows, one by one, the fire arrows flew towards the pirates' granary. The fire quickly spread to the granary. The pirate captain immediately ordered a team to put out the fire. The remaining crew followed him. Soon he found a lot of people trying to escape over the wall. He immediately showed a fanatical expression. Hey, Captain, I am extremely skilled at fishing. Where there's bait there are fish. Clarity in my heart. Seeing the pirates discovering themselves, Qin Tian immediately pulled out a bomb and threw it at the pirates. There was a sudden loud noise. The ground shook, and dust and smoke billowed. Even the lot of people were taken aback by the bomb. Qin Tian saw them all stunned in place, immediately urged them to leave here quickly. Qin Tian knew that the power of this homemade bomb could certainly not deal with all the pirates, can only hope that this bomb can stun them. Suddenly a pirate was thrown out by someone, directly smashed towards Qin Tian and the others. Carter instantly arrived in front of Qin Tian. He swept his long spear in his hand, and knocked the pirate aside. But in the next second, the figure of the pirate captain rushed out from behind the pirate. With just one axe, he cut the spear in Carter's hand. Carter could only wrestle with the other using his gun as a stick. The pirate captain, excitedly said as he fought, "Boys, a native's head is worth 200 gold coins." Hearing the sound of coins, all the pirates rushed excitedly towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian, seeing the situation, threw another bomb, but this time the pirates were clearly prepared. The leader of the pirates swatted the bomb aside with a claw. The person with the double claws approached Qin Tian. Nick appeared and blocked his attack, and let Qin Tian and her father go first. Qin Tian knew that it was impossible to leave at this moment. He had to find a way to stop the pirates. Otherwise, everyone will suffer. At a critical moment, several rockets were shot at the pirates. Instinctively, the pirates used their wooden shields to block the rockets. But the white phosphorus wrapped around the rockets instantly scattered onto the pirates. The fire instantly engulfed and devoured the pirates. Qin Tian saw his opportunity. Grabbing his bow and arrow, he shot at the pirates. But at that moment, several pirates sneaked up behind Qin Tian to ambush him. A chain blocked the axe. It was Nick's father rushing over, and asked Qin Tian to leave with the other tribesmen. Qin Tian immediately planned to go to the fence to support the chief. However, several Kali Megans were no match for the chief. They were each knocked down in minutes. Qin Tian felt somewhat regretful. There's no need to handle it on your own. But there are more pirates coming from afar. Qin Tian knows that this can't go on. He takes out a flashbang from his backpack and throws it out. Then loudly tells everyone to close their eyes. In an instant, the flashbang erupted with a dazzling white light. Nick and the others took the opportunity to jump out of the fence, seeing everyone escape. Qin Tian took out a smoke bomb and threw it towards the fence. When the pirates chased out, Qin Tian and the others have disappeared into the woods. But at this moment, the pirate captain is furious. He ordered all the pirates to search the woods. Qin Tian and the others haven't gone far before they spotted the pirates searching with torches nearby. The crowd immediately found a place to hide, watching the pirates holding torches. Qin Tian thought that maybe they could use this to hide in advance, completely avoiding them, and safely escaping. Later, Qin Tian and the others encountered another search team. They hid again in advance and successfully avoided the search. When Qin Tian and the others saw the pirates leaving, they immediately relaxed. A group of pirates suddenly appeared in front of them. When Qin Tian and the others were discovered, the three strongest fighters immediately rushed forward. In almost an instant, most of the pirates were knocked down. Only two of them were about to blow the horn, but were hit by two arrows in the vital spots. It was the timely arrival of the brother and sister archers. Qin Tianjing looked at the bodies on the ground, although I was prepared for it. Seeing 5 living people instantly turned into dead bodies still brought up an indescribable feeling inside me. After Qin Tian came back to his senses, he quickly led the clan to continue evacuating. But the commotion just now has attracted a large number of pirates over here. Seeing that we are about to be surrounded, Qin Tian thought of a solution. He decided to use flash and smoke grenades to cover everyone in a while, and then lead the pirates away himself. Let them take the opportunity to escape. Hearing Qin Tian's words, suddenly others clamored to be the bait. Qin Tian, however, said that he is the most suitable, and he is a great sorcerer. Then he instructed everyone to follow the arrangements of the witch after returning. After that, he took a flash bomb and rushed out. Qin Tian took the opportunity to run in the opposite direction with a torch. The Rada tribesmen took the opportunity created by Qin Tian to retreat to the camp. When the smoke dispersed, the pirates immediately noticed Qin Tian carrying a torch. The next second, everyone chased after Qin Tian. Qin Tian glanced back at the pirates. Estimating that time was running out, he activated his cheetah talent and shook off the pirates behind him. Qin Tian's sudden acceleration completely surprised the pirates, but soon they got excited, because they believed Qin Tian was using the power of the Fountain of Youth. Immediately, they took out a horn several times larger than a regular one and started blowing it. Qin Tian, who had been running for a while, was resting against a tree. Suddenly, a deafening horn sounded. Qin Tian instantly had a sense of impending doom. Let's rest for a bit. Qin Tian immediately started running back, but hadn't run far yet. We saw a large number of pirates conducting a carpet search. Qin Tian decisively turned and left, but soon he found in another direction. There was also a human wall. Qin Tian realized that he was surrounded. At this point, he decided to take a gamble, and then pulled out the last flashbang from his bag. In the moment the flashbang went off, he chose a direction and made his escape, but they were discovered by the pirates. In the moment, he followed Qin Tian in pursuit, but Qin Tian didn't run too far before finding a cliff ahead. There was no way out. Fortunately, before that, AI Rux made a pigskin parachute for himself. This was his last life-saving measure. He immediately strapped on the parachute, and when he reached the edge of the cliff, Qin Tian, with a firm heart, jumped straight down. Fortunately, the parachute opened in time. Qin Tian narrowly escaped being killed. At this moment, the pirates at the top of the cliff watched as Qin Tian disappeared before their eyes. Soon after, the pirate captain rushed over. He heard that the person with the news about the Fountain of Youth had jumped down. He casually threw one of his subordinates down. Soon, they heard the sound of a watermelon hitting the ground. He knew that this subordinate was done for. Immediately, he ordered all his subordinates to find a way to go down. Life must meet people, and death must meet the household. At the same time, Qin Tian landed on a platform at the bottom of the cliff, surrounded by the sea. When he sailed around the deserted island, he noticed this mountain, which he didn't know how tall it was. It was almost impossible to climb down from there. The safest way to come here is by boat. Currently, the pirates are frightened of the so-called Leviathan, and dare not even go in the water. Plus, Qin Tian calculates the date every day. Now the tide has reached its peak, so no need to worry about the seawater flooding here. Now trapped on this coral reef, can only wait for dawn to make plans. On the other side, Nick and his group didn't return to the beach until the next day, when it was already light. Seeing everyone back, Jessica finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon she realized that Qin Tian was missing. Upon learning about Qin Tian's situation, Jessica's face immediately became serious. The Radha people also couldn't sit still. They were all anxious to go back and save the witch doctor. Jessica comforted everyone. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to the witch doctor. At this moment, Qin Tian was curled up, shivering. The damp mist had soaked through his clothes and parachute. At this time, the voices of the pirates could still be heard from the mountaintop. It seemed that the night had passed. The pirates had not given up searching for Qin Tian, just as Qin Tian was struggling to figure out how to escape from here. Suddenly there came a sound of hoofbeats from above. It was Sand Sculpture who came to find him. Qin Tian immediately guessed that Jessica had sent Sand Sculpture to find him, and quickly wrote down his location. And then put into the bamboo tube on the Sand Sculpture's leg. The Sand Sculpture immediately spread its wings and flew back. At the speed of the Sand Sculpture, the letter should arrive in Jessica's hands very soon. Now just wait for the rescue. Time is passing slowly. The sky is getting darker and darker. Qin Tian estimates that the rescue will not arrive until noon tomorrow. Suddenly, the sound of an airboat comes again. Behind the airboat, a speedboat is rapidly approaching. When he arrived, Qin Tian recognized the approaching figures as Kata, Nick, and Ragnar. As he gazed at Ragnar's nearly exhausted body, it was apparent that he had gone through a lot to keep up with the inhuman speed of Nick and Kata. He had suffered greatly. It's getting dusk. The three of them have exerted a lot of physical effort to rush here as quickly as possible. They have decided to rest here for the night. Fortunately, they brought food and tents with them. After a night's rest, several people have recovered their strength, so they got on the canoe and headed back to the beach. At this time, Jessica was anxiously looking into the distance on the beach. Elu asked if she was worried about the witch. Jessica smiled and patted her head. The sorcerer will be fine, my lord. No, he will definitely be fine. It sounded like a response to Elu, but it also sounded like she was talking to herself. Just then, the Radha suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "Look! It's Nick and the others." Jessica immediately turned around happily to look. Only to see under the setting sun, Nick and the others were swiftly returning. When they returned to the beach, Qin Tian was panting heavily. Jessica immediately worried and asked if he was injured. Qin Tian repeatedly said he was okay. He mentioned that he was exhausted from trying to keep up with Nick and Carter. It's better not to talk about this kind of thing. Qin Tian then asked Jessica if everyone was ready. Jessica signaled that Qin Tian could set off at any time. At that moment, Qin Tian smiled and shouted loudly, "Set sail!" At the sound of the command, 9 boats left the beach under the cover of night, one after another, and advanced in a triangular formation towards the peninsula where Qin Tian was previously located. On the second day after Qin Tian and the Rada tribesmen left, the pirates discovered their camp. The pirate captain was excited, thinking that he could catch them all this time, but when the pirates rushed in, they found nothing at all. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and his team arrived at another peninsula in just half a day. As they approached Qin Tian's camp, suddenly a roar sounded from the camp. The expression of the Lada people tightened. Qin Tian gestured for everyone not to be afraid. He indicated that it was his own pet. Then, in the sight of everyone, the camp gate slowly opens. Yellen and Hanpi walk out together. "Welcome everyone." Only to hear Yellen speak loudly in Arabic. The next second, the Radha people all kneel down in unison. "Greetings, Lady Witch." The commotion frightened Yellen. Seeing this, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. "All right, let's all go in and rest for now." After saying that, he started walking towards the camp, but Jessica intercepted her. "Let me handle the arrangements for the family. Don't let them wait too long." When Yi Lin heard Jessica's words, her face turned red. After Jessica left, Qin Tian was about to say something, but Yi Lin suddenly threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. Tears streamed down Yi Lin's face. "It's been so long, and you don't even let me know you're safe. I've been worried all this time. What if you don't come back?" Hearing this, Qin Tian couldn't help but hold Yi Lin in his arms. "Sorry I made you worry." The two of them felt each other's warmth. It was not until a long time later that the two of them separated. Inside the camp, Yellen specially stewed a large pot of meat for the Rada people. As the crowd smelled the fragrance, they couldn't help but drool. As soon as it touched their lips, everyone was amazed at the preciousness of human beings. As Qin Tian and Yi Lin walked into the camp, seeing people everywhere, Qin Tian realized that expanding the camp was imminent. Just as Qin Tian was thinking about it, Jessica suddenly appeared behind the two. "Are you two finished?" This question immediately made Yellen blush. She shyly covered her face and ran away. Jessica then smiled and opened her arms. "Is it my turn now?" Qin Tian smiled dumbly. "It seems that just now, Both myself and Yilin were seen by Jessica, then approached and hugged Jessica. Softly said thank you. After everyone had eaten their fill, the sky gradually darkened. Yelin and Qitian discussed how to rest for the night. In the end, it was decided that the children, women, and elderly would stay in the caves and kitchen. The others could only make do on the grass for the night. They would start building bamboo sheds early the next morning, once everything was arranged. Qitian comfortably went to the bath to take a bath. Then he went to bed dreaming with Jessica and Yelin. When Qitian woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Jessica and Yelin were sleeping, one holding each of Qitian's arms. Truly enviable. After a simple breakfast. Apart from the old, weak, sick, and disabled, all the Rada people divided into 3 teams. One team followed Qitian to the bamboo forest to cut bamboo, to build a bamboo shed for the night. Another team followed Jessica to the river to fish. The rest stayed with Yelin at the camp to take care of miscellaneous tasks. With everyone's efforts, we soon cut enough bamboo to build the shed. When it was about to get dark, Jessica's team also returned. They brought back hundreds of pounds of fish. All the Rada people couldn't help but cheer. That night, everyone had a grand bonfire party. Seeing this, Jessica took Yelin and happily danced away. At this moment, the patriarch, Pong, came to Qitian's side, and spoke to Qitian in English. This shocked Qitian greatly. It turned out that he had seen Qitian using a lighter and matches, and that's why he came to confirm with him. He said he learned English from the British Army. Hearing this, Qitian remembered that Yelin had mentioned that the Rada tribe had dealings with the British troops stationed in Yemen. At this moment, Chief Pong suddenly knelt down in front of Qitian to express his gratitude for Qitian's great kindness. Qitian immediately stated that he was not a witch, and had doubts in his heart. But these days of getting along have changed his mind. As for whether the identity of the witch is true or false, it doesn't matter anymore. Feel the sincerity of Parsong. Qitian also empathizes. He shared his plans with Parsong. The 2 men discussed the future of the Rada tribe. The next day, Qitian gathered everyone and divided them into 3 teams. Right now, their most pressing issue is housing. The original campsite is now fully occupied. Expanding the campsite is now urgent. So, one team is responsible for making bricks, while the other is tasked with collecting seashells. The third team is responsible for clearing the trees around the camp. Can these shells really be used to build houses? Qitian explained that after burning the shell powder and mixing it with sand, adding a certain amount of water and stirring, you can obtain lime mortar. Just use lime mortar to build the house. The Lada people listened with little interest. Qitian was also helpless about this. In any case, just do it according to your own requirements. After the clamshell powder is burnt, Qitian then demonstrated how to mix lime mortar for everyone. Then he used bricks to build a wall. At this time, some people from the tribe said that the wall looked soft, and felt like it would collapse with just a push. After saying that, they were ready to take action. Qitian immediately stopped him, said he wouldn't be soft the next day. But they tried to push the wall back. Found it was indeed firmly in place. At this point, Kata suggested he give it a try. With that, he picked up the spear and smashed it against the wall. The wall immediately cracked under the force of the blow. He was quite satisfied with the hardness of the wall. Qitian watched Kata's pretentious behavior with amusement. Next time, he must let him try the entire concrete. Give it a try before dying. Elder Hammer, standing nearby, picks up the broken bricks on the ground. The house built with lime mortar should be very warm. When the Rada tribe first arrived on this deserted island, more than a dozen of their people died in that harsh winter. Qitian had his arm around Hammel's shoulders. He answered as if making a promise. Don't worry, this winter will be warm. Meanwhile, on another peninsula, the pirates never gave up searching for the Lada people, until they arrived at the White Mist. At this time, the pirates who had been chasing Nick said they had seen them hiding in the White Mist. Hearing this, the pirate captain fell into contemplation. They have been on this deserted island for less than a year, has not experienced winter yet. I don't know what the situation is in winter. I took the crew back now. Preparing for the winter. To welcome the upcoming winter, Qin Tian began to prepare food for winter. First, Yellen demonstrated to everyone how to make a glass bottle. Alex was amazed when he saw it. He immediately wanted to give it a try. With her amazing talent, she made a quite impressive product on her first attempt, then let her follow Yellen's lead. Qin Tian himself is contemplating a new site plan. After Qin Tian roughly sketches out the design plan, Jessica calls for Qin Tian to come over for dinner. Looking at the table, it's a whole fish feast. Qin Tian and the others suddenly lost their appetite. After all, no matter how good something is, eating it every day will make it boring. Fortunately, Qin Tian had already come up with a solution, that is to raise wild boars, but the clan leader and the elders did not have the concept of raising animals. After Qin Tian explained to them, the patriarch immediately became excited. In the future, the clansmen will no longer have to risk their lives to hunt for meat. The next day, Qin Tian took the warriors of the clan to hunt wild boars. They quietly approached the boars' camp. Watching the wild boars still sleeping, they quietly surrounded the wild boars. Then Qin Tian let Hanpi take the stage. Hanpi rushed towards the wild boars and roared fiercely. The startled wild boars ran around wildly. Facing the charging wild boar, Kata directly knocked it out with a stick. Under the crowd's chasing, all the wild boars fled in one direction. But Qin Tian and the others had already set up a trap. Soon all the wild boars were trapped in a large pit. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Then the wild boars were all locked in a pre-prepared truck and transported back to the camp. Then they were put into the prepared pigsty. And so on for several days. Qin Tian took the soldiers to hunt wild boars in the bamboo forest. There were 21 wild boars in the camp. But after a few days, Qin Tian could no longer find any trace of the wild boars. Luckily, the 21 wild boars were already enough. With everyone's concerted efforts, the camp has also completed an upgrade. As a result, Qin Tian also received a 5,000-point reward. His total points have now reached 13,000, enough for him to buy another talent. But after looking around the system store, Qin Tian was cherishing it all. He wanted all the talents, but had to save the points for now, and choose what he needed at a critical moment. Just as Qin Tian was contemplating, Yellen excitedly let Qin Tian go over quickly. When Yellen saw that they produced more than 50 cans in a day, Qin Tian was greatly shocked by such productivity, and immediately began to make canned goods. First, put the grapes and pineapples into boiling water for disinfection. Then they are filled into bottles. The bottles are sealed with caps and then sterilized with high temperature using tanned animal hide. This completes the process of making canned goods. The next day, Qin Tian planned to take everyone to the volcano to look for iron ore, because when the cold winter is over and the fog clears, the pirates will definitely invade this peninsula. As long as we have iron, we can make iron tools. To narrow the gap as much as possible, it took 2 days for everyone to reach the crater. At that moment, Qin Tian asked everyone to start digging, but they dug for 2 hours and still didn't find any pyrite. After a short rest, they changed the digging location, but after digging all afternoon, they still found nothing. They kept digging like this for 4 days. Finally, Qin Tian discovered the yellow iron ore. Early on the 5th day, the group set up a blast furnace in the camp to start iron smelting. Qin Tian decided to use all the first batch of iron to make iron picks and shovels. This would greatly accelerate the speed of mining the yellow iron ore. Wait to refine enough iron before transporting it back to the tribe. Forge weapons with the collective effort of the people. After melting the iron, Qin Tian pours it into the pre-made molds, and then quenches it in lime water. The necessary pickaxe is completed. With the blessing of the pickaxe, the mining speed has more than doubled compared to before. That day, Qin Tian suddenly felt the temperature drop drastically. Even near the volcano, he could feel the cold. Ragnar said it might snow in a few days. Every time it snows on this island, the weather suddenly turns cold. He looked at the yellow iron ore that had been dug up and the iron that had been refined. Qin Tian estimated that there should be enough to make a weapon for everyone. He then asked everyone to tidy up the yellow iron ore. We will start the return journey tomorrow. On the 7th day, everyone packed up. We evenly distributed the load and began the return journey. At the current pace, Qin Tian estimates that he will return to the campsite the day after tomorrow. That night, they set up their tent and camped in the forest. Suddenly, Katia sensed some movement in the nearby bushes. She immediately picked up a shovel and stayed alert. Suddenly, a huge wild beast pounced towards Katya. Instinctively, Katya swung the shovel in her hand and knocked it away. Qin Tian immediately let Hupipa go over. At this moment, Qin Tian saw that it was actually a saber-toothed tiger. Through the system, Qin Tian learned that saber-toothed tigers hunt in groups. Immediately reminded everyone that there are other saber-toothed tigers nearby. Just as he finished speaking, another saber-toothed tiger rushed out. Ragnar promptly picked up his shield and blocked in front of him. However, his wooden shield was smashed by the saber-toothed tiger's paw. Seeing Ragnar in danger, Nick rushed over with a pickaxe. Who knew the saber-toothed tiger would dodge Nick's attack so agilely? On the other side, another saber-toothed tiger pounced towards Qin Tian. Kata immediately took up a shovel and struck the saber-toothed tiger, but the saber-toothed tiger agilely avoided it. Fortunately, Qin Tian threw a torch at the saber-toothed tiger's head at a critical moment. The saber-toothed tiger, burned by torches, immediately fled and hid in the bushes. Everyone immediately surrounded Qin Tian, standing prepared. On the other side, Hampi was fiercely fighting with the saber-toothed tiger, but Hampi was caught off guard and bitten on the shoulder by the saber-toothed tiger. Watching the two ferocious beasts fight so fiercely, Qin Tian wants to help but can't get close. One careless move and he'd become a soul under the claw. Thinking of this, Qin Tian decides to activate his cheat codes. If not now, then when? Seems to be due to being too nervous. The iron shovel in Karta's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Just as he bent down to pick it up, a saber-toothed tiger pounced on him fiercely. Karta instantly rolled from under the saber-toothed tiger to behind it. Obviously, it was just a ploy to lure the enemy. He picked up the iron shovel and charged forward. At this moment, Ragnar and others blocked the saber-toothed tiger's retreat with shields. Kata wielded the iron shovel and with a strong swing, sent the saber-toothed tiger flying. How could he miss such an opportunity? Strike while you're sick, it's fatal. At this point, the third saber-toothed tiger leaped out. Nick, seeing this, also grabbed a weapon and charged up. At the moment when everyone's attention was focused on Katter and Nick, the fourth saber-toothed tiger appeared behind them. With a roar, it pounced towards Ragnar and the others, but when they reacted, it was already too late. At this moment, Qin Tian completed the reception of the talent, immediately displaying the newly acquired talent, the reaction of a cat. In that instant, everything for Qin Tian slowed down severely. Time seems to have stopped. No time to marvel at this wonderful change. Qin Tian activated his cheetah talent and rushed over. He took out his dagger and cut open the saber-toothed tiger's belly. Then he swiftly dealt with the saber-toothed tiger on Nick's side. Seeing Qin Tian's incredible speed, everyone was stunned. And at this moment, Qin Tian is also in pain, holding his head. The reaction of the cat consumed a huge amount of energy. In just a few seconds, it made him feel dizzy and congested. Seeing that other saber-toothed tigers have been taken care of, Nick plans to go help Hanskin. But Qin Tian has received a message from Hanskin. He wants to face this saber-toothed tiger alone. It seems that Hanskin's pride is quite high. Maybe seeing all its companions being resolved, Hunpi quickly seized the opportunity, and with one slap, it snapped the saber-toothed tiger's spine. Thus all the saber-toothed tigers were resolved. Hunpi also let out a roar, as if releasing pent-up emotions. Early the next day, Qin Tian and the others continued towards the camp. Due to Hampi's injury, the cart was switched to manual pulling, and the speed of the team slowed down. We've been walking in the forest all day and still haven't made it out. Luckily, Qin Tian sent a sand sculpture message to the camp for assistance. With the help of the tribal chief, they finally arrived back at the camp in the early morning. Qin Tian slept until noon the next day. At this time, he finally discovered that in the days he went to the volcano, there were also a lot of changes in the camp. All 8 planned functional areas had been completed. They even caught some wild chickens and started raising them. At this moment, Qin Tian ordered everyone except the food team to stop their work. We are going to start making weapons now. First, he set up 10 blast furnaces in the camp. Then he transformed the iron blocks into molten iron, poured into rectangular molds 2 fingers long. While Qin Tian and his friends were busy, Yellen and the other women were also not idle. They were making scabbards and knife handles in the kitchen. Nick was responsible for pounding fish to make fish glue. The next day, after the iron block in the blast furnace burned bright red, Nick immediately used tongs to remove the red-hot iron block. Our Lagna and Katana, who had been prepared for a long time, picked up their iron hammers and went towards the iron block wheel, accompanied by repeated pounding. Bits of debris from the iron block were gradually pushed out. After about an hour of pounding, the iron block was nearly pounded out. Later, Ilex opened a gap in the iron block. Then add a steel block and continue to hammer the iron block, so that the iron block wraps the steel pieces. Then return to the furnace. Then forge the blade. Finally, the clay, carbon powder, and iron powder are prepared into quenching soil and applied to the blade. In this way, the pinnacle of the history of knives, the Tang Dynasty saber, is completed. In order to test the true power of this Tang Dynasty saber, Qin Tian had Nick take the Tang Dynasty saber and confront Kater, who wielded a pirate weapon. There was no excessive talk between them, charging towards each other at the same moment. After exchanging blows for a few rounds, Kata's long sword was unexpectedly cut in half by Nick. Witnessing the power of the weapon forged by Qin Tian, all the Rada people became excited. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the crowd, challenging Nick to compete with Qin Tian. After witnessing Qin Tian killing a saber-toothed tiger that night, they all wanted to know the strength of Qin Tian compared to the shaman elder. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian became interested, and expressed his desire to give it a try. Who knew that Hummer would be excited after hearing it? Turn back. Qin Tian found that Nick's face turned red, but didn't think much of it, just thought it was a normal reaction after intense exercise. At that moment, the two of them assumed attack positions. In the next moment, Nick initiated the attack, rushing towards Qin Tian head-on. Initially, Qin Tian was prepared to test how many rounds he could last without using his full power, but he didn't expect Nick's speed to be so fast. Before Nick could react, Qin had arrived in front of him. At that moment, Qin activated the cat's reflexes. His pupils turned into diamond shapes. The dagger in front of his eyes seemed to slow down in that instant. In a flash, Qin appeared by Nick's side. To avoid excessive burden, Qin Tian released his talent. He swung the Tongheng sword in his hand towards Nick, but this blow was blocked by Nick. Looking at Qin Tian's ghostly speed, the crowd thought that Qin Tian was deliberately refining Nick. Suddenly, they all started to cheer for Nick. Yellen and Jessica were excited to witness Qin Tian's strength. At this moment, Qin Tian also calmed his mind. He realized that he had been too hasty when wielding the knife just now. This gave Nick the chance to fight back. 4 ounces can move 1,000 pounds, but at most, it can only move 1,000 pounds, if one concentrates all their strength on the blade. The result will not be being pushed back. With this in mind, Qin Tian decided to take the initiative. Activating the cheetah talent, he rushed towards Nick. With ghostly speed, he circled around behind Nick. In the blink of an eye, Nick flicked his wrist. The dagger in hand was swung towards Qin Tian's head. Qin Tian reacted quickly and dodged the attack. The two returned to their initial confrontation. Seeing this, Kata became more certain that Qin Tian was honing his skills. This experienced warrior only needed to lean to the side to continue his attack. But he just stepped back. Nick and Quentin looked at each other from a distance. Then the next second, they both rushed towards each other with great coordination. Quentin simultaneously activated the talents of both the cheetah and the cat, and the moment the two weapons made contact, Nick's weapon was knocked out of his hand by Qin Tian. Nick knew he had lost. At this moment, the lot of people surrounded Qin Tian. Continuous praise made Qin Tian feel a little dazed. At this moment, Moer suddenly grinned and asked when Qin Tian planned to marry Nick. Qin Tian and the two daughters, Yellen and Jessica, were equally surprised. Parsong even wanted to hold a wedding for the two of them on the spot. Qin Tian quickly grabbed Parsong and asked in English what was going on. It turns out that in the Rada tribe, a man challenging a woman is equivalent to a marriage proposal. If the man wins, it is considered a successful marriage proposal. Qin Tian was dumbfounded when he heard this. He immediately asked if the so-called marriage proposal could be cancelled. The others had no idea what the two were talking about. Only Jessica and Yellen understood. At this time, Yellen's brain also reached a state of machine failures. At this moment, Parson looked grumpy. Master Wizard, do you think Nick is not cute enough? At this time, Qin Tian is really at a loss. This is not a matter of cuteness or not, both are about to fight. Adding one more to it, wouldn't that cause a fire? Little did they know, at that moment, Nick came up behind Qin Tian. Nick understands. Nick is indeed not qualified to be the wife of the wizard. Nick will leave the tribe later. Hearing this, Qin Tian looked regretful again. Elder Homer explained at this time. At the moment when Qin Tian achieved victory, Nick had already become his partner. Now Qin Tian is unwilling to fulfill the engagement, which is tantamount to Qin Tian abandoning Nick. Just as Qin Tian was at a loss. At this moment, Jessica came out to help Qin Tian untie the encirclement. Everyone, rest assured. Master Wu Shijing said that Nick is not qualified to serve Master Wu Shi. In order to maintain the communication of Wu power with the Wu god, Master Wu Shi can only marry a wife every 3 years. The crowd suddenly realized upon hearing this. Jessica continued to say, "So, counting from this year, it will be 2 more years before Mr. Wizard can marry a wife. The Wuxia Lord will marry Sister Yellen first, then it's me. And finally it will be your turn." The Wuxia Lord is worried about making Nick wait too long. That's why he showed that expression. When Jessica said this, Nick finally laughed. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Tian dared not stay any longer, and quickly ran to the cave to work on the design. In the next few days, Elux continued to create weapons for everyone. Yellen organized the third team, specially tasked with sewing fur coats to resist the severe cold. Several days later, Qin Tian welcomes the first snow on the desert island. As a southerner, this is the first time he has seen snow. His harem also joined Qin Tian to appreciate the beautiful snow scene. After watching the scenery, Qin Tian continued to focus on his work. This time he planned to manufacture the matchlock gun. In this way, he could significantly increase his chances of victory when facing the pirates. But it's impossible to make the gun barrel based solely on his skills. He must rely on a lathe. But under current conditions, some parts cannot be made at all. We can only figure out ways to combine and replace them later. Helplessly, Qin Tian had to go to the kitchen to make some food. But when he opened the kitchen door, a large amount of thick smoke billowed out. Only the sound of chaos could be heard from the kitchen. It was only when Qin Tian walked into the kitchen that he noticed pots and pans of all sizes scattered around. Jessica and Yellen were both red-eyed from the smoke. Seeing their appearance, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Then he also realized what the problem was. We decided to make charcoal on the spot. When the lot of people heard that they wouldn't have to be smoked, they were all excited. The next day, Qin Tian divided the people into 2 groups. One group was responsible for building charcoal kilns, while the other group was responsible for chopping the wood into pieces about 2 fingers in size. Almost ready. Then put the split firewood into the charcoal kiln, and seal the opening before lighting the fire. When Qin Tian saw that it was about time, he told someone to seal off the smoke outlet too. Later, Qin Tian called Arukus back into the cave and said that its power was more than 10 times stronger than a bow and arrow. Arukus was extremely shocked by this. At this point, Qin Tian took out the lathe's blueprints. When Jessica saw the blueprint of the lathe, she was excited. Arukus was also amazed by the ingenious structure of the lathe. Qin Tian asked her to take it back for further study, as long as the individual parts can be made. This went on until the early hours of the 3rd day. Qin Tian finally had the kiln door opened. As they looked at the nondescript charcoal, curiosity showed on everyone's faces. But when the charcoal was lit, the entire campsite was filled with joy. No more need to be smoked by the fire. After burning the charcoal, everyone moved it to the storage room. The second round of firing has begun. Inside the workshop, Yellen and Aluk also began to make parts for the machine tools. Looking at everyone immersed in their work, Qin Tian naturally cannot be idle. Stop the Katagis now, and have them help make bullets for the rifles. After that, a few more days passed, and at last, the laboratory that Qin Tian needed was completed. With this, all the basic construction of the camp has been completed. Qin Tian estimated that it would take a few more days to finish the mold on the lathe. Qin Tian then gave everyone a day off, rest when needed, do what needs to be done, adjust the body to the best condition, go to meet the possible upcoming battle. Tonight, suddenly there were bursts of wolf howls outside the camp. Qin Tian had just walked out of the cave, and saw Nick and Carter running towards him. Nick learned about the winter beast tide. Jessica guessed that the extreme cold weather made the wolf pack starve, forcing them to launch a desperate attack on our camp. Hearing Jessica's inference, Qin Tian knew he could not sit idly by. In case the wolf pack rushes into the camp, the elderly, women, and children will be done for. At once, lead the troops to charge outside the camp. They must intercept the wolf pack outside the camp. Swiftly, they fly in the direction of the wolf howls. When they arrived nearby, they found a pack of wolves and a group of saber-toothed tigers facing off. Ragnar looked at the two groups of beasts and said with a smile, "I really hope that the last saber-toothed tiger dies in the mouth of the last wild wolf." This sentence touched everyone's heart. The two groups of wild beasts have started fighting. Both groups pounce towards each other. The battle between the beasts involves little skill. Just biting, pouncing, and clawing. At this point, they spotted a black wild wolf. It moved like a shadow, ghosting through the battlefield. With each snap of its jaws, it tore flesh from the saber-toothed tiger. However, the wolf pack was gradually losing ground. After all, there was still a significant gap in individual strength. Suddenly Nick found that there were still several wolves behind the wolf pack that had not joined the battle. It's like they are guarding something. Seeing the wild wolves about to be defeated, Qin Tian didn't want to see this situation, so he and the archer siblings began to support the wild wolves. Arrows shot through their limbs one by one. How could the wild wolves miss this chance? They pounced on the injured saber-toothed tiger and began to tear at it. Several minutes later, Qin Tian stopped shooting. He didn't want to disrupt the balance of the battle. Who knew that the remaining saber-toothed tigers would all unexpectedly charge towards the wild wolves behind the wolf pack that were there for the exhibition? At this moment, the encirclement was broken open. Nick discovered that the wild wolves were not joining the battle but were actually protecting the wolf cubs. Seeing this situation, Qin Tian immediately rushed out. The situation has changed, take action. At this moment on the battlefield, when the saber-toothed tiger discovered the wolf cubs, they all directed their sharp claws towards these wolf cubs. Fortunately, the black wolf stood in front of the wolf cub at a critical moment, and engaged in a fight with the pouncing saber-toothed tiger. However, now with a burden behind, the black wolf lost its agile movements, and soon fell into a disadvantageous position. At a critical moment, an arrow hit the rear leg of the saber-toothed tiger, but it still managed to bite the front leg of the black wolf. Several saber-toothed tigers behind were preparing to pounce. Suddenly, a spear flew from a distance, and pierced the neck of one of the saber-toothed tigers. It was directly pinned to the ground. Then Qin Tian and the others rushed up. With their new weapons, they started to massacre the Smilodons. Soon, they wiped out all the Smilodons. After dealing with the Smilodons, they turned to the wolves. "What should we do now?" But Qin Tian turned around. "We better go back early to avoid worrying our clansmen." Hearing this, everyone picked up the body of the sword-toothed tiger and started to walk back. At this moment, Qin Tian also sighed deeply. He understood that allowing the wolves to return to the mountains would bring endless trouble, but when facing those few wolf cubs, he just couldn't bring himself to do it, helplessly indulging in this moment. Meanwhile, the black wolf was watching Qin Tian and the others leave from afar. The look in Qin Tian's eyes was full of meaning. When Qin Tian returned to the camp, Yellen and Jessica rushed up to ask Qin Tian if he was okay. Qin Tian pointed to the saber-toothed tiger behind him. Not only was he okay, but he also returned with a full load. When she saw the saber-toothed tiger, Jessica's eyes lit up. But she became downcast when she realized it was a stuffed specimen. Unfortunately, there were no living ones. After hearing Jessica's fierce words, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Would you dare to accept living like this?" Immediately after, Qin Tian asked everyone not to go out easily recently, and to organize a round-the-clock rotation of personnel, guarding day and night, to prevent being attacked by wild animals. For the next few days, everyone did nothing but eat and sleep. They would wake up just to eat again. They spent the whole day bored and uninterested, until the third day. Erx and Yellen finally finished making all the molds for the lathe. Qin Tian immediately found the bored few, and ordered them to gather everyone. "It's time to start a big operation." After that, with everyone's concerted efforts, after 4 days, finally completed the lathe. Jessica looked at the lathe excitedly. The birth of the steam lathe definitely holds a groundbreaking significance on this deserted island. After igniting the flame, the moment Qin Tian pressed the switch, the gears in the lathe started turning. Qin Tian looked at the machine in front of him. Even though its operation was a bit rough, it can be put into use absolutely. This also means that they have entered the final stage of making guns. Pick up the materials that have been prepared early. Qin Tian immediately began to make a matchlock gun. Soon all the parts of the matchlock gun were made. After Qin Tian finished assembling the firearm, he tested its power in front of everyone. Talent activated, Qin Tian aimed at the bullseye and pulled the trigger, accompanied by a bang. The shield-made target in the distance was pierced by a shot. After a brief quiet, the lot of people completely erupted. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by the power of the matchlock gun. Even Carta was not calm. At this time, Qin Tian is holding the matchlock gun up high. Have you all seen clearly the method of making the matchlock gun? Next, everyone follow Eric's command, and let's make the matchlock gun together. Once back in the cave, Qin Tian then opened the system mall. Just made a fire rope gun and was rewarded with 5,000 points. Now the points are not enough to buy a talent. He immediately opened the mystery store. See if there's anything good on sale. However, it was empty inside. Complete wilderness traps. After the download was complete, Qin Tian searched for traps to deal with the pirates. He redeemed this book for a reason. It's all just to deal with the upcoming pirates. After discovering a few traps, Qin Tian immediately drew them out. Just as Qin Tian was considering the traps, Jessica arrived at the cave. Looking at the littered floor, Jessica teasing Qin Tian. Let me see if there's anything I can help with. Personal needs, for example. This sentence immediately made Qin Tian blush. Almost done joking around, Jessica just realized that Qin Tian was setting a trap. As soon as the mist clears, pirates will definitely come through the swamp to search for us. We might as well not wait to die. Why don't we just wipe them out there? Seeing Qin Tian's fierce appearance, Jessica hugged Qin Tian like a lovesick fool. He really is the man I've set my sights on. He's so tough when he's being ruthless. At this time, Qin Tian remembered, and asked Jessica, "How are Yellen and their snowboards doing?" Soon, Jessica brought Qin Tian over, only to see Elu standing on the snow after putting on the snowboard. The Aruba and Katarina got stuck in. The funny appearance of the two immediately made everyone laugh. At this time, Qin Tian had Yilin according to different weights. Make 3 to 4 sizes, it should be almost there. The next day, in addition to making firearms, everyone now had the task of making snowboards, until mid-November. A total of 150 pairs of snowboards were made. Each person could get 2 pairs. The remaining ones were kept as spares. 76 fire rope guns have been produced. Equipping 30 combatants is more than enough. Until the end of November, after Qin Tian bid farewell to the 2 women and the combatants, he headed to the swamp. According to previous calculations, the white fog in the swamp will disappear at the end of November and early December. That is, at most not more than 10 days, they will meet again. Finally, it's time for the final showdown. When everyone arrived at the swamp, they found a dry spot nearby to set up the tents. That evening, Qin Tian began to explain the plan for setting traps. The following day, led by Qin Tian, they began making traps. Meanwhile, on the other side of the swamp, a pirate is urinating. When suddenly the white fog dissipates, he immediately reports this news to the captain. The next day, he leads the pirates through the swamp, unaware of the empty sky above them. A giant golden eagle is circling in the sky, overlooking the pirates from a high vantage point. When Qin Tian learned that the pirates had crossed the marsh, he decided to launch a night raid on their camp. They prepared to rest first. Wait until the early hours when they are most exhausted, and then make a move. As the early hours approached, Qin Tian and his team quietly approached the pirates' camp. At that moment, the pirates suddenly noticed a firelight in the bushes. The next second, they saw a burning bamboo tube being thrown towards them. Just as he was wondering what this was, suddenly a huge explosion erupted. The pirates then realized, and came out to put out the fire. Meanwhile, Qin Tian began to aim at the pirates from a distance. Every burst of gunfire takes the life of a pirate. After a round of gunfire, over 20 pirates lie on the ground. The remaining rookies look on as their companions fall inexplicably. Panic-stricken, he ran towards the center tent. While running, he exclaimed that it was the curse of the demon. But just as he reached the tent's entrance, he was shot dead. The iron-clawed pirates discovered the bullets that injured their men. The pirate captain also determined the enemy's position to the west based on the pirates' fallen directions. At this time, Qin Tian's rifle ammunition had been used up. Qin Tian told them to take out the bow and arrow to continue long-range attacks. But at this time, Katar suddenly pointed behind Su Tian. Just watched as the pirate captain, carrying the twins, ran towards this side. He was followed by a large number of pirates. At this time, the pirate captain also issued a statement: killing one person rewards 1,000 gold coins. Under the temptation of money, the pirates rushed towards them like they were injected with chicken blood. Seeing this, Qin Tian let Kata accompany him to meet the enemy, while the others are retreating according to the plan. Chief Pong instructed Nick and 2 others to lead some of the villagers to set up an ambush near the trap. The rest stayed behind to support Qin Tian and Katter. At this time, Qin Tian and Katter have already engaged in a fight with the pirate captain. However, the 2 of them are still at a disadvantage against the pirate captain. Qin Tian's heart was startled. Is this guy still human? Immediately, he had Katerina cover himself. Then, he took the opportunity to go around to the back of the captain. He launched a sneak attack on the captain. However, the captain had already seen through this trick. He easily dodged the attacks of the 2 men. At the same time, he swung the axe in his left hand towards Kata's spear. In a critical moment, Sujian used the blade in his hand to block the spear tip, but he was still sent flying by the tremendous force. Suddenly, a violent white light flashed nearby. The pirate captain immediately reminded his men to close their eyes when he noticed the situation. But many pirates were still caught off guard and got hit by flash bombs. Qin Tian and Kata exchanged a glance. Taking advantage of the distraction of the pirate captain, they raced into the woods. When the captain caught up, Qin Tian threw a bomb backhand. But the captain leaped and dodged the bomb, and rushed towards Su Tian and the others. Suddenly, the captain displayed his badge. 2 arrows shot towards him. But to their surprise, he twisted his body in midair like a non-human, avoiding the attack. By the time the captain landed, Qin Tian and the others had already fled into the woods. Seeing the pirates continuing to give chase, Qin Tian couldn't help laughing. Everything is developing in the direction I expected. Keep a certain distance from them. Don't let them catch up, but don't leave them too far behind. Nick and the others had already set up the trap. When they saw the pirates coming, they all went on high alert. Qin Tian noticed that there were too many pirates behind him, and once the front pirates triggered the trap, the pirates behind will definitely become vigilant. The traps ahead will be difficult to be effective. The few of them split up and ran in different directions. Seeing this, the pirates all split up and chased after them. Meanwhile, the pirate captain chased after Qin Tian. But this is also the result Qin Tian wants. After all, he has the talent of a cheetah. Can't beat it? Can't run away? After Qin Tian passed the trap, he stopped running and turned to look at the captain. The captain thought Sutian was tired from running, and laughed as he charged at Qin Tian. Unknowingly, he triggered the trap's ropes. The next moment, countless arrows flew toward the captain. At the same time, from other directions, the pirates are completely defenseless against the dry trap. One by one, they all perished at the hands of the dry trap, while on Qin Tian's side, the trap couldn't harm captain of the pirates in the least. Qin Tian even suspects that this guy has Sharingan. Several arrows couldn't even do a little damage. Looks like we can only lure him into the trap set by our people, and then unite to kill him. At this moment, a horn sounded in the distance. The captain learned from this horn that others had been ambushed. Sound the horn in hand. Then didn't even look back and just turned to leave. Qin Tian saw his plan fail. I really didn't expect the pirates to be so cautious. It seems that I have to rethink it. When they returned to the camp, everyone reported on their respective situations. After listening, Qin Tian roughly calculated that this raid had taken out around 80 pirates. Almost half of their numbers. But now the pirates know that this forest has been trapped. It should be impossible to use the same trick again. Qin Tian took out the wine and gulped down a few sips. Then he said, our next plan remains unchanged. The main focus is on guerrilla harassment. As long as they dare to chase, lead them towards the trap. The tribesmen noticed Qin Tian's abnormal behavior at this time. Nick asked if Qin Tian was okay. Qin Tian claimed that he was just tired and wanted to go to bed. Nick still wanted to say something, but was stopped by his father. At this moment, inside the pirate camp, captain of the pirate ship orders Ironclaw to strengthen the guard at night. Head towards the direction of the snowfield early tomorrow morning. Head towards the snowfield. Ironclaw was taken aback. The pirate captain was toying with the bullets in his hand and said, Our crew should have been killed by a weapon we've never seen before. But one thing is for sure, the weapon's range can't be too far. Otherwise, the natives wouldn't be so close to our camp, and the snow-covered field is blank and unobstructed from our view. It's impossible for the natives to silently approach us. At this time, Qin Tian, who was fast asleep, kept dreaming. As a modern person, he had just killed someone with his own hands. This pushed him to the edge of collapse. In a moment of recollection, he seemed to see an evil spirit rushing towards him. Subconsciously, Qin Tian slapped the evil spirit. The loud sound woke up Su Tian. Only to see Aluba looking baffled after being slapped by Qin Tian. So it turns out that Aluba has been closing his eyes and murmuring all the time. I came up to take a look. I didn't expect to be slapped for no reason. Qin Tian hurriedly greeted Aluba, indicating that he didn't do it on purpose. At this moment, sand sculpture informed Su Tian that they had left. Qin Tian understood its meaning. Immediately he led everyone to the pirates' camp. However, there was no one there at this time. From the footprints of their departure, it was clear they had gone towards the plain. Qin Tian pondered for a moment, and then asked the archer siblings to follow him, while the others remained in place. They hadn't gone far before Su Tian spotted the pirates' main force, and he sent the archer siblings to scout ahead. No matter if he successfully lures them, immediately withdraw to the nearest trap. Qin Tian will meet them there. When the archer siblings approach the pirates, they shoot arrows at the pirates. Only 2 people met each other. The pirates immediately rushed forward, but the pirate captain stopped them, and had them put up a defense to continue moving forward. No one's allowed to leave the team without their own lives. Realizing that the pirates are unmoved, Qin Tian knew that the pirates must have sensed his intention. It seems that they need to quickly move to the snowy mountains near the plain for new deployment. To make use of the advantage of fewer people, Qin Tian and his men arrived at the foot of the snow mountain before the pirates arrived. At this time, Chief Pong expressed his doubts. There is nowhere to hide on the snowfield. If the pirates keep hiding in the middle, then we will be powerless. Qin Tian smiled after hearing that. They draw a map on the ground. When the food is almost gone, they will have to send a team to hunt in the mountains, while we just need to wait in the nearby dense forest. In the following days, the pirates made no noise. The lot of people piled up leisurely. Feeling the relaxed atmosphere, Qin Tian smiled helplessly. It's been a week. The pirates are not making any moves. No wonder everyone has relaxed their vigilance. At this moment, Bakuma, who had been staring at the pirates, said that there was movement among the pirates. Qin Tian took the binoculars, and found that 4 small teams were coming out of the pirate camp. Each squad has 15 people. They all walked in different directions. Qin Tian was suddenly delighted, told the tribesmen to prepare for battle. Soon, they quietly approached a group of people and horses. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, they launched an attack. By the time they reacted, they were already surrounded by Su Tian. One of the pirates immediately took out a horn to signal for help. But as soon as he took out the horn, Nick was killed with a single slash, facing far fewer pirates on his side. The Rada people quickly killed them all. As they buried the pirates' bodies, suddenly they heard the sound of a horn. They subconsciously thought they had been discovered, but soon they realized that the horn sound was coming from a distance. Then another horn sound came from afar. Qin Tian immediately sensed that something was wrong, hastily asked Shatta to scout the situation. Qin Tian quickly realized he had been outsmarted. These squads were just bait to determine their location. At this moment, the pirate captain heard feedback from 3 of the squads, but one squad retreated without giving any feedback. He knew the fish had taken the bait. Grim, play a magnificent piece for this feast. Obey orders. The pirates, who were already prepared, aimed their horns at the snowy mountains where Qin Tian and the others were located. Then take a deep breath, exhaling with all his might into the horn. The next moment, the sound waves rushed towards the distance like waves. The terrifying sound instantly enveloped everyone, causing everyone's head to feel like exploding in pain. At this time, Su Tian noticed the snow on the trees falling off one after another. He immediately showed a look of panic. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone, leave here immediately, hurry!" But it was already too late. Like an earthquake, the ground shook violently. while the towering snow on the mountaintop came rushing toward them like a giant beast opening its jaws, facing the avalanche like a raging beast. Qin Tian knew that running was absolutely futile. We must think of another way. Suddenly, he came up with an idea. Qin Tian immediately picked up the axe and told everyone to follow him. Qin Tian arrived at a big tree. He swung the axe in his hand and chopped down towards the big tree. After cutting a gap in the big tree, he immediately ordered everyone to climb up and hold on to the trunk tightly. The next second, an avalanche came. The big tree fell towards the gap under the impact of the avalanche. The trunk successfully landed on the surface of the avalanche. Everyone held on to the tree trunk for dear life, racing down the mountain along with the avalanche. Meanwhile, the pirate captain in the distance was joyfully admiring the avalanche. In his view, no one can possibly survive after encountering an avalanche. Immediately ordered the subordinates to collect the households. Meanwhile, on Qin Tian's side, luckily, Qin Tian reacted promptly. Everyone successfully escaped this disaster, but someone is injured and unconscious. At this time, the archer brother found that his companion Viru was missing. At the same time, the pirates were advancing towards this direction. Qin Tian immediately reacted and asked the leader of the Pong tribe to have everyone put on snowboards and leave immediately. Take Kata and Nick to find Viru. Suddenly Nick stopped in front of Qin Tian with a knife and warned him to be careful. Looking in the direction Nick was gazing, the previous black wolf pack appeared here. As soon as they saw the wolf pack, everyone immediately went into battle mode. Just when Qin Tian was feeling frustrated and unlucky, he suddenly noticed that the wild wolves were dragging someone out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Vero. It looked like Karta and Nick were about to rush over. Qin Tian immediately stopped them. Then he walked up to the black wolf and stared at it. After a moment, the pirates had arrived at the avalanche. They were carefully searching for the bodies of Qin Tian and the others. After a thorough search, nothing was found. Only a puddle of blood and wolf footprints were found. Ironclaw Man believed that their comrade was dragged away by the wolf pack. Captain Pirate immediately ordered his men to pursue, but at this moment, the wolf pack is pulling Qin Tian and the others towards the base. It turns out the wolf pack came to repay the favor. Luckily, with the help of the wolf pack, Qin Tian and the others quickly returned to the base. Although some people were injured, fortunately, there was no danger to their lives. The remaining few were discussing the countermeasures. They were worried about the success of the upcoming plan. After all, the pirates could anticipate their actions and develop corresponding strategies. Qin Tian did indeed smile at the words. Previously it was, but things are different now. I don't think anyone would be on their guard against the dead. The pirates followed the wolf tracks to the forest, only to find the tracks split up. To quickly find Qin Tian's whereabouts, captain of the pirate ship ordered teams to search separately. Those who find others will be rewarded with 200 gold coins. At this time, a small team is searching in the woods. Suddenly, they find a group of wild wolves dragging a Rada tribesman. The pirates, excited, rushed forward. The gold coins were beckoning to them. But just as they ran a few steps, suddenly, a big hole appeared in the ground. The leaders were instantly pierced by the ground spikes in the hole. The Lada people, who were just lying down, suddenly stood up. The pirates realized they had been tricked. They immediately took out the horn to send a signal, but they were ambushed and suddenly fell into a trap. It turned out that Qin Tian had already anticipated the pirates' plan, so will play them at their own game. According to Qin Tian's previous plan, the pirates should split into 12 small teams. Each team will have around 7 to 8 people. There should be 4 routes of varying lengths. At that time, this side will be divided into 4 groups. First, lie in wait at the endpoint of the short path. After the team heading this way is eliminated, will rely on the speed of the wolves to reach the middle path. Lastly, the long path. At the same time, the other 3 short paths have successfully completed the kill. Not long after, Qin Tian received a report from Shidayo and learned about the entire team's achievements, as well as their old opponents. The pirate captain is heading towards the endpoint of Route 4. Upon receiving this news, Qin Tian and Kata immediately rushed to the endpoint of Route 4 to wait for the pirate captain's arrival. When the captain arrives at the endpoint and sees Qin Tian, he clearly did not expect him to be alive. Qin Tian pointed to the ground in front of them, and a big hole appeared on the ground. The captain decisively stepped on a pirate's body. Gaining momentum, he jumped out of the pit. The trap was ineffective against him. Qin Tian had obviously anticipated this. He knew that all of this was Qin Tian's plan. The captain took out the horn, preparing to order his men to retreat. But how could Qin Tian give them this opportunity? Seeing this, the captain also gave up the plan to blow the horn. He needs to take care of these two people first, Qin Tian. This time, they are bound to end up killing each other. At this moment, the third path. Nick is leading people to besiege the Iron Claw men's team. The Iron Claw men see all their subordinates being killed. Nick was forced to retreat. Qin ran off. Nick wouldn't let him go, and immediately chased after him. Now we return to the side of Qin Tian. Kata and Qin Tian are battling with the captain, but the captain sees that Qin Tian only has speed, and no fighting skills at all. He directly abandons Kata, and attacks Qin Tian recklessly. Qin Tian was hit hard and flew out, spitting blood. At this moment, the captain's back is completely facing Kata. How could Kata miss this opportunity? He raised his long spear and thrust it fiercely, but in this situation, the captain avoided the vital point. The shot only hit his arm. The captain looked at him with contemptuous smile. Kata vigorously thrust forward, but the captain made no move to dodge. As Kata approached, he suddenly grabbed Kata's wrist, and swung the axe in his hand towards Kata. Instantly blood splattered. Kata, holding his arm, fell to the ground helplessly. Then the captain, holding an axe, turned and charged at Qin Tian again. Apparently, he saw the weakest Qin Tian as the breakthrough point. Just as the captain was about to reach Qin Tian, Black Wolf rushed out from the side. With its eerie speed, it delivered a blow to the captain. Qin Tian rushed forward and hugged the captain. Kata also came from behind and tied his arms. Then Qin Tian ordered the Black Wolf to bite off the captain's neck. Just as the Black Wolf ran towards the captain, the Iron Claw man unexpectedly charged over. He used all his strength to stop the Black Wolf, but was then stabbed in the heart by the pursuing Nick. Upon seeing this, the captain's eyes filled with fury. In grief, he called out to his younger brother. He forcefully pushed Qin Tian and Kata aside. 666. 600. 066. 666. 333. He only had one thought at the moment, which was to kill the three people of Qin Tian. Just like the saying, sacrifice to the gods, endless power. The captain knocked the three men down with just a few punches and kicks. He approached Qin Tian step by step with an axe in his hand. Nick and Katerina are now standing in front of Qin Tian. They are ready to hold the captain back and let Qin Tian escape quickly. But Qin Tian is not the kind of person who abandons his teammates. When he saw the sand sculpture in the sky, he suddenly had an idea. As it represents the fact that the clansmen are on their way here, he's just stalling for time with his yap. In the next moment, a sand sculpture swoops down from high above toward the captain's head. But the captain, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, casually dodges this deadly strike with a slight tilt of his head. But Shadyu, due to inertia, plunged into the snowdrift. But Qin Tian laughed, because he saw all the Rada people and the wolves. He knew the outcome of the battle was already determined. At this time, Qin Tian also calmly started to mouth off to the captain. The captain was furious and swung an axe over. Luckily, Ragnar arrived in time and blocked the blow with his shield. Unable to strike the captain, the assailant quickly retreated. However, the wolves and the Radha people would not let him escape. After a vicious and bloody battle, several people were killed and injured over on Qin Tian's side. The captain finally fell to his knees with several arrows in his body. At this moment, he asked Qin Tian, "You are different from those indigenous people, and you can speak our language. Is this all the effect of the Fountain of Youth?" "Unfortunately, no." Hearing Qin Tian's answer, the captain, in despair, picked up the axe and tried his best to chop Qin Tian, but he had just leaped up. Several arrows pierced through his chest. The ruthless pirate captain was finally slain. At this moment, Qin Tian also relaxed and passed out. When Qin Tian opened his eyes again, a day and night had passed. He struggled to stand up, but he felt like his whole body was going to fall apart. At that moment, he told everyone taking care of him to rest. He wanted to be alone for a while. At this moment, scenes of killing kept flashing in Qin Tian's mind. From the moment he shot and killed a pirate, he felt like the whole world had changed, as if he had lost something, feeling empty inside. Even though the battle had already ended, Qin Tian's heart was shrouded in fear. He was afraid that one day he would no longer be himself. Then he noticed the body of a fellow tribesman next to him. He said in a low voice, "Pakuma, the 3 dead are." Seeing themselves being discovered, Pakuma jumped down from the tree, introducing the 3 fallen tribesmen, and what happened to him after fainting. Looking at them, Qin Tian quietly said they were all brave warriors. Then Qin Tian walked towards the bonfire. He took the torch from Parson's hand. Under the gaze of everyone, he solemnly approached the bonfire, and lit it with the torch in his hand. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. It turned out that all the Rada people were stepping on the ground at this moment. Everyone started to celebrate. "We finally defeated the pirates. Only a few tribesmen died. But we defeated so many pirates." Qin Tian was dumbfounded. "Is this the first time you have seen a companion sacrificed?" At this moment, Chief Parsong came to Qin Tian's side. He grabbed Qin Tian's hand. "But in the Rada tribe, there is no such thing as sacrifice, because those people just turned into stars. As long as you tightly hold the starlight in your hands, you can feel their presence. Then put them back where your soul is closest to. From then on, they will exist with you." When Qin Tian and the others returned triumphant, everyone at the camp was excited. They were retreating the wounds for all the injured. Jessica and Yellen were naturally busy helping Qin Tian treat his wounds. They had to tear off the bandages on Qin Tian's body and clean the wounds again. But now many bandages were already stuck to the wounds. Jessica first uses a hot towel for a while, then let Qin Tian get ready. "Start when you count to 10. Who knew? Jessica only counted to 1, and suddenly unwrapped the bandage. Although Jessica did this to lessen Qin Tian's suffering, the pain almost took Qin Tian's breath away. Looking at the wounds on Qin Tian's back, Yellen was full of heartache. After tending to all of Qin Tian's wounds, the 2 women left the cave to let Qin Tian rest. After resting for 2 days, the group arrived at the sacrificial site in the camp to mourn the deceased tribespeople. Qin Tian glanced at the sky, and at that moment, he felt like a long time had passed. Then it was finally indicated that they could proceed with the peaceful construction of the ship. But Jessica interrupted at this moment and said, 2 days ago, the staff on duty near the camp found the silhouette of a wild wolf, and one of them was completely black. At once, Qin Tian thought of the black wolf, so he told both of them about the black wolf. After listening to Qin Tian, Jessica was filled with curiosity about this black wolf. Yellen also breathed a sigh of relief. In the days to come, everyone rested peacefully. "Let's talk about everything after the winter passes." Qin Tian only comes out to stroll around during mealtime. He spends the rest of the time alone in the cave. Yellen and Jessica are discussing whether to go and comfort him together. Suddenly they see Qin Tian walking out of the cave, so he heard the howl of a wolf, and decided to take Hampy to check it out. After saying hello to the 2 girls, he took Hampy and followed the direction of the howl, hunting for wild boar. As they walked, Qin Tian suddenly noticed movement behind them, just saw a few dark figures quietly following behind him. He didn't need to guess and knew that those dark figures must have been sent by Yilin. Arriving at a certain place in the woods, Qin Tian asked Hampy to stop. Then he opened the system. Only the upper task module shows the completion of the island owner's task, rewarded with 15,000 points. Just glanced at it, Qin Tian then entered the mysterious shop. Looking at the slave beast marked priced at 12,000, he chose to exchange without hesitation, thinking that if he could subdue the black wolf, it would be equivalent to having the entire wolf pack. Then he would be able to walk around the island as he pleased. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Qin Tian looked up, and saw pairs of shiny green eyes staring at him not far away. This made Qin Tian's scalp tingle. Shortly after, he saw the black wolf approaching. Qin Tian immediately cut the rope on the wild boar. To the black wolf, he said, "This is a thank you gift for the last battle." Only a growl from the black wolf was heard, and then several wolf underlings dragged the wild boar away. This is when the slave beast emblem in Qin Tian's hand lit up. The next moment, the system jumped out, indicating that the black wolf had not been tamed and the slave beast could not be used. "Got it, overestimated." Qin Tian smiled bitterly and took the beast imprint and put it away. Black wolf owed to himself. Qin Tian naturally couldn't tame it using the means of taming. Right now, Qin Tian sat cross-legged in front of the black wolf. "I've come to ask for your help with something. Of course, the reward will definitely not be meager." Turns out, Qin Tian plans to go to the pirate camp to bring back supplies. That's why I came to hope that the wolf pack could help. That night when Qin Tian returned to the camp, he then told everyone about his plan, so that they could prepare to make the snow machine needed for transporting goods. When the agreed day arrived, Black Wolf and the wolf pack arrived at Qin Tian's camp on time. After everything was ready, they sat in the wolf cart and set off for the pirate camp. When the line arrived at the swamp, Qin Tian stopped and looked for a long time. He found that the white mist showed no signs of recovery. It has been a month since the white mist disappeared. A lot of people said this was the first time they encountered this situation. But now is not the time to be tangled up in these issues. The priority is to reach the pirates' camp before nightfall. With the help of the wolves, they finally arrived at the pirates' camp before nightfall. The tribe's people immediately began setting up tents. After the tent was set up, everyone began to search for supplies. Based on Qin Tian's understanding of the pirate captain, he quickly found his tent. When Qin Tian opened the box inside the tent, I almost got blinded by the gold and silver jewelry in the box, but these are the most useless things for Qin Tian. It didn't take long for him to find some papers in the box. Opening it, he found that it was the diary of the pirate captain. Qin Tian found it quite interesting. He immediately picked up the diary and began to read. After reading the diary, Qin Tian realized that they were also swept onto the island by the storm. Mistakenly believed to be the island with the Fountain of Youth. It was all just a big misunderstanding. However, the diary also mentioned a ring. In his description, the ring emitted a dazzling light. And within that light, there was a kind of text. The captain copied down 2 of the characters. Qin Tian discovered that it was actually Chinese. This discovery already stirred up great waves in Qin Tian's heart. He must find this ring. Perhaps he will come into contact with the biggest secret behind this deserted island. After a night of searching, they turned the whole pirate camp upside down. Anything useful or not was completely looted. Even the animal skins on the tents were torn down. After sending Qin Tian and the others back, Black Wolf led the wolf pack away from the camp. What delighted them the most was that they found the wheat. As long as they cultivated the wheat properly, it meant they would no longer have to worry about food. When night fell, a ring with cracks all over it was placed on the table. This is the ring mentioned in the captain's diary. When Qin Tian pressed a certain spot on the ring, a bright light instantly emerged from the ring. Then a light screen appeared in the air. There is a dense pile of unreadable code on the light screen. Yellen was shocked. This is 3D projection. Qin Tian explained that this was theoretically recorded using interference and paraxial ray principles, and a true holographic projection technology that reproduces the real three-dimensional image of the object. It also means that the technology contained in this ring far exceeds the era of Yilin and me. What shocked them even more was that Qin Tian also produced a 3D map. This map is the map of the deserted island they are on. Yellen and Jessica were both shocked. However, what Qin Tian did next was even more incredible. He enlarged the map. A guidance suddenly appeared on the map. Qin Tian continued to zoom in on the location of the guidance. A magnificent complex appeared in front of the 3. The 2 women were instantly stunned. From the position perspective, the building complex is located on the peninsula where Nick and the others were previously, so they came to ask them if they had seen this building complex. But everyone said they hadn't seen it. But some of the locals said that the location looked like where the sinkhole was. It wasn't until Qin Tian asked that this was revealed. The so-called Tianking is a huge pit that runs through the island. After learning this news, Qin Tian decided to go to the scene after the winter passed. In the following half-month, everyone is convalescing. Life was so comfortable. But Qin Tian was running around all the time, either wandering in the bamboo forest, or chatting and joking with the wolf pack in the forest. He even gave the Black Wolf a derogatory nickname. Even Yellen has to criticize Qin Tian for being bad at naming. However, under Qin Tian's teasing, the wolves also became acquainted with the people in the camp. That day, they ground the wheat into flour and made dumplings. In the evening, they even held a banquet. Everyone is so lively. At this moment, Qin Tian walked out holding a bamboo stick. Seeing this figure, Yellen and Jessica immediately guessed what it was. It wasn't until this moment that Yellen reacted. So it turned out that today is New Year's Eve. No wonder Qin Tian is making dumplings and preparing a banquet again, thinking that she had already spent a year on the island. Yulin couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness, because she remembered her parents back home. But for now, we can only think positively. When the fireworks bloom in the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention, each person's eyes shimmer with a different color. After the fireworks are over, the dinner party has officially begun, but Qin Tian is drinking heavily tonight. Everyone is worriedly watching him. Normally, he wouldn't relax like this. The way he is now, it seems more like venting and self-numbing. When the banquet was over, Qin Tian was completely out of it from drinking. Seeing this, Jessica went to the kitchen to make some ginger water to help Qin Tian sober up, and asked Yellen to take good care of Qin Tian. She was wiping Qin Tian's body with a hot towel. As she wiped, she said, "Although I know I may not be of much help, but if possible, I would like to listen. I wonder what kind of pressure you're under right now." Just as Qin Tian suddenly woke up, Qin Tian looked as the former school beauty was taking care of him. If his dormitory roommates were to find out about this, I wonder how envious they would be. Qin Tian is still in high spirits. Yulin immediately went to the kitchen to check if the ginger water was ready, but Qin Tian grabbed Yulin's wrist and pulled her onto his lap. Yulin nervously thought that Qin Tian was about to do something to her, but she found that Qin Tian was crying and said that he had killed someone. Qin Tian was crying like a child. Painfully said that he was a bad person. After all, living in a society ruled by law, regarding the idea of killing, Qin Tian never even thought about it before. Yulin held Qin Tian's head with heartache. "Qin Tian, listen to me. You're not a bad person, the pirates are the bad ones. You, who killed the pirates, are a hero." Hearing what Yellen said, Qin Tian looked at Yellen like this. Yellen's heart was also extremely painful at this time. She didn't know how to help Qin Tian. That sense of helplessness made her suffer. Suddenly she kissed Qin Tian's lips, hoping to calm Qin Tian's mood slightly. Qin Tian, suddenly being kissed, went blank, only left with instinctive and shy response. It was a long time before the two separated. At this moment, both of their faces were blushing. Just then, Jessica walked over with ginger water in hand. When she saw the ambiguous posture of the two, she grinned mischievously. Yellen quickly pushed Jessica out of the cave in embarrassment. Qin Tian said he wanted to be alone for a while. "Let's go out first." After the two walked out of the cave, Qin Tian once again had the illusion of the captain in front of him. I don't know if it was Yilin's words or her kiss that had an effect. This time, Qin Tian is no longer afraid, but to completely eliminate the illusion that tortured oneself. The next day, Qin Tian restored his usual spirit, and started designing a sailing boat. During this time, Qin Tian took a trip to the swamp, to find that after more than 2 months, the fog was still nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he made a decision to hunt down the Titan. Originally, he intended to take a boat to the opposite peninsula, but now that the white mist has dissipated, it is undoubtedly best to directly cross over. With Qin Tian's current manpower and equipment, he has full confidence to kill it without casualties. So Qin Tian and the others began to look for the whereabouts of the Titan Jiao, but they searched for a long time and found no trace of it. Just when everyone was bored and listless, Shidaio suddenly sent a message to Qin Tian. "I found the trail of the Titan." Tixianjiu saw this sixth brother, Qin Tian, and angrily lunged at him with an open mouth. The next second, a large number of people with Molotov cocktails rushed out behind Qin Tian. Before it could react, the bottle had already fallen on it, and a series of explosions rang out. A burst of flames blossomed on the Titan Python, and the Titan Python was immediately engulfed in flames. Then numerous arrows fell on the Titan Jiao's body. Seeing that he was no match for Qin Tian, the Titan Python was about to escape. But how could Qin Tian let it go? The archer siblings appeared in front of the Titan Python in an instant. One on the left and one on the right. They drew their bows and shot at the Titan Python, almost instantly hit Titan Jiao's eyes. Then under everyone's siege, Titan Jiao was quickly killed by everyone. Looking at the system's reward of 3,000 points, Qin Tian felt the reward was a bit small. Escaping the pursuit of Titan Jiao initially rewarded 5,000 points. It is speculated that the difficulty decreased due to someone else's help. After killing Titan Jiao, no one stayed behind. They headed to Jessica's plane location, intending to bring the plane back. After everyone worked hard, but they couldn't lift the plane no matter what they did. In the end, Qin Tian made a simple hoist and successfully lifted the plane up. Qin Tian asked Jessica and the others to go back first. They took Nick and Kata to the sinkhole to have a look. They rushed at full speed. The four arrived at the previous Lada tribe before dark. After resting here for one night, they continued towards the sinkhole the next day. The moment they stepped out of the forest, even though Qin Tian was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the sky pit in front of him. When he reached the edge of the sky pit, the ring in Qin Tian's hand suddenly lit up. There's only a bright light with an arrow pointing towards the sinkhole. Qin Tian asked Kata and the others if they knew what was under the sinkhole. Kata said that the warriors of their tribe had gone down, but they didn't notice anything below. You can go back and ask the archer siblings if they saw anything. At the moment, Qin Tian had to go back and make plans. This time, Qin Tian learned to use the map in the ring. He returned to the camp at noon the next day. As soon as he returned to the camp, Qin Tian summoned the archer siblings. Did you notice anything under the sinkhole? At this point, a tribesman said there is an even deeper black hole under the sinkhole. It's bottomless, not even sunlight can penetrate it. Hearing this, and thinking about the direction of the ring, Qin Tian decided to go down and find out what was going on. So Qin Tian began to make oxygen cylinders to prepare for the upcoming diving. Under Arukus's superb craftsmanship, the oxygen cylinder and air pump were made in no time. Compared to manufacturing oxygen cylinders, injecting air into the oxygen cylinder became the most difficult task. I don't know how many strong men have been exhausted in the tribe before a few oxygen cylinders were successfully filled with air. Once everything is ready, Qin Tian took some of his tribe members to the Tianqing again. When Jessica and Yellen saw the Tianqing, they were also deeply shocked by the scene. On the second day at the Tianqing, they began to collect wood to build a multi-body ship. Until 3 days later, all the preparation for diving was completed. After Qin Tian and others equipped with oxygen cylinders, they jumped directly into the water. When Qin Tian dived into the water, the ring on the hand lit up again. Same as the first time, another arrow appeared on the ring, indicating the direction. Follow the arrow. Just as Qin Tian had expected, it points to the black hole in the water. Kata inquires if Qin Tian will go down. Without much consideration, Qin Tian decides to go down and find out. As they continue to descend, Qin Tian and the others feel the water pressure increasing. As Qin Tian and the others approach the seabed, he found the architectural complex marked on the map. At the same time, he felt that the closer they got to the complex, the lower the pressure on their bodies. When they reached the bottom of the crater, a big door appeared in front of the three. Just as Qin Tian was wondering how to get in, the ring suddenly burst into a strong light towards the big door. The next moment, a small door on the big door opened. Qin Tian glanced at the remaining oxygen. It is not enough to support them to search through this building and go back. They decided to go back first and make plans for the moment. However, suddenly a huge suction erupted from the small door, sucking the three of them in. When they surfaced, they found themselves under a blue sky. Kata thought they had floated to the surface of the sea. However, Qin Tian found that both the clouds and the sky were similar to electronic screen images. Now he was completely lost. Fortunately, the ring continued to guide the way. They could only continue to follow the guidance. Suddenly, Ragnar noticed a black dot behind him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a giant shark. In a critical moment, Qin Tian pulled out the oxygen hose. Instantly, a large amount of air sprayed out from the hose, like a high-pressure water gun spraying out. Although it can't cause any substantial harm, it can temporarily stop the sharks from advancing. However, what makes them desperate is that there are 2 more sharks coming from the distance. Without even thinking about it, Qin Tian let them hold on to the oxygen tank like he did, turning the valve to the maximum. The moment the valve was turned open, the compressed gas sprayed out of the tank. The powerful thrust directly took Qin Tian and the other two away, at a speed far exceeding that of the megalodon. But soon, a huge glass window blocked their way. Qin Tian immediately dived down to see if there was an exit. Sure enough, they discovered a small crack below. Use the oxygen tank to make the crack bigger immediately. At the critical moment, the three of them successfully passed through the crack. The shattered glass cut the megalodon, leaving wounds. The bloody smell triggered the ferocity of the other two megalodons, devouring the giant shark piece by piece. Tian suddenly discovered many sophisticated instruments underwater, which he had never seen before. It dawned on him that the extinct ancient beasts on the island might be the product of this laboratory. Tian did not dare to think further. The other two megalodons have finished eating their companion and swam in. Soon they found an iron gate. But no matter how hard they pulled, they couldn't open the door. They saw a nearby access control system. Qin Tian tried to put the ring on it. Click. The three hurriedly swam towards the door. They saw the shark chasing after them. Qin Tian and the others immediately blocked the door to prevent the shark from entering. Bang! The iron door suddenly clamped down, trapping the shark, and the sharp edge cut a big gash in the shark. It turned out that the shark outside was constantly hitting the door. At this point, Qin Tian smiled and took out a dagger. In no time, this shark couldn't die anymore. Then the three men had to redo it. Finally solved the last shark problem. The few people finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, because they had been soaking in the water for too long, they piled up the floating objects around. They made a simple raft and continued to row inward. When the three arrived at the end of the corridor, the ring on Qin Tian's hand emitted a burst of light again. Soon after, the three felt something pulling them up from the water's surface. The next second, the raft shot out with the light screen. A few seconds later, a door appeared in front of Qin Tian. Just as it seemed like he was going to collide with it, a clicking sound was heard as the door opened, and a figure appeared from inside the door. When Qin Tian and the other two entered the room, Qin Tian found that the ring on his hand was broken. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Qin Tian. The energy inside the ring is used up, so it naturally broke. Kata and Ragnar immediately went on guard when they saw this person. Who knew that the uncle would conjure up three stools out of thin air, urging them to sit down quickly. The remaining energy is running out. Immediately, a 3D map of a deserted island appeared in front of the uncle. This scene directly intimidated the three of them. Seeing the three still in a daze, the uncle suddenly roared. "What are you waiting for? Take out the recorder, camera or something to record it." Qin Tian, however, claimed that he didn't have anything. When he explained his previous experience to the uncle turned to stone instantly, watching as the uncle gloomily. Qin Tian still wanted to go and ask what was going on, but the uncle pointed a finger to the sky. And suddenly a black and white television appeared out of thin air. "Shut up and watch it yourself. I'm not in the mood to answer your questions right now." However, everything on the TV completely overturned Qin Tian's understanding. The time on the video is in the new era of 336 AD. Due to the continuous development of the Earth, it has encountered an energy crisis. Treasure Island 2. And constructed this pentagonal laboratory on the island. Surprisingly, their research subject is time. They found this to be like Pandora's box. During the research process, they had an accident. The entire island was affected by a time fluctuation. They had nowhere to escape. So, he and another professor uploaded their consciousness to the cloud device, living in the form of data. As long as the device is not damaged, even if thousands of years have passed, they still exist. When the three people finished watching this video, Professor Zhang, the other person in the video, also appeared in front of everyone. After understanding the situation of Qin Tian and others, they said this is because Treasure Island number 2 is very unstable in the space-time fissure. It appears from time to time in different times and places. Qin Tian asked if there was a way to send them back to their original world, but they both said in unison that there wasn't. Qin Tian instantly petrified. Professor Ku then said, "Just because we can't help you doesn't mean you can't go back." At this, a ring appeared in his palm, and he threw it to Qin Tian. This ring contains all the data from the 5 Elements Laboratory. And this is the key for you to return to your original time and space. When our project was established, in the same period project group, Biosphere 3, whose purpose is to prepare for migration to other planets. It's a pity that Biosphere 2 only lasted for 2 years before it was declared a failure, from its name. Biosphere 3 should be a continuation or advancement of Biosphere 2. It is currently in the same time-space fissure as Biodome 2. Biodome 2 is responsible for producing research results. As long as Qintian finds the laboratory of Biodome 3, there will be a chance to reverse calculate the doorway to return to the original time and space, and this ring will guide Qintian to find Biodome 3. Subsequently, it indicates that in just 1 more hour the laboratory's energy will be depleted, prompting Qintian and his 2 companions to immediately board the escape capsules to leave. Qintian looked at these 2 people who dedicated their lives to humanity, and asked if they needed any help. If you can find the experimental data from Biosphere 3 and bring it out, it would be the greatest help to both of us. At this moment, Qintian shamelessly rubbed his hands. Can you give us some support? Like some high-tech guns for self-defense. It would be even better if we could have a ship for long-distance travel. Professor Zhang said that the things in the 5 Elements laboratory had long since fallen apart. When the energy runs out, all things will turn to dust. And as expected, after the disappearance of the Wufeng laboratory, Baodao 2 will gradually collapse. This collapse process will probably last for 2 years. There are 3 stages in total. In the early stage, the mist in the swamp will gradually disappear. In the middle stage, dormant volcanoes will gradually awaken. By the later stage, the volcano will erupt. At that time, the entire treasure island number 2 will be covered and then engulfed by magma. So you guys have to figure out a way to build the boat and leave here before the final stage arrives. Upon hearing this, Qintian first looked startled, then gave a wry smile, indicating that he understood. He quickly made a rough calculation. The white fog disappeared 4 months ago. Now there's only over a year left. Finally, Qintian respectfully bowed to the 2 elders. Then he boarded the lifeboat and left. Within a minute, they had reached the surface of the water. There's no time to say much. Qintian ordered everyone to get ashore immediately. Just after everyone got ashore, a huge whirlpool appeared on the sea, and everything on the water surface was sucked into it. After returning to the campsite, Qintian told everyone this news. Although the Rada people didn't understand the time-space crack, they knew that they had to build a large ship and leave within a year. So the next day, Qintian led people to start collecting wood for building the ship. It only took half a month to collect enough wood. Then the wood was processed to remove its internal moisture. After which, Qintian led everyone to cultivate wheat on the newly developed land. All the Rada people worked together, working until 9 o'clock at night to fully plant 100 acres of land. That evening, Qintian summoned everyone again, and assigned tasks to each person. In the time that followed, everyone became as busy as spinning tops. Before they knew it, summer had arrived. As the clothes of the tribe were all made of animal skins, thick and not breathable, everyone was sweating profusely. So Qintian found Raimi in the upgraded map, and decided to start making clothes. With the collaboration of Elix, Qintian successfully made the spinning wheel. Then he handed the heavy responsibility of weaving to Yilin. Yilin and Jessica were regretting that they had no dye. Otherwise, they could have made beautiful floral clothing. But Qintian pointed to the cabinet beside her. I've already prepared the dyes. The 2 girls immediately got excited. Soon, Yilin immersed herself in the joy of making clothes. 1 week later, Qintian finally put on his first new clothes after arriving on the island. When he saw Yelin in her fresh and lovely outfit, Qintian couldn't help but be stunned. The title of school flower is well deserved. In no time, Jessica was also showing off her new clothes to Qintian. Qintian couldn't help but have a nosebleed at the shapely figure. Then the 2 women had some private things to do, so they kicked Qintian out of the cave. At this point, all the tribal people had changed into new clothes. Nick even put on a suit. Seems like Yelin knows Qintian's preferences. Daily walk. In the days to come, Qin Tian and the others will continue to build the spaceship according to plan. Yellen is responsible for leading the team to collect the food needed for the voyage. So one night, half a year later, a large wave of beasts suddenly rushed towards Qin Tian and their camp. As they approached the camp, the guards discovered that it was a pack of black wolves. Guessed they were coming to find Qin Tian. The guards immediately told Qin Tian about this matter, through the translation of Hampi, tremor, and heat. Qin Tian immediately guessed that the volcano was about to erupt. At that moment, the tribespeople were instructed to lead all the elderly and children with torches to the seaside. Kata and some of the tribespeople went to the kitchen to gather as much food and water as possible. The rest were to gather enough towels and blankets. Soon, everyone had arrived at the seaside. Fortunately, they had built enough catamarans to cross the peninsula beforehand. It's coming in handy at this time. After everyone successfully boarded the ship, a loud noise came from the distance. Qin Tian immediately instructed everyone to cover their mouth and nose with wet towels. Almost instantaneously, a gust of wind howled by. Giant water splashes were blown up on the sea. The boats were violently swaying. Even the domineering ancient beasts could only cower in a corner, trembling under the might of nature. Until the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon, the entire sea surface finally calmed down. Qin Tian stood at the bow and looked at the distant forest. In theory, the temperature of lava is between 700 and 1200 degrees. Even the lowest temperature is enough to ignite the trees. But now there's no sign of fire. I haven't even seen any smoke. He guessed the camp should be safe. Thinking this, Qin Tian decided to take everyone back to the camp. When they returned to the camp, everyone had a smile on their face. They had stayed up all night on the boat, for safety's sake. Everyone gathered in the kitchen to rest. To reassure everyone, Qin Tian took Kata to the plains to investigate. Although the volcanic ash affected the entire island, the area invaded by the magma was less than 1/3 of the plains. They arrived at the plains quite smoothly. No more magma coming out of the crater. Looks like what Professor Zhang said before. The volcano eruption should be in half a year. Qin Tian and the others finally let go, continued to build the spaceship. The Black Wolf Pack also migrated to the forest near the camp, due to the invasion of the magma. They would come to the camp to help and get some food when nothing's going on. Half a year passed quickly. Qin Tian and the others had been on the deserted island for 2 years. They also welcomed their second spring festival on the deserted island. With the help of the wolf pack, they transported all the food to the beach and had their reunion dinner on the beach. It was a great reunion for Qin Tian too, holding 3 beauties, using the earth as a bed and the sky as a quilt. They slept under a large quilt. In the middle of the night, after Qin Tian woke up, silently, a person came to the side of the ship and started to inspect. 3 beauties also woke up and walked over. The 4 of them discussed what to name the ship. When Qin Tian saw the moment of dawn breaking. In the following days, in accordance with the tradition of the new year, no one continued to be busy. Instead, they enjoyed their leisure time to the fullest. At the same time, Qin Tian told Huan Pai the news of the destruction of the deserted island, and Huan Pai told Bai Yen. Bai Yen had no doubts about this, and decided to take the tribe to leave on the dawn. They successively moved wheat, fruits, vegetables, and meat onto the dawn. Soon, the day of departure arrived. On the day before departure, Qin Tian, with nothing to do, started to look at the information about island number 2. He finally found out the reasons why the Rada people were different from ordinary people. I wonder if these buffs will still exist after leaving the island. At this point, Yellen has also informed the clan members of the news of their departure tomorrow. However, the clan members were not as excited as expected. After all, leaving the place where they had lived for several years, everyone felt a little melancholic. Early the next morning, with a shout from Qin Tian, the sail was set. The sail fell. In the breeze of the sea it swelled. The daybreak ships sailed into the ocean, but they still have one final challenge to face. For this, Qin Tian had been adequately prepared. They found a wild boar and inserted the bomb into its abdomen, then placed the wild boar on the raft at the stern. Tomato juice is constantly flowing into the sea from the wild boar. Now the food is ready, just waiting for the guests to arrive. After sailing for several hours, a dark patch appears ahead of the Dawnbreaker. Qin Tian looked at the distant thunderclouds. It reminded him of the day the shipwreck happened. They must pass through here, to truly leave Treasure Island too. Qin Tian immediately ordered everyone back to their positions. Get ready to charge through these thunderclouds. But just then, the archer brother tells Qin Tian, Leviathan is coming. Just look behind the raft carrying the wild boar. There was a huge dark shadow under the water, reminiscent of half the size of the Dawnbreaker. No wonder the pirates' fleet was so helpless. Qin Tian immediately pulled out a rocket, and accurately ignited the fuse in the wild boar's mouth. At the same time, Aluba and the others arrived in front of the crossbow. They each gripped the trigger of the crossbow, their eyes tightly fixed on the dark figure. Under Qin Tian's gaze, the dark figure leaped from the water surface, swallows the wild boar in one gulp. Qin Tian and his team also saw the true identity of the Black Shadow. It turned out to be the hidden dragon from the late Cretaceous period. As soon as the hidden dragon emerged from the water, several huge crossbow arrows flew towards it. Almost instantly hit the huge body of Tsunglong. Immediately, Tsunglong smashed into the water. The angry Tsunglong turned its body and bit towards the dawn. At this point, the crossbow arrows couldn't hit the submerged Tsunglong at all. Qin Tian immediately notified Jessica to start the Mingluan. As the orders were given one after another, Airlock kept throwing wood into the burner. As the Dawnbreaker was about to be bitten by the sea serpent, the light wheel of Dawnbreaker began to turn. The whole ship suddenly rushed out under the turbo boost. Let Tsunglong miss the target directly. Just as Tsunglong was about to catch up, Qin Tian was preparing to implement the next plan, when a huge explosion sound came from the water. It seems that the bomb inside Tsunglong's body has taken effect. Watching the constantly emerging sashimi on the water surface, everyone feels a sense of unreality. But before everyone can rest, huge waves arise in front of them. Everyone immediately runs back to the cabin to prepare for the waves. Under the unified command of Yilin, everyone paddled in rhythm. With everyone's concerted efforts, the daybreak boat rose to meet the giant wave, racing towards the highest point of the wave. When the Going Merry arrives at the highest point, it suddenly plunges down. The whole process is much more thrilling than a roller coaster. They have finally escaped from the magnetic field of Bao Island No. 2. They have passed through the red line and are now off to find the One Piece. That evening, they had a joyful first dinner on the Aurora, and then went to rest. After that, they each went to rest. Qin Tian looked at the bonus points. Now he has 18,000 points, enough for him to exchange for an emergency talent when encountering danger. In the following half-month, the weather was surprisingly good. Everyone enjoyed this beautiful time as if on a vacation, until a large patch of dense fog appeared before their eyes. At this time, Qin Tian and the others were checking the map of Biosphere 3. According to the information in the ring, Biosphere 3 is not an island, but a continent with various climates and terrains in the world. At this moment, Nick opened the door and said there was a lot of fog outside. Looking at the dense fog with less than 10 meters of visibility, Qin Tian worriedly asked if the fog would affect their navigation. Jessica suggested turning on the fog lights and driving slower, saying it should be fine. Qin Tian instructed everyone to return to the cabin for now, and come back out once the fog lifted. After Qin Tian entered the cabin, Jessica was found telling everyone the story of the ghost ship. The people of the Rada tribe were all scared and at a loss. Just then, Nick suddenly noticed a yellow light not far away. Those who had just heard about the ghost ship were scared, thinking they had come across the ghost ship. Qin Tian immediately asked Kata and others to take their weapons and go out with him to have a look. The others were told to stay in the cabin and not to run around. Jessica rang the short bell to communicate with the other party, but there was no response from the other side. Just in case, everyone is on high alert. As the two ships get closer and closer, a ship twice the size of Aurora comes into view. Qin Tian is on guard, aiming the crossbow at the other side. Suddenly, from the opposite ship, guns the size of bulls are fired. They all aimed at Qin Tian and the others. In an instant, Qin Tian issued the command to attack. Countless crossbow arrows flew towards the opposite side. However, the arrows all passed through the ship's hull. The next second, firelight flashed on the opposite side. Qin Tian immediately had everyone lie down, but the people lying on the deck did not notice any movement for a long time. At this time, the archer sister said that the shells from the opposite side directly penetrated the hull of the Dawn. Suddenly Qin Tian realized something, and saw him slowly stand up. A shell flew towards Qin Tian in an instant, but an unbelievable scene occurred. The shell actually passed directly through Qin Tian's body, confirming his own conjecture. A smile appeared on Qin Tian's face. Get up, everyone, what we are seeing is just an illusion. Or more accurately, it's called the Sea Market Pavilion. Only then did everyone relax, quietly watching the opposite. We sailed for about an hour. Dawnbreaker finally broke through the mist. Without stopping, we continued towards Biosphere 3. Unconsciously, we have been at sea for a month. Living a monotonous life every day, many people are feeling bored and uninterested. Qin Tian found the chief of the Parsong tribe, and expressed his desire to train all the tribe members into warriors. This way, in case the spaceship encounters any sudden situations, there will be extra hands to deal with it. As for Qin Tian's words, Parson Chief naturally won't object. At this point, Qin Tian also asked about their previous standard for assessing warriors. Chief Parson indicated that as long as a wolf is brought back alone during the adult ceremony, it counts as a successful assessment. Finally, the two of them settled on the assessment plan. As long as one of the 3 wolves survives for half an hour under the siege of the 3 wolves, they will qualify to become a warrior. After that, Qin Tian found Hampi and Xianxi, and discussed the selection of warriors with them. Once everything was confirmed, they spread the news. Upon hearing this, the Rada people cheered, because becoming a warrior was an extremely honorable thing for them. After a month of assessment, a total of 13 tribesmen passed the assessment. Those who were not selected will learn archery with the Pakuma siblings. Qin Tian also found Parsong to train his combat skills as his opponent. After another month, a large area of thunderclouds suddenly appeared in front of them. Qin Tian knew they were getting close. Although the thunderclouds ahead were terrifying, they had already had one experience before. This time, they were full of confidence. Half an hour later, they successfully crossed the central area of the thundercloud. Not far ahead of them was a piece of land. Everyone cheered and rejoiced. They finally arrived, looking at the mangrove in the sea. Upon reviewing the information in the ring, Qin Tian learned that this is Zone D3 in a tropical rainforest. However, the tropical rainforest is the ecosystem with the most diverse species on land, and is frequently inhabited by poisonous creatures and ferocious beasts. It is not a suitable landing point. This information suggests that, next to the tropical rainforest is a temperate monsoon hilly area, when they decided to head there for anchorage. But they sailed for a whole week. Not only did they not leave the tropical rainforest area, instead they returned to their original point of arrival. So, Qin Tian found himself back here. Coupled with the fact that the ring had been pointing to this rainforest area, it seems that he had to make a trip to the rainforest no matter what. So, Qin Tian planned to take a few people to the rainforest for investigation. After that, they began to prepare supplies, get ready for everything. Qin Tian and a few others took a small boat to the rainforest. After about half an hour, they found no way forward. Qin Tian had to let everyone get off the boat and walk on the tree roots. Finally, at dusk, they successfully arrived on land. The immediate priority was to find a place to set up camp, but Bai Yan suddenly became vigilant towards a certain direction, issuing a low growl from his throat. Then a jaguar walked out of the woods, slowly approaching the crowd, then urinating on a tree, obviously declaring its territory. But they showed no signs of leaving. The jaguar roared and pounced. However, it became a meal for Qin Tian and the others. After resting for a night, they continued to advance deeper. They walked for several hours. Kata vaguely heard the sound of water flowing. Everyone stopped to listen carefully. Soon they also heard the sound of water flowing. Qin Tian immediately decided to go and check it out. Before long, a stream over 10 meters wide appeared in front of them. Qin Tian is considering letting Bai Yan try to test whether this is the Tamsui River. Aruba had already run over and started drinking eagerly. This water is sweet and tasty. At this moment, Qin Tian brought out the map to confirm his own location. However, it's still impossible to determine the location based solely on a stream. The sky was getting dark, and they decided to rest near the stream for the night. As they were having dinner, Qin Tian suddenly noticed a body floating in the stream. He rushed over and pulled it out. The crowd was astonished to see the household in such a state. Tai Tian had previously considered the possibility of someone being swept up just like he was into Biosphere 3, but he never expected to have his suspicions confirmed in this way. Looking at the decorations on his body, Qin Tian immediately judged that this was a native inhabitant, and it can be seen from the loincloth on him that the civilization of this tribe is much higher than the Rada tribe. After handling the corpse, they continued to have dinner. At the same time, they discussed around the corpse. In the end, Qin Tian made one thing clear. The rule of action is to try to avoid contact with people from other tribes. The next day, they continued along the river, due to the terrain. As they walked further upstream, the bank of the river is getting higher and higher. Suddenly, Aloha looked at the water in the stream and said, "Is the water getting more and more turbid?" Suddenly, Qin Tian remembered something. He urgently told everyone to get ashore immediately. The others naturally hesitated at Qin Tian's words. As they were climbing up, suddenly, they felt the earth shaking. Then they saw a flood rushing down from upstream in the distance. Fortunately, Qin Tian had sensed it in time. They all safely climbed to the river bank. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a figure in the raging waters. It was a snake about 7 to 8 meters long. Qin Tian learned from the system that this snake is called the Amazon forest python. The group looked at the snake, its eyes shining brightly. "I've already considered it my dinner." In the end, this unfortunate forest hasn't escaped its fate for 8 lifetimes. Due to the flooding, they had no choice but to return to the rainforest. Compared to walking the riverbed, the rainforest is much harder to traverse. They walked for the whole afternoon, before advancing 8 kilometers. That evening, they used knives to clear a space in the rainforest for overnight preparation. Just as they were enjoying their snake meat, Bai Yan suddenly softly barked in one direction. At this moment, Shada sends a message to Qin Tian, saying that he has noticed someone approaching. Qin Tian immediately reacts, and tells them to put out the fire. After that, Qin Tian and the others hide in the bushes. Approximately half a minute later, flames appeared in the darkness. 3 men holding torches walked over. Fortunately, they didn't notice Qin Tian and the others. They walked straight past. It was not until 2 hours later that they confirmed that they had gone far away. Qin Tian and the others ignited the spring fire again to roast the snake meat. At this time, Nick asked Kata. They just spoke as if it were the language of our tribe. "Kata, have you seen them in our original tribe?" The others remembered that Nick was speaking in their tribal language. Only then did they realize that they had been speaking in their tribal language. But Qin Tian couldn't help but gasp when he heard it, because when the 3 natives were talking just now, he distinctly heard Mandarin. They discussed the matter, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. No matter how they discussed it, they couldn't figure out what was going on. Even Aluba's mind was in a whirl. Qin Tian couldn't help but feel helpless. But thinking about the extraordinary experiences on Bao Island No. 2, he quickly became resigned to it as well. The next day they continued to move forward according to the guidance of the ring, but not long after, they unexpectedly came across a village. Pakuma took out a telescope to peer into the village, but what caught his eye was a ground full of corpses. Out of safety concerns, Qin Tian planned to go around, but just as they were about to leave, a baby's cry suddenly came from the village. In the deep mountains and old forest lies a deserted village. A child's crying can be heard. No one could possibly leave so heartlessly. Qin Tian immediately alerted everyone to be on high alert, decided to secretly go and take a look. When they entered the room where the baby was, they saw the baby lying in the crib, wailing loudly. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the baby had wet itself and needed a diaper change, but none of them had any experience taking care of a baby. But in the end, I could only grit my teeth and go up. It took some effort to change the diaper. During that time, Ragna searched the village. The whole village was looted empty. It looks like it was ravaged by another tribe. "Let's just stay here tonight." Seeing Qin Tian in a daze, someone called out to him softly. Little did they know that Qin Tian was thinking, what can a child under 1 year old eat other than breast milk? Eat meat. It was as if he had heard them talking about him. The baby suddenly burst into loud wails. No need to think, he must be hungry at this time. Several people took out clean water to try to feed him, but the baby only took a sip and continued to wail loudly. Just then, a dark figure flashed outside the house. Not long after, Kata found that there was a fire outside. The group immediately reacted and started to put out the fire. Qin Tian looked at the inexplicable fire. He realized that this was arson. Just then, a figure quickly entered the house where Qin Tian and the others were. It is said that when the person just entered the house, Qin Tian sensed it. He immediately used his talent to enter the house. When he realized the other person was a woman, he just knocked her out, while the baby in her arms clung tightly to her. During her unconsciousness, Qin Tian and the others speculated that this person should be the mother of this infant, and let Nick to take care of this woman. When the woman woke up, she immediately hugged the child in her arms and went on guard. Qin Tian immediately explained to her that he and his companions had no ill intentions. After seeing Qin Tian and his team really retreat, the woman said her name was Solam. She is a member of this tribe. This child is also her own child. Qin Tian was just about to go up and chat with her. Little did we know, she stumbled backwards with just one step. Thankfully, Qin Tian and Nick caught her in time. We learned that she was simply too weak from hunger. Soon after, Qin Tian brought out food to treat her, and once she had her fill, Qin Tian asked what had happened here. It turned out that their village was suddenly attacked by another tribe 3 days ago. But they were quickly defeated. Except for the dead. Everyone else became captives. Fortunately, they believe that killing the baby will incur God's curse, so the child escaped unscathed. Later, on the way to the escort, her people created an opportunity for her to escape. This is how she managed to flee. After Solarm falls asleep, Qin Tian and Kata discuss her whereabouts. In the end, they decide to see if there are any friendly tribes nearby. If there are, they will escort her there and temporarily bring her back to the dawn. Of course, all of this needs to consult Soram for his opinion. Until the next morning, there was no sign of Soram waking up. Qin Tian had to let Nick and Ragnar stay here, while he took people nearby to see if there was anything to eat. Not long after, they found a large grove of coconut trees, but after a thorough search, they didn't even find a coconut husk. At this moment, Qin Tian laughed and said that this tree is not the usual coconut tree we are familiar with. It doesn't bear coconuts. However, there is a large amount of starch stored in the trunk. In other words, this trunk is edible. Afterwards, Kader felled the tree. He found that the heartwood was self-colored. However, the heartwood still needs to be soaked in water. The filtered starch paste is the part that can be eaten. But the others said that the current fresh water is simply not enough for them to drink. Where is the extra water to soak in? But Qin Tian pointed to the tree stump on the side. Those must have been chopped by the Soryu people before. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a water source nearby. Looking at the fork in the road ahead of them, one of the paths must lead to the water source. Just as they were debating which direction to take, Kata found traces of drag trees on one of the paths. Walk along this path. Indeed, they found a river. Immediately began extracting starch from the trunks of West Valley coconut trees. When they came back, Solam also woke up. Qin Tian asked about her future plans. Solam said she was going to the city-state. Hearing city-state, Qin Tian was greatly shocked. Solam listened to the elders of the tribe about the city-state, saying that the city-state is a large department composed of huge houses built by stones, where there is abundant food. The king and nobles also live there, and whenever there are festivals or disasters, the king will have the priests prepare a grand ceremony in the city, to pray for blessings and protection for the people. After listening to Soram's words, Qin Tian fell into silence. It seems that the situation on this continent is much larger than he imagined. That evening, he chatted with Solam again. He learned that the method of making sago and extracting starch was taught by the gods. Hearing this, Qin Tian fell into contemplation again. Sago and starch. If a term can be explained by coincidence, terrifying. At this point, Qin Tian asked Solam again if she wanted to go to the city. Solam said that she heard while they were escorting her that they were planning to bring her people to the city to sell them, so she decided to go and buy them back. When Qin Tian was on duty that night, he combined the information he had obtained with his own speculation, and summarized it into 2 main points. The first point is that the city-state is at the center, surrounded by tribes of different sizes. The tribes do not know each other's location. keep going towards the direction where the sun rises. Coincidentally, the direction the ring points to is also east. He decides to go and see. The most important, he wanted to confirm whether the sacrifice was one of the people on the same boat as him initially. The next day, they turned the chieftain's house upside down and dug up the ground, because, as Solom said, the money was buried under the chieftain's bed. After a while, they dug up a pottery jar. Upon opening it, they found it was filled with slow-moving snails. Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh. I should have known. Exchange of goods. Soram looked at the jar full of snails, excitedly expressed that these shells will surely bring back their people. Before leaving, Solom hoped that Qin Tian could help him perform a birth ceremony for his own child, because he heard from Nick and the others that Qin Tian is the messenger of the shaman god. If he could preside over it, it would be a great honor for the child. 2 days later, at noon, the sun reached its zenith. Qin Tian and the others also began the ceremony. He took the child from Solam's hands. Then he raised his hands high. This moment made him think of the scene when Simba was born. Simba. Fortunately, Qin Tian did not panic because of this. Simba. Then, Qin Tian introduced the items on the ground to the baby one by one. After the introduction, he put the baby on the ground. Come on, now choose your future path. It's just like the child slowly crawling towards those things, but the result is unexpected. The child grabbed everything in sight. Qin Tian was also stunned. You should know that he had already prepared a speech for each item before the ceremony. But now this completely caught him off guard. Fortunately, Qin Tian had a sudden inspiration. The earth, nurturing all things, embracing all things, just like this child embracing everything. Da-Di, that's his name. Soram happily holding his child. Everyone also felt for the first time that Qin Tian's choice of name was not bad. That night, Qin Tian called up the map of Zone D3, trying to let Soram determine their current location. After Salam looked at the map for a while, he pointed to a place. It should be nearby. With a rough idea of the location, Qin Tian spent several hours again the next day to plan the route forward. The next day, under Salam's guidance, their advancement speed has increased significantly. There was basically no obstacles along the way. Until the third day, they arrived at the end of the path. After resting for a night, the next day they started to move into the woods. But not long after they left, Solam said it was going to rain. And it was going to be a big rain, but at this moment, the sky was clear. As for Soram's words, Qin Tian didn't think much, and let everyone start setting up the camp. Just as the tents were set up, heavy rain poured down. Everyone is full of admiration for Salama. At this time, Salama once again indicated that from the change in the weather, it may rain for the next week. The following days indeed turn out as Salama said. It will rain from time to time. For the past few days, Qin Tian and the others' shoes have been soaking wet. Their feet have turned all wrinkly from being soaked. At night, when they take off their shoes to warm them by the fire, Aluba suddenly pointed at Kata's foot and said, Kata, do you have 6 toes? Little did he know others also said they had. Qin Tian immediately asked if there was anything wrong with them, such as pain or itching. Ragna said it only hurt a little when pressed. Since something was wrong, Qin Tian immediately accessed the system mall, complete wilderness first aid. Soon, a long-lost sense of pain struck, and a large amount of knowledge was inexplicably inserted into his mind. It wasn't until he realized it was just a corn that he breathed a sigh of relief. Just need to soften it with hot water, then just cut it off. But the main reason is prolonged wearing of damp shoes. At this moment, Qin Tian opened the mall again, hoping to find a book to solve this problem. Suddenly he found that the system mall had updated some comics. Subconsciously, he wanted to click in to take a look, but soon he was cursing at the system for not updating any useful books. Why can't they update some useful books? Comprehensive modern crafts. I chose to exchange it immediately. Qin Tian quickly stood up excitedly. There is a way. The complete collection of modern crafts. He quickly made the rain shoes. So everyone no longer needs to worry about corns getting worse. Qin Tian spent a day making rain boots for everyone. The next day, after the rain stopped, they continued on their way, but due to the rain, many roads were flooded. Qin Tian and his companions had to take many detours, but as Qin Tian and the others got closer to the city-states, they started encountering other tribes. Some of these villages had just a dozen people, while others had over 100. But they adhered to the principle of non-interference. Qin Tian, they all choose to avoid any unnecessary trouble. After a few days, they found that there were others walking in their direction. And when they guessed whether they were going to the city, suddenly two people appeared in front of them. It turned out that they were attracted by the smell of the food made by Qin Tian. The man took out a deer leg, indicating that he wanted to exchange it for food with Qin Tian. Seeing this, Qin Tian took the opportunity to ask the man some questions. It was only then that he learned that these people were indeed heading to the city, and they are all going to the grand ritual. From their current location, it will take another 2 days to reach the city. Meanwhile, Qin Tian also learned that to enter the city, everyone needs to pay an entry fee of 20 shells. If there are not enough shells, you can also exchange other items with others for currency. Qin Tian was worried that they didn't have enough shells, so the siblings exchanged a lot of currency. After completing the transaction, the siblings bid farewell and left. Qin Tian, out of caution, worried that this pair of siblings might be thugs from another tribe, so he took them to another place to spend the night. The next day, they avoided the main road and chose a smaller path to move forward, but they had picked the wrong target. Suddenly, a hidden arrow was shot at Qin Tian, but they had picked the wrong target. In an instant, Qin Tian appeared in front of the person who ambushed him and subdued him. In just one brief encounter, Qin Tian had already taken down several of them. Although there were many people around, they did not dare to approach easily. Just when both sides were deadlocked, brother and sister who rushed over and actually scared them off. The siblings hurriedly expressed that they were not with them, but they also want to go to the city, hoping to have a companion on the way. Looking at the appearance of the siblings, Qin Tian guessed that the Western Valley beef jerky from last night must have been eaten up, and he was urged by his sister to come over. With 2 experienced guides, Qin Tian did not refuse. Thinking that they would encounter bandits halfway through the jungle before, Qin Tian decided to show up openly on the main road. Not long after, Qin Tian found that those passers-by were deliberately keeping their distance from them. At this point, Tu Zhao gave the reason: "It's probably because of the clothes you're wearing. Only the nobles in the city can afford so much fabric. Now they want to exchange their clothes to avoid unnecessary trouble, but they didn't have any clothes to change into, and slept on the ground like everyone else, and so they walked for 3 days, when a huge creature appeared in front of them. No need to think, Qin Tian, they also know that is the city-state." Looking at the familiar silhouette, Qin Tian let the sand sculpture go and explore the road. When seeing the perspective returned by the sand sculpture, Qin Tian was greatly surprised. This is actually a Mayan pyramid. He unconsciously asked the brother and sister Tao Hu to have tiger claws. "Are you Mayan?" But they claim to be the corn people. Although Qin Tian has not seen the Mayan pyramid with his own eyes, but he has seen it in various major media, he was very sure that what he had just seen was the Mayan pyramid. Mayan. When they arrived at the city-state, they successfully entered the city-state after paying the entrance fee. The first thing Qin Tian and the others saw were patches of cultivated land. After walking along the road for about 10 minutes, they finally saw clusters of low houses. Through Hu Zhao's introduction, Qin Tian learned that the city-states were generally divided into 3 areas. The outermost area is the agricultural region. Next is the residential area for common people. In the middle is the temple for sacrifices and the residence of the nobility. At this time, Qin Tian asked Hu Zhao, "Where can I buy slaves?" After learning that Solem's people had been captured, he said that the places where slaves are sold are not fixed, but often in the busiest stalls in the market. Solem then expressed his thanks to Qin Tian, and said that he could handle finding his people on his own. Let Qin Tian and the others do their own thing, although Qin Tian is eager to explore the Mayan pyramids. In comparison, there's no doubt that Solem's situation is more important. In the time to come, Qin Tian and the others continued to help Solem find his people. Even Hu Zhao's siblings also joined in the search, but the Mayan city-state turned out to be unexpectedly large. It took them a good 5 to 6 hours to cover the entire western area. By the time they reached the southern area, it was already close to evening. Afterwards, under the guidance of Hua's siblings, they unexpectedly arrived at a place resembling a roadside stall. Hot cocoa. After exchanging some cocoa beans with a sand-sculpted feather, Qin Tian treated everyone to a bowl. The strange smell almost made Qin Tian and his companions vomit. Only Aluba, the foodie, and the Tiger Claw's siblings enjoyed the food. They returned to the farming area to rest for the night. Suddenly, Aya complained of feeling hot. Upon seeing this, Tiger Claw immediately picked up his sister and left the area. He quickly found a river and jumped in. They didn't return until 3 hours later. Aya even fainted. But the next day Aya became lively again. At this moment, Qin Tian noticed many people heading towards the temple. They said they want to watch the Saint Ball game. What is the Tiger Claw Saint Ball game? Tiger Claw explained that it is a very sacred sport. At the moment, people from the 4 areas are probably heading to the temple. Qin Tian and the others also followed the crowd to take a look. When they arrived at the entrance to the temple, Qin Tian noticed that the 2 stone sculptures at the entrance looked just like the heads of Chinese dragons. Once they went inside, Qin Tian found that the corridor was filled with murals. One of the paintings in particular caught Qin Tian's attention. It looks like it was added on later. The tiger's claw signifies that this is the goddess of wisdom. The residents of the city-state said, the goddess once descended here, and imparted knowledge to the priests. When they walked out of the long corridor, what appeared before their eyes was a cluster of pyramids. This visual impact brought by the sight was extremely shocking to Qin Tian and the others. The square in front of one of the pyramids was surrounded by people. Qin Tian knew that it was the venue for the sacred sphere competition. Just need to throw the ball into the opponent's stone ring to win. During the game, you cannot touch the ball with your hands or kick it with your feet. You can only use your elbows, forearms, knees, or buttocks to hit the ball. Even if you directly kill the opponent and then throw the ball in, it is acceptable. As they were introducing, a ball suddenly flew towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian reacted in time, using cat-like reflexes to dodge the ball and intended to catch it. However, his hand barely touched the ball. A great force shook away Qin Tian's hand. But the tiger claw behind him effortlessly caught the ball. Qin Tian let the tiger claw hand the ball to him to take a look. When he caught the ball, he found it weighed at least 6 caddies, and seemed to be made of rubber. Looking at the staff lying on the ground. Is this holy ball competition so dangerous? Usually, this kind of situation only occurs in the Saint Ball tournament held by the High Priest. It's rare to see such intense competition in a regular match. Very uncommon. This is the Saint Ball tournament. This year, the priest has adjusted the time for the Saint Ball tournament to before the ritual ceremony. So, the Holy Ball tournament started early. When Tiger Claw heard this, his expression changed. He picked up his sister and ran into the distance. At the same time, he waved goodbye to Qin Tian, watching the sudden departure of the siblings. Qin Tian and a few others were somewhat reluctant. Then Qin Tian started to move. Everyone dispersed to find a place to buy slaves. Reassemble half an hour later. It is said that Qin Tian and his friends were looking for the tribe of Solam. Suddenly, they heard the name Solam. It turned out that a parrot locked in a cage was calling out the name Solam. They immediately wanted to buy the parrot. But the shop owner asked for 300 cocoa beans. In the end, a few silly-haired birds brought parrots down for sale. When Solam saw the parrot, he immediately became excited, because these are the pets raised by the Huayu people. Solam asked if the parrot knew where the Huayu people were. He watched the parrot tilt its head and think for a moment. So spread your wings and fly towards a place. Qin Tian and the others immediately followed it. In no time, they approached the largest pyramid in the center of the city. At this moment, an arrow suddenly appeared on Qin Tian's ring, pointing to the pyramid. But 2 soldiers blocked their path. Qin Tian guessed that this should be the pyramid where the priest and the king lived. Just as Qin Tian and the others were about to go back to discuss it further, they ran into the boss who sold hot cocoa. After asking, they found out that the most delicious hot cocoa in the city would be regularly sent to the temple, and his hot cocoa was the most fragrant and sweet in the entire city. Qin Tian was speechless upon hearing this. So many people actually like this water-like thing. Afterward, several people left. Would Nick really just go back like this? Qin Tian expressed that forcing entry was impossible. Let's go back and get ready. Others didn't understand what Qin Tian meant. Qin Tian smiled mysteriously. Just now you all heard it right? As long as it's the most delicious hot cocoa in the city, they will be taken into the temple. So what we need to do next is collect a large amount of cocoa beans. After that, they take the fluff-haired cat's hair to exchange for cocoa beans at various stalls. In addition to cocoa beans, Qin Tian also collected 2 other things, sweet potatoes and vanilla. That night after a simple dinner, they began to make hot cocoa. Qin Tian cut the sweet potatoes into pieces and put them in boiling water. Sora dried the moisture from the cocoa beans. After a flurry of activity by the group, all the ingredients for making hot cocoa are ready. Finally, pour all the ingredients together and cook. After they drank a bowl of hot cocoa, the delicious taste made them almost take off in place. The next day, they set up a stall to sell hot cocoa. The appealing aroma immediately attracted many people. Just an hour later, a large tub of hot cocoa was quickly emptied by a crowd. They then used the earned cocoa beans to continue purchasing ingredients, and then sold them in various places in the city-state. One day, a boy carrying a bamboo basket came to Qin Tian's stall, praying for a cup of hot cocoa. Qin Tian handed him a cup of hot cocoa directly. He then noticed that the bamboo basket on the boy's back was filled with flintstones. Immediately, he asked the boy where he found them. Because calcium carbide reacts extremely easily with water, in theory it's impossible for it to exist in nature, so the boy took Qin Tian to a forest. When Qin Tian arrived inside the pyramid, he found a large hole in the roof, and the stone wall inside actually melted directly. The young man pointed at a corner, saying he found the flint here. Qin Tian looked at the things on the ground, found that these were all materials for producing flint. He remembered that there were only 2 ways to obtain calcium carbide in industry. From the appearance of the wall, he guessed that this was caused by electric current, but he was puzzled by how this electric current came about. Because even lightning couldn't achieve this level of power, he found something among the clutter. He found it quite familiar, but couldn't remember at the moment. He was certain it wasn't something made by the Mayans. Afterward, he explored the nearby pyramid. It feels like Qin Tian is looking for something. Nguyen took Qin Tian to the top of a pyramid and found what seemed to be the existence of solar photovoltaic panels on the top of the pyramid. After that, he checked all the pyramids. Just as the young man said, not all pyramid tops have solar photovoltaic panels. Those holes on top. Qin Tian speculated that someone deliberately destroyed the photovoltaic panels and caused an explosion while doing so. That's how their so-called cult event came to be. When they returned, it was already evening. Qin Tian brought back a basket of electric stones for future use. After seeing that today's hot cocoa was also sold out, they went back to rest. The next day, the Holy Ball tournament entered the finals. Everyone went to watch the game, resulting in no one being interested in Qin Tian's hot cocoa. Suddenly, they saw everyone kneeling on the ground. Then they saw the priest and the king being carried on a sedan chair towards them. In order to avoid attracting attention, Qin Tian also followed others in performing a ritual. When the 2 arrived at the main platform, the final of the Saint Ball tournament officially began. During the Saint Ball tournament, a cloaked figure demonstrated formidable strength, successfully defeating 5 opponents en route to the final. He also dominated the finals. When Qin Tian was making hot cocoa, 2 soldiers found him. It looks like his plan succeeded, and found out from the soldiers. You can also reward yourself with cocoa beans or slaves. Then let Qin Tian prepare himself. Come to pick him up early tomorrow morning and then leave. That evening, Qin Tian and the others drilled holes at the bottom of the big tank for hot cocoa. Then let Ragnar try it out. Everything was ready, just waiting for the next day. The next morning, Qin Tian and 3 others pushed the large vat to the temple. After a simple inspection by the soldier to confirm that the large vat was fine, They then proceeded into the temple with Qin Tian and others. They found that there was a river at least 10 meters wide here. Surprisingly, the river was inhabited by piranhas. On the way, Qin Tian used his ability to extract information, and learned some information about the pyramid from the soldiers. The Great Pyramid is divided by a large platform into 3 major levels. The first level is the residence of servants, slaves, and soldiers. The third level is the residence of priests and kings. As for the temple at the top level, only priests have free access. Even the king needs permission from the priests to go up there. Under the lead of soldiers, Qin Tian and the others arrived at the kitchen on the second floor. Let's hurry and get started. He will come to pick up the hot cocoa in an hour. There were still soldiers at the door. Qin Tian decided to make the hot cocoa first. After a while, the soldiers at the door heard a violent cough coming from the kitchen. Qin Tian took the opportunity to slip out while they weren't paying attention. It's Ragnar, who was hiding in the jar, temporarily replacing Qin Tian. Qin Tian, who has slipped out, is running in the direction indicated by the ring. The indicated light is getting stronger. Qin Tian guesses they should be close to the destination, following the arrow for guidance. Qin Tian was blocked by a wall. Shortly, the parrot flew back to the kitchen. A few moments later, the kitchen was once again filled with heavy smoke. Taking advantage of the soldiers' distraction, Qin Tian slipped back again. Ragnar also hid back in the tank. Not long after Qin Tian and the others had made the hot cocoa, the soldiers who had left earlier came to take the hot cocoa, and asked Qin Tian and the others to wait there. At this time, Qin Tian was still thinking about the wall, contemplating whether to go and take another look. The previous soldiers have returned, and they said the priests were very happy to reward them. Of course, Qin Tian chose slaves as the reward. The soldiers then took Qin Tian and others to the place where the slaves were held, saying that Qin Tian could choose and take away 2 of them. Only 2 can be chosen to listen. Qin Tian asked if these captives could be traded. After receiving a positive response, Qin Tian and his companions began searching for the people of Solam. At this moment, the parrot flew directly in one direction. Follow the parrot. I did find Sora's people. Qin Tian immediately expressed that he wanted everyone here. Suddenly, the ring on Qin Tian's hand lit up. Immediately afterwards, a strong light shot out from the ring onto the wall. The next second, the entire ground started to shake. Then the previous wall slowly cracked open. Qin Tian immediately realized that the giant egg laboratory was likely behind this wall. It is worth mentioning that in the face of the sudden changes, Qin Tian was suddenly forced to be careful. I was totally unprepared. And because of the phenomenon caused by the ring, Qin Tian was mistaken for an evil god by the soldiers, and they lunged at him with their spears. Seeing the soldiers coming at him, Qin Tian naturally wouldn't be polite to him. In an instant, Qin Tian and his team clashed with the soldiers. At this moment, Qin Tian heard an electronic sound. The gate failed to open. The system will attempt to open again. At the same time, a large number of soldiers heard the commotion and rushed over. Qin Tian let Solam take their people out of the cell, and then took out the smoke bomb hidden in a jar in advance. After the smoke bomb exploded, he also had Ragnar open all the surrounding cell doors and release all the slaves. At this time, the wall continued to emit the sound of the door failing to open. At this moment, the priest upstairs heard the sound. Just as he was shocked in his heart, soldiers arrived to report the discovery of a cultist. When the priest arrived at the door, the light on Qin Tian's ring caught his eye. He felt a tremor inside. Have those people found this place? Is my reign coming to an end? But when he saw the iron knife in Qin Tian's hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. I know Qin Tian is not the person I guessed, but he also inherited like me. He immediately ordered the straw-cloaked man kneeling beside him to kill Qin Tian and the others. Meanwhile, near the temple, Bakuma found Qin Tian and the others under attack, so he and Nick went to support them. Just as Qin Tian was fighting with the soldiers, a figure appeared almost instantly behind Qin Tian. He reached out and grabbed at Qin Tian. Fortunately, Qin Tian dodged in time. Then he stabbed the person in the raincoat with the knife. But the man seemed unharmed. He even clenched his fist to attack Qin Tian again. Luckily, Kata rushed over and forced the man in the straw coat to retreat. Qin Tian looked at the man in the straw coat with extreme shock. He had no sense of hitting him just now. Seeing the pursuers constantly catching up, Qin Tian called for Solem to escape outside. Kata saw the cloaked man was distracted. He picked up a long knife and struck down, but unexpectedly, a spear was thrust out from the cloak, forcing Kata to retreat with one blow. The straw-clad person chased after Qin Tian and the others. Facing the attacks of the straw-clad person, Qin Tian rushed forward without hesitation, and had Ragna lead Solem and the others away. I'll stop this guy with Kata. After the three of us fought for a while, Qin Tian finally understood why he had failed before. His heavy straw raincoat could conceal all his movements, so he can use the raincoat as a cover to confuse the enemy's senses, just like a matador's cape. Once the principle is understood, Qin Tian successfully wounded him. After dozens of rounds of fighting, although causing harm to the other party, it did not result in fatal injuries. Before long, they will be surrounded by soldiers. At that moment, Aya suddenly ran over from who knows where, shouting in anger. Brother, what are you doing? He heard Aya calling him brother. Qin Tian immediately knew who was under the raincoat. He only watched as Aya walked toward the person in the raincoat step by step. Is it because of Aya's relationship? But you said, big brother, you can never hurt your friends, no matter what? Aya doesn't have a bad brother like this. Faced with Aya's question, the person in the raincoat obviously panicked. Suddenly, the man in sedge hat rushed towards Qin Tian and the others from behind. He knocked down a soldier who was preparing to attack with a stick. Then, he took off his sedge hat. It turned out that the man in sedge hat was indeed Tiger Claw. At this moment, Tiger Claw's eyes were filled with tears. I'm sorry, my friend. I really don't want to hurt you, but I have no choice. Aya, he's about to die. Just speaking. Aya suddenly fainted on the ground, facing the soldiers like a tide. The tiger's claws directly sent several flying with a stick, blocking these soldiers. Qin Tian then realized that the tiger's claws had been holding back. The tiger claw mournfully expresses that it's ready to die, and will ensure Qin Tian and the others safely depart. Qin Tian is speechless about this, suggests they leave together first and discuss later. At this moment, on the other side, the priest learned of Tiger Claw's betrayal, angrily ordered all the soldiers to kill them, with Tiger Claw joining. These soldiers could not stop the footsteps of Qin Tian and the others. Soon they fled into the forest. The number of soldiers is no longer in any advantage. Just as Qin Tian was thinking about where Nick and the others were, suddenly he heard the sound of a helicopter above. Under the helicopter's lead, Qin Tian successfully found Nick and their group. To break through the encirclement, Hu Zhao used his body as a shield to tear a gap in the encirclement. Now covered in wounds, he's reached his limit. At this moment, Aya wakes up groggily. Learning that Hu Zhao had taken Qin Tian and the others to a safe place, she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Aya looking pale and sweaty, with a fever, he could tell at a glance that it was an infection. Immediately asked anxiously, Hu Zhao, Aya, when did this happen? What are the other characteristics? Tell me in as much detail as possible. Aya, she might still have a chance. When Hu Zhao heard that his sister could still be saved, he immediately became excited, and asked what he could do. He was even willing to sacrifice himself. Hu Zhao remained calm. What you need to do now is answer my question. Hearing this, Tiger Claw forced himself to calm down. After thinking about it, he said, Aya's abnormality started more than a month ago. At the beginning, she felt cold all over. These two situations alternate, each time lasting about an hour. But based on only these few pieces of information, Qin Tian cannot confirm which illness it is. It's certain that Aya inadvertently offended the gods. Only the gods would send mosquitoes to attack Aya. Hearing about mosquitoes, Qin Tian immediately asked if Aya became like this after being bitten by mosquitoes. After receiving a positive answer, Qin Tian finally can be sure Aya suffers from a scar disease. Wilderness First Aid Complete Guide. In just a moment, he really found one. Now he has nothing in his hands. Qin Tian can only try acupressure to see if it works. As long as the condition can be relieved slightly, it will free up time to search for medicinal herbs. After Qin Tian's pressing, Aya involuntarily let out a comfortable moan. Seeing that acupressure is effective, Qin Tian was looking for medicinal herbs to treat his scars on the map. Soon, he found a place where the herbs grew. Fortunately, the location on the map was not far from where they were at the time. They decided to set off with Bai Yan and Katala that very night. At night, inside the temple, a map identical to Qin Tian's suddenly appeared in front of the priest, and the map was even able to display the images and locations of Qin Tian and the others. A strange smile appeared on his face instantly. It is said that not long after Qin Tian and Kata went to find herbs, a stream blocked their way. As Bai Yan stepped into the stream, he immediately stiffened and let out a wail of agony. Before passing out, Qin Tian, seeing this, rushed over in concern, doing the same. His foot had just stepped into the water. Instantly his whole body became paralyzed and unable to move. He quickly shouted for Kata not to step into the water. Seeing this, Kata used the spear in his hand to poke Qin Tian out. After resting for a while, Qin Tian and Bai Yan recovered. But Qin Tian's flashlight was broken. Thinking of hiking in the night rainforest, he needs a larger field of vision. Seeing this, Qin Tian is ready to make a carbide lamp. Qin Tian and Kata spent a full 2 hours making this electric stone lamp. Afterward, they cut down a tree to use as a bridge. It was then that Qin Tian discovered the electric eel in the water. At that moment, he was still grateful that they hadn't come into direct contact with the electric eel. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would be lying on the board by now. They had been walking all night, and didn't arrive at their destination until daybreak the next day. He asked Kata to cut some cinchona tree bark and roots that they needed, while he began to extract quinine. With the assistance of system knowledge, after spending several hours, Qin Tian successfully extracted quinine. Then the two of them rushed back at full speed. When they were close to their destination, they found the light of torches ahead. But as they approached, they found that they were actually soldiers from the city-state. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, Qin Tian and Kata decided to take them out directly. Suddenly, a figure jumped out behind them, directly knocking down 2 soldiers with 2 punches. Qin Tian recognized this person as Heiyu. The remaining 2 soldiers were also easily taken down without any surprise. It was only then that they learned from Heiyu. About 3 hours ago, the soldiers in the city suddenly appeared around the camp. So they moved the camp. Afraid Qin Tian wouldn't find them, they left Heiyu to wait for Qin Tian. Under the leadership of Heiyu, Qin Tian and the others successfully met up with everyone. They immediately gave the quinine to Aya. It was only then that Qin Tian relaxed. Having stayed up for 2 nights, he was now exhausted. Just as he was about to go to sleep, the ring suddenly flashed. Immediately, a woman's voice came from the ring, then the ring started to flash. The next second, a communication projection appeared in the air. It displayed Huang Ichio's request for communication. Just as Qin Tian was distracted by this autumn gossip, a woman popped out from the ring. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. At this moment, the woman looked around as if searching for something. When she saw the ring in Qin Tian's hand, she went straight to the point and asked, Question 1. Who are you? Question 3. Where did Yu Fengjing and Huang Xuelin die? Facing the strong woman, Qin Tian also didn't let her off. Before asking for someone else's name, shouldn't you first introduce yourself? I think it's a basic courtesy. Unexpected to Qin Tian, the woman followed suit. Judging from your attire, I assume you are from around the turn of the 20th century. So you may not be able to understand what I'm about to say. I suggest you refrain from interrupting me while I speak. Qin Tian immediately pledged not to interject. I am Huang Ichio, the director of the D3 District Laboratory. Then she said it all? What she said wasn't long, but it was packed with information. Even Qin Tian couldn't keep up for a moment. After Huang Ichio finished speaking, Qin Tian also told her about the affairs of Yu Fengjing and Yang Xuelin. At this moment, Ragnar noticed a firelight not far away, immediately told Qin Tian that the pursuers were catching up. At this time, Huang Ichio said, the ring on the priest's hand can connect to the laboratory. You can check any corner of section D3. It doesn't matter where you hide. But I've already made my move when I woke up. As long as you survive this time, you won't have to worry about being found again. When those soldiers arrived, only the residual heat of the bonfire on the ground was found. They knew that these people were not far away, but they were not worried about it, because their chief could track their whereabouts. Until the soldiers leave, Qin Tian and the others hiding in the dark finally show themselves. Huang Ichio at this point indicates that his bait has worked. At this moment, the figure of the priest appears on the screen. From his words, it is known that Huang Ichio let him think that Qin Tian and the others escaped separately. Qin Tian asked at this time, "Isn't it easier to just revoke the permission for the ring directly than to set a trap?" But from Huang Ichio's words, it can be known that the real purpose of these lures is actually to draw the tiger away from the mountain and withdraw the troops from the city. The bait was successful in luring. Huang Ichio didn't wait for Qin Tian to say anything. "The rest will be told after you enter the laboratory." Then disappeared. When Huang Ichio left, suddenly, Qin Tian found that the Mayans were all looking at him with passionate eyes. It turned out that they regarded Huang Ichio as a goddess, and Qin Tian as a messenger of the gods. They all expressed their intention to follow him. Finding it difficult to explain himself, Qin Tian simply admitted it. Then Qin Tian began to sort out what Huang Ichio had just said. Finally summarized it into the following 4 points. First, the D3 laboratory is in the temple where the priests live. And send the person back to the original time and space. Third, for some reason, Huang Ichio was unable to show up again before arriving at the D3 laboratory. Fourth, the priest has a gene potion similar to the super soldier serum in his hands. This has strengthened his determination to find a way to enter the D3 laboratory. After Qin Tian rested for a night, Qin Tian began to consider how to sneak into the temple again. After dark, Qin Tian, with Kata and Nick, sneaked into the city again. They quietly arrived at the abandoned pyramid. He arrived at the top of the tower with a telescope. Observing the surroundings of the temple, he found that the temple's forces were mainly guarding the 4 bridges in the east, west, south, and north. As for the other areas, only a few soldiers were guarding them. Qin Tian immediately came up with a countermeasure. As long as they made a wooden raft to travel by water, they arrived at the opposite bank, climbed up the cliff, and sneaked into the temple. Soon they prepared a raft. For safety, they decided to conduct an on-site investigation first. But as soon as they boarded the raft, they heard constant bumping sounds coming from under the raft. Several people were scared stiff for a moment, just escaped back to the rope. The raft was directly torn apart by the piranhas. Seeing the dead end, Qin Tian had to go back and think of a solution. Until the next morning, Qin Tian started searching for rubber trees, and found that they were not far from his location. As he was considering how to arrange the personnel, Aya woke up. "I'm hungry." Upon seeing this, Qin Tian hurried over to check on her condition. After a moment of examination, Qin Tian said there wasn't a major issue, but she still needs to continue taking the medicine. Directly kills the scar protozoa in the body, then everything really will be fine. Hu Zhao was extremely happy about this. Afterward, Qin Tian brought some people to collect latex. It turns out he was collecting latex to catch electric eels and deal with those piranhas. After the latex collection is almost completed, Qin Tian began to start making rubber. Then the gloves and clothes made of animal skins are dipped into the rubber, and then taken out to dry. The rest is to wait and see the results the next day. It is said that after Qin Tian successfully made rubber gloves, he caught those electric eels. And then they came to the river in the temple again, and put the electric eels into the water, in the face of the incoming piranhas. Almost instantly, he was paralyzed by the electric shock. Seeing this, Qin Tian and Kater immediately paddled to the opposite side. When they arrived at the cliff, under Kater's guidance, they easily climbed up. But as soon as they poked their heads out, I found a group of soldiers in front of me. Thank goodness for the poor visibility at night. They weren't discovered. After the soldiers left, they hid in the nearby bushes. Shortly after, Qin Tian sent Sha Diao to scout the situation. Fortunately, the temple was brightly lit at night. This allowed Sha Diao, who suffered from night blindness, to see, just as Qin Tian had speculated. The west and south bridges of the temple were heavily defended. At that moment, Qin Tian signaled the release of a flare. Shortly after, a bright chirp echoed throughout the entire temple. Upon hearing the signal, Nick and the others nearby all stood up one after another. According to their prior plan, they began to take action. Pakuma shot a rocket like a meteor toward the temple opposite. This almost roasted a sausage of a guard soldier. This riot successfully caught the attention of the soldiers. Ragnar from the west directly lifted his shield and knocked off several guards. Nick from the south was also reaping the lives of the guards with a double-edged blade. According to Qin Tian's plan, they didn't linger and fight after the first hit, but turned and fled, attracting all the soldiers away. At this time, inside the temple, the priest listens as the soldier reports the recent unexpected situation. Upon hearing that the other side only had 2 people, and yet managed to eliminate 17 of their soldiers, the priest angrily orders them to go down. For days, he has been staring intently at the screen in front of him, but he notices that the light representing Qin Tian's position is constantly moving, even in the dead of night. His eyes are bloodshot. Do they not need to sleep? Even the soldiers I sent out are slowing down. Can't you just take a rest and let me relax a bit? He sat exhaustedly on the ground, continuously pondering in his mind, 2 people. There's no way they could possibly wipe out my soldiers. Otherwise, they didn't need to escape at all at that time. However, knowing this, they still came, and the ring of the gods couldn't detect their location. Suddenly, the monitor's pupils constricted. He seems to have realized their true purpose. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Katala arrived outside the dungeon at the foot of the temple. Although a large number of soldiers were lured away by Nick and his group, there were still 4 soldiers guarding the dungeon door at this time. Although they're not afraid of a fight, they are worried that a commotion will attract the soldiers. Finally, the 2 of them quietly crept into the dungeon behind the soldiers. In no time, they arrived in front of the same wall as before. This time, Qin Tianjing didn't have a bomb prepared. Instead, he took out the prepared limestone and dilute sulfuric acid. First, he poured the limestone powder into the stone basin. Then, just as he was about to pour the dilute sulfuric acid on top, Kata suddenly said that someone was coming. When the priest rushed over, he didn't find Qin Tian's figure in the well, but looking at the marks on the wall, he knew they must still be in the dungeon. He immediately ordered the gates to be closed. Even if the ground has to be lifted, they must be found. Not long after, Qin Tian and the other person were found, but Qin Tian was not flustered at all. Instead, he started arguing with the priest. Stu, something like that. Look at how dark the circles around your eyes are. You haven't been sleeping well lately, have you? You're worried every day that I might show up at any time, aren't you? I obviously hit the nail on the head for Chat's pain with that statement. Tell me, how do you manage to move day and night without a break? Qin Tian chuckled at this. It's simple, really. My ring is of a higher level than yours. In simple terms, my ring is the father, yours is the son. Hearing the humiliation in the other's voice, the priest's angry veins bulged, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He could see that Qin Tian's indifferent expression was not just for show. He guessed that Qin Tian must have some means. When he saw Qin Tian take out a small bamboo tube, the priest realized that he was being targeted. Angrily, he ordered the soldiers to kill them, but then, a soldier behind them suddenly flew forward. It turned out to be Huzhua and Heiyu rushing over. It turned out that Qin Tian had discovered their arrival through the sand sculpture earlier. He has been trying to stall the priest. At this moment, Qin Tian asked Kata and the other 2 to hold on for 1 minute. Then he quickly took out dilute sulfuric acid and poured it onto the previous powdered limestone. Immediately after, Qin Tian poured a mouthful of water into his mouth and sprayed it onto the crack on the wall. The originally formed calcium carbonate crystals continuously expand into gypsum when they encounter water. The narrow cracks are continuously forced open. We see the wall constantly crumbling. A look of madness appears on the priest's face. Just as he smashes the scepter in his hand, a reagent in metal packaging is exposed. Without hesitation, he injected the reagent into his body. In the next second, the originally slender Cha became Captain America. Then, we see the priest springing up. His speed is almost on par with Qin Tian's talent activation. Kata's face suddenly turned ugly. He felt a power more terrifying than the pirate captain from the priest. But he still went up without fear. Just one strike from the priest. His hand was shaking out blood. What else is there for Katara to consider? Another direct hit from the priest to Katara. Katara barely blocks the attack. The immense force breaks the priest's staff. Just as the priest is about to deliver the final blow to Katara, Qin Tian attacked from behind. But the priest seemed to have eyes on his backside, and struck back at Qin Tian. Qin Tian activated his talent just in time to dodge the blow, observing the priest's speed after activating the talent. Qin Tian is alarmed by the terror of this potion. Facing Chaisai's attack, Qin Tian can only dodge. Now everyone is in a bitter struggle. Qin Tian has no time to fight back. He was considering how to break the deadlock. A soldier rushed over to try to take someone's head, but was punched by the frenzied Chaisai. Upon seeing this, Qin Tian immediately had an idea. He provocatively said to Chaisai, "You've been chasing me for so long, but you haven't even touched a single strand of my hair. Are you unable to do it?" When you see the priest successfully provoking himself, Qin Tian runs in the direction of the soldiers. "If you've got guts, come at me. You can't kill me, you're just a grandchild to me." Qin Tian maneuvered nimbly among the soldiers. But the priest directly sends all the soldiers blocking his path flying. Black Feathers and Tiger Claw instantly feel much more at ease. At this moment, Qin Tian led the priest out of the dungeon. Suddenly, the soldiers behind shouted at the priest, "What's going on?" But when he saw the soldiers lying on the ground, he realized that he had been manipulated by Qin Tian. He rushed up in anger, wanting to kill Qin Tian. Suddenly a spear flew over from the side, blocking his way. It was Hu Zhao and the other two who came over. They let Qin Tian continue to do what he needed to do. They would take care of things here. Qin Tian did not hesitate. He ran towards the dungeon. But at this time, Qin Tian's body was also reaching its limit. He knew that Katat and others couldn't hold on much longer. Even if he exchanges his talent now, I can't use it with my current physical condition. We must hurry up and open the laboratory now. Seeing Qin Tian running towards the dungeon, the priest immediately turned and chased after. As Qin Tian ran towards the stone wall, he felt something flying behind him. I turned around to see that it was Heiyu. He caught the flying Heiyu. Looking at them, they were unable to stop the footsteps of the priest at all. Qin Tian still has one last card up his sleeve. That is a protective shield stored in the ring on his hand. The ring will turn into scrap metal. As a result, a large amount of data inside will be lost. There's a good chance he may not be able to return to the original world. Just as he considered whether to use the trump card, Heiyu asked if Qin Tian could extinguish all the fire in the dungeon, because he is invincible in the dark. Looking at Black Feather's turbid eyes and unfocused pupils, Qin Tian immediately guessed what was going on, so he handed the knife to Black Feather, and went to put out the fire. The entire dungeon was plunged into darkness, but Black Feather remained unaffected by this darkness. In the blink of an eye, he scratched the priest's arm. After a few clashes with Black Feather, the priest realized that he must have undergone special training. Let him enhance his hearing, so that he can pick up on other people's movements. Knowing that he cannot entangle himself with him, he needs to stop Qin Tian. With this in mind, he quickly ran towards the stone wall. He quickly arrived at the stone wall, illuminated by the light from the ring in his hand. He did not find Qin Tian there. However, he quickly calmed down. His body and even his senses were greatly enhanced by the effect of the potion. As long as you calm down, you can determine their position by the subtle sound. Seeing the priest calm down, Qin Tian secretly thought it would be trouble. We must come up with a solution, otherwise everything will be lost when the day breaks. Suddenly, there came the agonizing cries of soldiers from outside. Immediately, the soldiers began to stir. Qin Tian immediately guessed that it was Heiyu's doing. He couldn't believe the priest could continue to endure this. At this point, the priest knew he could no longer wait. Otherwise, the soldiers would be all killed by Heiyu. Immediately rushed toward the soldiers, waving the spear in his hand frantically. In no time, Heiyu found Qin Tian. Heiyu said, "It seems the priest is going crazy." Qin Tian chuckled after hearing it. The magistrate actually pretended to be crazy to lure them into a trap. At that moment, he told Heiyu about his plan. Suddenly, a stone smashed towards the priest, continuously leading the priest to make wrong judgments. Originally, Qin Tian had the bamboo tubes from Heiyu watering the stone wall over there, while he himself was throwing stones over here to attract the attention of the priests. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from the stone wall. It was indeed Heiyu who had successfully broken open the stone wall. The priest saw this intense light. He was afraid that this was a power more powerful than his ring. Without hesitation, he ran towards the dungeon. The soldiers saw that the priest had fled, and each followed the priest out. When the light dissipated, a huge metal door appeared behind the stone wall. Qin Tian reached out with the ring in his hand towards the door. A laser beam instantly shot into the door. The tightly closed door slowly opened. A few people just entered the lab. Huang Yiqiu appeared in front of everyone. I heard her muttering. Strange. What type of gene medication did Yu Fengjing give you? You don't seem to be experiencing any fainting after using the medication. When Huang Yiqiu said this, Tian immediately thought that she mistook his use of talent for using gene medicine. Qin Tianjing did not answer her question. Did you watch me the whole time? Huang Yiqiu said that the energy at the time only supported her and Qin Tian to meet. Only when he enters the laboratory will the backup power be activated. Then I can appear in front of you again. As for why I know the entire process of your battle, it's simple, because I am part of this laboratory. At the sound of this, Qin Tian felt a bit embarrassed. He had just blamed others without any solid reason. Clearly, Huang Yiqing did not bother to argue with Qin Tian. She just snapped her fingers, and a small flying craft appeared in front of everyone. After everyone got on, the aircraft flew away with a swoosh. After a moment, Huang Yiqiu took the few people to the medical room. 3 similar to the organisms in Dragon Ball appeared in front of them. After Huang Yiqiu opened it, he signaled for Kata and the others to lie down. With Qin Tian's consent, the 3 of them entered the treatment chamber without hesitation. At this moment, Huang Yiqiu asked why Qin Tian didn't use the means left by Yu Fengjing. Qin Tian threw the ring in his hand at Huang Yiqiu. If you used it, the data and information inside here are gone. Speaking of that gene drug, what exactly is it? Without it, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. This matter has to go back to when I was first awakened. As soon as I hear a story, Qin Tian immediately sat down cross-legged. I just need some beer and popcorn. Just listen to Huang Yiqiu slowly say. Since the accident, the 5 Elements Laboratory directly enters standby mode. The purpose is for someone to be able to evacuate the precious laboratory data and information before the collapse of the 5 Elements Laboratory. But D3 is different from the 5 Elements Laboratory. The required abilities come from the 5 elements themselves, and D3 is affected by the time turbulence generated by the giant egg laboratory, and does not require energy support, so the D3 well has no consumption. This made me after that experimental accident. Delight continues to exist in the lab. After that day, I started investigating the cause of the entire accident. It took me a year to figure everything out. Then, based on the data recorded by the laboratory at the time of the accident, I began to reverse calculate, and found a way back to the original world, but it took nearly 60 years to come up with a way to open the space-time rift and return to the original timeline. I found that opening a time-space channel to reconnect with the original world requires enormous energy. The energy stored in Laboratory 3 is simply not enough, so I adopted the same decision as the 5 Elements Laboratory, which is to enter standby mode. At the sound of insufficient energy, Qin Tian immediately became excited. Haven't you thought about generating energy? For example, sending out robots to build reactors or something. Huang Yiqing ignored him and continued. Before she shut down the lab, she left behind a setting. Someone entering the lab will trigger a lab reboot. In addition, unmanned drones are regularly patrolling in Section D3. When humans are found, the lab sends a wake-up command, but they never found any. Until 100 years later, the lab rebooted. When he saw the so-called human beings, he found out through research that they were the Mayans from the pre-classical period. Originally, she had no intention of disturbing them, but after observing for a while, some animals and plants in Zone D3 have changed due to coming to this world. She couldn't bear to watch the Maya people die here, so she projected through drones in various tribes in D3 area, and without exception, the Maya people in each tribe regarded her as a deity. Under her guidance, the Maya people gained extremely abundant and advanced knowledge. During her teachings, she thought about the energy issue again, so she took on the identity of a deity, and handed the solar photovoltaic panels to them to manage. Afterwards, she continued to fall into a deep sleep. During this time, more than 300 years had passed. The knowledge taught by Huang Yiqiu served as the foundation for the Mayans. They developed their own unique cultural knowledge. One of the products of this is the Mayan pyramid, but its true purpose is to place solar panels at a high point. making it more conducive to receiving sunlight. The moment Qin Tian heard this, she was stunned. The Mayan pyramid that astonished the world for thousands of years is actually the base for solar panels. When she woke up for the second time, the Mayan civilization had already reached a new height, so she picked a few of the smartest as her students. When her students learned about the laboratory, they did not treat Huang Yiqiu as a goddess and show disrespect towards her. This made her very pleased, so she left them a ring for their learning. In addition, gene drugs have been left behind. This kind of gene drug is more powerful than the serum Captain America used, but as generations of civilization develop step by step, an ambitious priest has emerged. Qin Tian, is that the one outside? Huang Yiqiu said that the well is not, but Qin Tian's words reminded her of something. Just as she reached out into thin air with her right hand, in an instant, a red laser shot out from the laboratory door. The priest was shot in the head in the blink of an eye. The soldiers thought the priest had offended the gods. Each and every one of them fled in panic, seeing the priest who had been chased and killed. Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh, then continued to ask who that Chaisai is. Huang Yiqiu said that the person is called He Huangtu. He is very ambitious. After becoming a priest apprentice, he began to make plans, assassinated other priests, and they nullified the king's power. Finally, in the name of Huang Yiqiu, they ushered in an era where the divine right of kings transcended all else. They turned the entire Maya kingdom into the property of the Huang He family. They even used giant stones to enclose the entire laboratory. The pyramid is built, and all the solar panels are destroyed. When Huang Yiqiu woke up again, it was already too late. The laboratory door simply wouldn't open. She had to lock down the energy in the lab to try to maintain the stability of Area D3. Just as Qin Tian was about to say something, a beeping alarm sounded in front of them, and they saw the king and his soldiers kneeling in front of the lab doors, praying for the gods to calm down. Qin Tian chuckled and teased, "My lord god, what do you think we should do? Just lie and it'll be done." The next second, Huang Yiqiu appeared in front of the king. Stuyvesant dared to challenge the temple. Unforgivable. So you should die. But since you have realized your mistake, I forgive you. Hearing this, the Maya people suddenly cheered. Looking at Huang Yiqiu fooling the Maya people, it made Qin Tian think of the way he had pretended to be a witch doctor in the eyes of the Lada people in the past. Huang Yiqiu cleared his throat and continued, "Listen carefully. Qin Tian is my sacred incarnation in the mortal world. All your actions must obey his arrangements." Qin Tian finished listening with a headache. It seems like he's on the road to becoming a true charlatan. At this time, Katter and the others also finished the treatment. The three of them looked at the wounds on their bodies, all of which were as good as new. Each of them was shocked beyond words. Soon, Huang Yiqiu walked over, announcing that the calculation results were out. The energy in the lab is not sufficient to open the space-time portal to the world where Qin Tian is located. I had thought I could return to my own timeline, but now I am disappointed once again. Huang Yiqiu told them that they could go to the Giant Egg Laboratory to try their luck. The Giant Egg Laboratory is the central laboratory of Biosphere 3, with the Jinwu core as the emergency energy source, independent of the laboratory. The energy contained there is definitely much more than the D3 laboratory. You just need to find the core of the Golden Crow. With the help of the equipment there, returning to the original world is not a problem at all. Hearing this, Qin Tian became excited again. However, Qin Tian said that his ring seemed to have a problem. It should have pointed to Biodome 3. But it brought us here. You made a mistake. It's not the ring that has a problem, it's Biodome 3. Huang Yiqiu's words shocked Qin Tian again. According to her, the entire continental plate of Biodome 3 has already shattered, causing Qin Tian's ring to continuously guide him to Laboratory D3. Afterward, Huang Yiqiu resolved this BU. At the same time, Yu Fengjing transferred the protective shield to another ring. This way, Qin Tian no longer had to worry about damaging the data when using the protective shield. At this moment, Qin Tian also wanted to ask Huang Yiqiu for some of the genetic potions used by the priests before, but when he saw that the priest was now 1,000 corpse, he completely dispelled this idea. Did Yu Fengjing not tell you about the side effects of genetic drugs? At this moment, Qin Tian finally expressed that he had come here because he was involved in the storm. He found that he had far greater strength than normal people, without using genetic drugs. After hearing this, Huang Yiqiu immediately approached Qin Tian. His right eye scanned Qin Tian's entire body like a scanner. After a moment, various data about Qin Tian's body appeared in front of her. She was amazed to find that Qin Tian's body far exceeded 99.9% of the people in his era. Instantly, she became very interested in Qin Tian. She really wished she could slice Qin Tian up and study him thoroughly. That scared Qin Tian to cold sweat. Then he continued with the main point. Huang Yiqiu said that those genetic drugs are only semi-finished products. Most of the core gene therapy drugs are used to treat common and serious diseases. However, there is a genetic drug called Xianxiong that can extend the lifespan, but she doesn't have a well here. Perhaps we can find it in the Colosseum laboratory. After finishing all the arrangements, Huang Yiqiu then left with a few people. After leaving the laboratory, now the divine servant Qin Tian enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Just as he was about to get a good night's sleep after his fill, the ring in his hand suddenly lit up. Then Huang Yiqiu appeared on the screen, telling him that the temporal channel had been constructed. Tell him to arrange the time to leave the D3 area. When Qin Tian heard this, he immediately rushed to the laboratory. He found Huang Yiqiu enjoying sunbathing on the beach. This made Qin Tian suspect if he had gone to the wrong theater. Seeing Qin Tian arrive, Huang Yiqiu snapped his fingers casually. The scene in front of him returned to the look of the laboratory. Looking at the huge energy ball in the middle, Qin Tian knew that this was the energy core of D3 area. At this moment, he asked if the time to open the time and space tunnel could be delayed, planning to collect enough supplies before leaving. You're a little late with that. The process of constructing the space-time tunnel is irreversible. Once activated, the island will begin its countdown. The ecosystem on the island will also deteriorate gradually. I advise you to leave here within half a month. I know what you are worried about. From Zone D3 to Zone A1 where the gigantic egg laboratory is located, it would take at most 6 months with your spaceship's speed. Half a month should be enough to gather supplies. At this moment, Qin Tian remembered Yu Fengjing and the others. Once the laboratory is dissolved, Huang Yiqiu expressed her nonchalance that she will also cease to exist. Now she's just data. Her relatives, friends, and colleagues have long since passed away. I've been lonely for too long. Looking at this woman who has dedicated her life to science, I sincerely say thank you. Huang Yiqiu turned her head proudly, indicating not to disturb her sunbathing. When Qin Tian turned to leave, Huang Yiqiu couldn't help but shed tears. These tears contained relief, regret, and joy. When Qin Tian returned to the temple, and told the Tiger Claw gang that he was leaving the island, you need to accompany the goddess to a more prosperous and spacious place. Next, Qin Tian found the king, to arrange soldiers to help prepare supplies, while checking the new data in the ring in his room. The remaining time was spent chatting with Huang Yiqiu in the lab. Under the guise of wanting to know about the future, keep this lonely person company. Day 5. Qin Tian and the others left here with supplies under the escort of soldiers, and at this time, on the beach, after receiving the information about the sand sculpture, Yilin and the others have been waiting. When they saw Qin Tian and the others coming back, Yilin and Jessica immediately pounced on Qin Tian. After loading all the supplies onto the wooden boat, Qin Tian waved goodbye to the Maya people. That night, the dawn broke the laughter and joy of the past. Yelin and Jessica holding a rich feast for Qin Tian to replenish. Seeing Nick wanting to say something, Qin Tian quickly covered her mouth. You should know that in the letter he wrote to Yelin, he described how difficult and hard his life was. If they knew about his enjoyment outside, he would lose face. Seeing the enthusiastic service of the two girls, Qin Tian could barely control himself. In the evening, Qin Tian did not forget to carefully inventory the supplies he brought back. When everything was completed, Qin Tian could finally sleep soundly. As they left the D3 area, a storm appeared before them. But with their rich experience, they quickly passed through. At this moment, Qin Tian called everyone out, saying he had something good to show everyone. Then his ring flashed. Huang Yiqiu appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the two women beside Qin Tian, Huang Yiqiu teased, Okay, embraced from left and right, you've got some skills, dude. When she noticed Nick poking his fingers beside them, No, it's 3. Jessica quickly hit it off with Huang Yiqiu due to her outgoing personality. They soon began to boast about their businesses. Qin Tian had to interrupt them, telling them to get back to work. Huang Yiqiu is now taking it seriously. I came this time, there is something for you to see. As she speaks, A huge screen appears above everyone's heads. It shows the image of the Mayan city-state. At Qin Tian's request, I will broadcast the footage of opening the space-time channel and sending the Maya people back to you. At this moment, the entire Maya city is shaking violently. In an instant, a huge red light shot straight into the sky. A portal accompanied by a whirlwind was opened. Then all the Mayans were enveloped in the red light, and then flew straight into the sky through the portal. When all of them entered the portal, the passage slowly disappeared. The sky returned to its previous clear state. And at this moment, Huang Yiqiu's body began to slowly fade. She looked at Qin Tian. Thank you? Then it dissipated in front of everyone. Later, the aurora resumed its former state. Qin Tian was lying in bed at this time, looking at his points. Now his points are enough to exchange for 2 talents. He then opened the mysterious goods. Let's see if there's anything new and interesting. Item list. He was furious to see that the system was actually selling explanations. Qin Tian was so angry he wanted to curse, but at the moment, he really needed it to understand the talents in the mall. At this moment, Qin Tian purchased the manual. He then discovered that there was an introduction under each talent. At this point, Qin Tian was once again troubled by the difficulty of choice. He could only wait to exchange when encountering danger. That day, Bakuma suddenly noticed a ship appearing in the distance. From afar they realized that the ship had a familiar feeling. It wasn't until the ship got closer that they remembered. It was the same ship they had seen at the Sea City Market last time. I can see it clearly this time. And there's a strange black flag on their ship, with a skull painted on it. Qin Tian immediately picked up the telescope and looked over. Sure enough, there would be too many solidifications this time. It looks real no matter how you look at it. And that flag is a pirate flag. Qin Tian immediately asked Yellen and Jessica to take the others back to the cabin and not to come out. At the same time, order Kata to go on alert and start Mingluan. However, they found that the boat had been chasing them and getting closer and closer. Qin Tian now realized that everything on the boat was clearly visible, and he could even tell that they were speaking English. He immediately understood that the ship in front of him was not a ghost ship, but real. What they had previously seen was the projection of this ship. In other words, they must have also seen our projection. Qin Tian knew he couldn't let them find out that the current Dawn's ghost isn't a ghost ship, but the real deal. The men on the opposite side saw that they couldn't catch up with Qin Tian's people for a long time, so they decided to give up and stop chasing. One of them angrily threw the bottle of wine in his hand at Qin Tian. However, the wine bottle fell onto the deck and shattered. Qin Tian and the 2 opposite him were equally startled. Be on guard. Enemies. Everyone immediately entered combat mode. The big bearded man on the opposite side discovered that Qin Tian's boat was real, and immediately ordered the boat to chase at full speed. At this point, the Dawn had already opened the mainsail to the maximum, but they still couldn't shake them off. Suddenly, the men on the opposite side aimed large iron hooks at the Dawn. The next moment, the iron hook rushed towards the twilight and successfully caught it. Meanwhile, the pirates on the opposite side were climbing towards Qin Tian along the iron chain. Faced with the suppression of the opponent's muskets, Qin Tian and the others had no choice but to hide in the cabin. They knew that hiding like this was not a solution. Qin Tian walked alone towards the outside of the cabin, only to see a light shining on Qin Tian's left hand. Then a light wall blocked the bullets from the opposite side. Seeing that the protective shield really worked, Qin Tian let Kata and the others follow behind to start counterattacking. The pirates were quickly defeated in disarray. Seeing that bullets couldn't harm the opponent, they aimed the cannons directly at Qin Tian and his group. Seeing the enemy preparing to bombard them, Qin Tian told everyone to hide behind him, and protected several people with a shield in front of them. Fortunately, the shield successfully blocked this attack, but the tremendous force numbed Qin Tian's entire body. Qin Tian was excited about how awesome the shield was, but the ring made a beeping sound. I looked up and found that the energy of the ring was running low. Immediately let Aruba take the lead with his own ring. Then I went to the cabin to make a liquid bomb. Just as Aruba was about to collapse, Qin Tian rushed back. He rushed towards the pirate ship with a kun-kun in his arms. With the blessing of the cheetah talent, he instantly arrived on the opponent's ship. After finding the hatch, he ignored the attacks of others and ran straight to the bottom of the ship. Soon he reached the lowest level of the ship. This is where the ship's keel is. As long as the keel is blown up, the ship is done for. He then took out a liquid bomb and threw it down towards the ground. The next second, Nick and the others suddenly noticed that the pirate ship opposite them exploded violently. The entire ship was blown into 2 pieces. Then they saw Qin Tian falling into the sea under the protection of a shield. Nick immediately jumped into the sea with a rope to rescue Qin Tian. However, at this moment, the violent explosion caused a vortex. Nick quickly swam to Qin Tian and grabbed his hand. But the vortex kept pulling Qin Tian in. The rope was pulled straight in an instant. Qin Tian anxiously urged Nick to let go quickly, otherwise, her body won't be able to handle it. But Nick never let go, even in death. Just then, the rope couldn't bear it and broke. Qin Tian immediately pulled Nick into his protective shield. Soon, the two were engulfed by the whirlpool. When Qin Tian woke up again, he found himself in a snowy wilderness. He immediately woke up Nick, who was in his arms, but Nick's left arm was injured from the recent strain. Qin Tian knew it needed to be treated as soon as possible, otherwise, it will eventually cause both arms to stiffen and become immobile. Fortunately, Qin Tian had previously placed the 5 elements ring in the driver's cab as a directional marker. He can use the ring on his hand to communicate with the dawn. While thinking about it, Yellen and the others contacted them first. The scene of Yellen and Jessica appeared in front of Qin Tian. But they had just talked for a few sentences. The energy of the ring in Qin Tian's hand was exhausted. The two of them instantly fell into the cold sea water. When Qin Tian rescued Nick, Kunkin was found frozen. Qin Tian immediately pulled Kunkin up and took Nick's hand to run away. He guessed that this should be a polar climate, usually composed of ice fields, snowfields, and mountain forests. The mountains and forests are undoubtedly the best places to survive, but it's simply impossible to reach in a short time. Right now, they can only rush to the snowy fields as quickly as possible. By then, building an ice house or digging a snow cave can help avoid the cold winds, but they haven't run out for long yet. Nick couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Qin Tian continued to rush through the snowfield, while holding on to Nick. At the first opportunity upon reaching the snowfield, Qin Tian started digging a snow cave. It wasn't until both of them entered the snow cave that they began to feel a bit warmer. After taking a short break, the two continued to dig the hole. Nick curiously asked why Qin Tian still needed to dig a hole in the cave. Qin Tian explained that this was to let cold air sink into the pit, in order to raise the temperature above the snow cave. Although he had explained it once, but Nick still couldn't understand. But then she suddenly said she was feeling hot, and started taking off her clothes. Qin Tian immediately realized something was wrong. This was hypothermia. The wilderness first aid manual records that in the icy wilderness, a person who is freezing feels hot all over, to the point of needing to take off clothes to relieve it. This is called hypothermia. It's a sign of freezing to death. Qin Tian immediately stopped Nick, but Nick was in pain and kept moaning. At this moment, Qin Tian remembered the lighter, because it used flint, so he wouldn't be unable to light it if it fell in the water. In that instant, he took off his own clothes. Holding a lit lighter in one hand, he embraced Nick in his arms with the other. In the daze, Nick turned his body. He embraced Qin Tian tightly from the front. Qin Tian, who was still a virgin, couldn't stand it. The young man immediately responded warmly. Qin Tian hurriedly asked Nick not to move around. He took off his clothes. It's because in this sub-zero environment, wet clothes will freeze into ice within minutes. The clothes not only fail to provide insulation, but also take away body heat. At that moment, Nick suddenly looked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian was blushing and in a hurry to explain, but Nick immediately covered her mouth. They separated after some time. Nick was still thinking about what to do next, but Qin Tian hurriedly hugged her tightly. Tell her not to move. Not long after, I heard Nick's steady breathing. Not until the next day when the sun rose from the horizon, did Nick come to his senses. When Qin Tian saw himself naked hugging her, Nick instinctively covered her chest and backed away. Qin Tian thought she was misunderstood, hastily trying to explain, but Nick threw herself into Qin Tian's arms. There was a happy smile on his face. Qin Tian looked at Nick in his arms. Back then on Treasure Island too. He inexplicably became Nick's husband. But at the time he didn't take on that identity seriously. Afterwards, he selectively chose to forget about it. But now it seems that Nick has always kept this in mind. Now he has Yellen and Jessica. He can't give up on anyone. Until this time when Chi Tian was in danger, Nick desperate to save himself. Unknowingly, Nick also occupied a part of his own heart. He held Nick tightly in his arms. Whispered softly, "Nick, the reason for doing this. It's to live on with you." Feeling Chi Tian's emotions, Nick let out an excited exclamation, but suddenly, Nick realizes that something beneath him is slowly awakening. Chi Tian hurriedly shifted his attention. Then the two put on the already worn clothes and moved their bodies. But Nick's stomach growled with hunger. Chi Tian took out the poor Quin. Now it's impossible to make a fire. The two of them could only eat something fresh and hot. He first dug out Quin's internal organs, and kept them as bait for the beast. Then they enjoyed the fresh meat from Quin's leg. After Nick finished eating one, people found that Chi Tian hadn't eaten yet. Nick urged Chi Tian to hurry and eat. But when Chi Tian took a bite, the next second, he spat it out. But in order to survive, he must force himself to eat it. Just as he was gagging on the food, Nick grabbed a handful of snow and shoved it into Chi Tian's mouth, which finally made him swallow it reluctantly. After eating their fill, the two began to exercise. After warming up their bodies, the two advanced further into the snowy wilderness. The young man had an eye disease that required fresh human milk to drop into his eyes, but at the moment, there was only a little girl by his side. If not treated in time, it could result in permanent blindness, so he handed her a piece of cloth to cover her eyes, to reduce the damage of ultraviolet rays to her eyes, and then had Nick be his eyes to lead the way. Liaxin Silver Wolf. He immediately decided to purchase this talent in order to help his eyes recover as soon as possible. After successfully purchasing the talent, he felt his whole body becoming warm. Even the swelling in his eyes suddenly reduced by more than half, but exerting force doesn't seem to help much. It seems that I have overestimated the recovery ability of this talent, but this greatly increases his chances of survival. As the sun is setting, Chi Tian asked Nick to find a place nearby to prepare for the night. The sun had just set. Nick had already dug a snow cave, so they repeated the process of traveling and digging every day, even with their talents. Chi Tian's physical condition was getting worse, although his eyesight has improved somewhat. His nose has deteriorated again. His skin is already cracked and painful. Nick has lived on Treasure Island for many years, and his physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, but the previous injury caused the entire shoulder, and even the arm, to be stiff. That night, while they were resting, suddenly they heard a commotion outside the cave. Obviously it was attracted by the chicken innards. The two of them decided to catch it. When they went out, they found it was a polar bear. The two rushed towards the polar bear with their weapons, ready to strike first. Nick's double knives instantly pierced the polar bear's chest. Chi Tian then went around behind it, preparing to ambush it. But now weakened, he only managed to injure its fur. The pained polar bear swiped at Nick. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Tian stabbed at the polar bear's back again. However, the blade couldn't even pierce its fat. Failing to land a blow, Chi Tian quickly retreats, creating distance from the polar bear. The polar bear glares fiercely at Chi Tian, who is known for only launching sneak attacks. It turns and swiftly pursues Chi Tian. Despite its massive size, don't underestimate the polar bear's speed. It's incredibly fast. If it weren't for his talent, Chi Tian would probably have been pinned to the ground by it in an instant. There's no way to keep consuming like this. Chi Tian is using the reaction of a cat, preparing to face the polar bear head-on. He first wounded its eyes, and then made 3 slashes on its body. At this rate, it won't be long before he can kill the polar bear. Suddenly, the polar bear stood up and roared, ready to launch an attack. But the next second, this guy actually faked a shot and turned around and ran. Chi Tian immediately forced a grunt. Is this guy becoming clever? He actually used a fake move. Facing the prey that was about to be caught, Chi Tian would never let it escape. Chi Tian, The sixth brother sensed the relentless pursuit from behind. The polar bear unexpectedly stopped and made a swift turn. It rammed into Qin Tian, sending him flying. Step by step, it closed in on the fallen Qin Tian, prepared to solve the sixth Qin Tian with a slap. Nick, not far away, hurriedly threw the short knife in his hand at it, instantly stabbed it in the eye. At a critical moment, Qin Tian activated the talent of immense strength, and exerted all his strength to swing a punch at the polar bear's neck. Even the thick-skinned polar bear was killed by this blow. Its massive body collapsed to the ground. Luckily, this was on the snow. Otherwise, Qin Tian would have been flattened. He instructed the arriving Nick to cut open the polar bear's belly. The residual heat inside the polar bear's body quickly restored their energy. After the polar bear's body temperature dissipated, the two emerged again. Qin Tian asked Nick to dig a snow cave for overnight stay. He would give her a gift later. When Nick received Qin Tian's gift, he was extremely excited. That night, they slept in their bearskin sleeping bags and had the most comfortable sleep in the snowy wilderness. This sleep lasted them a whole day and night. After eating some simple food, they continued to return to their snow cave to rest and recover their strength. At this time, Qin Tian opened the system mall. Looking at the remaining 3,000 points, he had no choice but to open the mysterious store to see if there was anything new. Seeing some extra experience packs, he bought them without hesitation. After receiving the experience pack, the extra experience in his mind made him overjoyed. With these experiences, he gained much more confidence to walk out of the snowfield. After resting here for a few days, the two of them started on the road again. After walking for 2 days, Nick suddenly noticed something ahead. The two quickly rushed in that direction. When they arrived, it turned out to be a dead tree. Qin Tian, however, excitedly hugged Nick. The appearance of the tree means they have entered the central forest of the snowy area. But they still need some time to reach their destination. They decided to take a good rest and recharge here. Qin Tian then went to find wood for living. Nick is responsible for digging a snow cave. After collecting the wood, Qin Tian took out the cotton from the lighter to use as kindling. The fire was successfully lit. Then the two brought the bonfire into the snow cave and started grilling the meat they had on them. After such a long time, they finally had cooked meat again. Although there were no seasonings, it was definitely a top-notch delicacy for the two of them. The next day around noon, they finally arrived in the mountainous area, but after walking for a long time in the woods, they felt like they were just going around in circles. We decided to spend the night here. Qin Tian first cut down a tree. Then the two of them gathered some branches. They hung these branches on the fallen tree trunk and filled the gaps between the leaves with snow. A style similar to the first camp built on Treasure Island No. 2 was now completed. Only the place had turned into an icy, snowy wasteland, and the person beside me had changed to Nick, but Nick's injuries were getting worse. So Qin Tian held Nick and let her sleep peacefully. He guarded through the night. It was impossible for them to leave here in the short term. He was prepared for long-term survival here. The next day when Nick woke up, he took off Nick's coat. The complete wilderness first aid. Treat Nick's arm injury with massage. And made 2 simple cups out of wood, filling them with some snow. Place them in front of the fire to melt the snow. The issue of water source was also resolved. After Nick falls asleep, snowfield experience pack. Then to search for available resources nearby. Soon he found a birch tree nearby and cut a slit at its roots. Some juice has come out. This juice contains extremely rich nutrients. Qin Tian immediately caught it in a wooden cup, but after catching for a while, there is only a little bit. Helplessly, he had to give up this plan. Then he cut down the tree and cut it into evenly sized pieces. Fortunately, he now has the strength of an ox and easily carried the wood back. He then made several cups. So you don't have to wait for a while every time you finish drinking water. In the next few days, Qin Tian made a snow orange the size of 3 squares. Then he took Nick forward with the snow machine. That day, while Qin Tian was eating, suddenly my stomach churned. He immediately ran to the nearby grove to take care of it. Just as he was about to go back after finishing, his stomach started acting up again. It continued like this for an hour before Qin Tian felt a little better. He knew that he must have eaten something bad to become like this. But he had only eaten partridge and polar bear. If there were any problems, they would have surfaced earlier, so other than meat. The only thing left is water. Suddenly he remembered, Snowfield Survival Guide. Or it could cause bloating or diarrhea. He immediately spat out the water in his mouth. After thinking for a moment, he found a solution to the problem. He heated the knife until it was red hot, then put it into a wooden cup. The water instantly boiled. Then he put the collected pine needles into brew tea and drank the hot tea. The two of them felt much more comfortable all over. The next day, Qin Tian made a wooden shovel, and then started looking for stones in the snow. Good things come to those who wait. After searching for a long time, he finally found some stones. After solving the problem of boiling water, Qin Tian continued to move forward with the snowmobile. As he walked, Qin Tian suddenly became excited. He immediately put down the snowmobile and ran forward. It turned out that he had discovered a large patch of moss. He immediately tore off a large piece and began to eat it. Although it doesn't taste great, this moss means they have reached a relatively warm area. Qin Tian picked some moss and handed it to Nick, then continued driving the snowmobile, looking at the trees in front of him. Compared to the warm tropical forests, this place can be considered barren. But this kind of place may have berries. This also means that there may be animals nearby. But after walking for 2 hours, Qin Tian's feet and eyes were sore. Still haven't found anything. Just as he sat on the ground to rest, he discovered a patch of bushes not far away, so he let Nick stay by himself. After the massage Qin Tian had given him these days, Nick's shoulder pain has been completely relieved. His body is no longer stiff. Now self-protection is completely not a problem. At the moment, Qin Tian went alone to find a water source. But after walking for a long time, he still hasn't found anything, so Qin Tian turned back and went in another direction with Nick. Not long after, he found more and more moss here, and even discovered the footprints of a snow lynx on the ground. He knew he was heading in the right direction. At this moment, Nick suddenly pointed to the side. It was a small stream. The stream was small, but the flow was abundant, and the stream was full of rocks. Then they found a clearing half an hour from the creek and decided to set up camp there. Later, Qin Tian went back to the creek alone and found some good material for making stone tools flint. After bringing the flint back to the camp, Qin Tian set up some traps nearby again. Then he found some frozen bacteria that he could use. This will greatly improve the taste for both of them. After everything was ready, Qin Tian took the frozen bacteria back to the camp, just waiting for tomorrow's big harvest. It is said that on the second day after Qin Tian set up traps, he caught many small animals. Afterwards he set up more traps in other places. After returning to the camp, Nick's injury is almost healed. Let Nick be responsible for collecting and resetting traps, while I start preparing the wood for building the house. With the double talents of Dali Ryun and Luexin, the Silver Wolf, Qin Tian only took a day to collect enough wood. Then Qin Tian used the mortise and tenon method to connect the woods together. After a month and a half, a wooden house was successfully built. Looking at the small animals filling the house, Qin Tian has set up a simple wooden box outside to store food. Later, Qin Tian continued to make various trapping materials. Now there is 1 more month before autumn arrives. They must prepare enough supplies before winter comes. So 3 days later, they had everything ready. Then, they rode the snowmobile upstream along the creek. They kept going from morning until around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. They still hadn't left the area of the creek, so they decided to set up camp there. Qin Tian went to set up some traps nearby. Soon, Qin Tian found the animal footprint somewhere, so he set up a trap nearby. But the next day, this trap was discovered and destroyed by a wild beast. Nick, who was hiding, asked if this was Flathead. Qin Tian recognized this as a wolf. I guess it's a distant relative of the big head brother. When the wolf saw Qin Tian, it growled and pounced towards Qin Tian. But ultimately, it became Qin Tian's prey. After capturing the prey, Qin Tian and Nick continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Nick was pleasantly surprised to find a river ahead. The two immediately set down the snowmobile and ran towards the river. A huge snow mountain quickly appeared in front of the two. They decided to go and take a look immediately, to see if they could find some iron ore. The two walked for another day, and finally arrived at the lake at the foot of the snow mountain. The beautiful scenery before them excited the two of them immensely. When the two arrived at the riverside, they immediately saw schools of fish in the water. After walking for so long, the issue of food was finally resolved, so Qin Tian was not in a hurry to go fishing. They first rested well to ensure that their routine was not disrupted. The next day, the two well-rested men started fishing. In no time, they caught several fish and roasted them. After eating their fill, Qin Tian had Nick take out the cage he had prepared earlier. He skillfully handled the skinned animals. Then they put the ground cage filled with skinned meat into the water. Now the food problem has been solved. The only thing left is the warm clothing needed for winter. Afterwards, the two continued to move towards the direction of the snowy mountain. Not long after, Nick suddenly found some animal fur on the branches nearby. Upon seeing this, Qin Tian was immediately delighted. It turned out to be the fur shed by the reindeer during the season change. Presumably, there must be a herd of reindeer nearby. Now, the problem of winter clothes is also solved. It took them 2 full days to finally find the herd of reindeer. From a distance, there were at least over 200 reindeer, but Qin Tianjing didn't rush to take action. He was afraid of alerting the reindeer, so they dug a trap nearby. After that, they spent 3 days preparing. Qin Tian and Nick decided to act from 2 directions simultaneously. Then they drove the reindeer towards the trap. Watching Qin Tian waving a stone axe and yelling as he rushed out of the nearby woods, the startled herd of reindeer immediately fled in the opposite direction of Qin Tian. The training that Qin Tian chased after was easily brought down by him with a single swing of his axe. At this moment, he noticed a reindeer ahead that was lying on the ground and not fleeing. Just as Qin Tian was wondering about the situation, the reindeer unexpectedly dumped a large pile of something. Then he dashed away. When Qin Tian looked closely, he found it was actually a newly born reindeer baby. On the other side, Nick, on the other hand, drove away the reindeer trap, hunting down the reindeer he had chased. Before long, Nick excitedly reported his achievement to Qin Tian, but he found Qin Tian sitting on the ground, and as she approached, she saw a reindeer baby lying on Qin Tian's leg, gasping for air and in distress. Nick asked with concern what's wrong with the reindeer baby. Amniotic fluid inhaled. After speaking, he handed the reindeer baby to Nick to hold. Then he approached a birch tree, peeled off a piece of bark, he rolled it into a straw shape and lit it up. Then he took a sudden deep drag at the other end. The intense smoke made Qin Tian start coughing immediately. Returning to the little reindeer's side, he exhaled the thick smoke towards it. This caused the little reindeer to cough violently, and it ended up coughing out the amniotic fluid. At this point, the little reindeer's breathing finally began to steady. At the moment, returning the little reindeer to its mother was impossible. Qin Tian decided to take good care of the little reindeer. Then they started a fire to warm the little reindeer. Qin Tian then checked their gains this time. This time they captured a total of 16 reindeer. Now we have all kinds of fur necessities. After finishing the count, Qin Tian asked Nick to rest early. The next day, the little reindeer can already walk on its own. At this moment, it's nuzzling against Qin Tian. Qin Tian guesses this fella isn't looking for milk. But where can he find milk now? He can only gather some moss instead. If it doesn't eat, there's nothing I can do. It just sniffed the moss in Qin Tian's hand. Then it started gobbling it up. When Nick came out, the little reindeer walked towards Nick. Licked Nick affectionately. It seems that when Nick helped it wipe off the mucus yesterday, the little guy already remembered Nick's smell. So Qin Tian handed it over to Nick, and went to sleep in the snowmobile. Qin Tian lying on the bed thinking whether to continue to the snowy mountain or to return. After considering for a moment, Qin Tian decided to return, and decided to only bring back the reindeer's fur and tendons. After all, there was the natural fishing spot. They don't have to worry about food at all. When Qin Tian wakes up, He takes the little reindeer out for a walk. Let Nick handle those reindeer. Until 3 days later, they returned to the fishing ground and immediately pulled up the traps. The traps were full of fish, which greatly exceeded their expectations. When they returned to the camp, Qin Tian built a wooden shed for the little reindeer, but he was worried that the little guy's current fur was not enough to withstand the low temperature. He still let the little guy live in the wooden house with them until he grew up. In a blink of an eye, it was mid-August, but it was already direct winter here. Qin Tian was suddenly awakened by the cold. He heard noises outside. Qin Tian wanted to open the window to see what was going on outside. A large amount of snow was blowing in with the howling cold wind. Qin Tian hurriedly closed the window. Nick was also awakened by the sound. Noticing the howling wind outside, Nick expressed the need to carefully handle his fur. Qin Tian also reluctantly expressed his intention to go to the snowy mountains. It seems now that it's impossible to go. Back in bed, Nick continued sleeping. Everything can wait until tomorrow. In preparation for the upcoming winter, Qin Tian and Nick immediately began processing the reindeer skin. After handling the reindeer skin, Qin Tian and the others built another warehouse. In no time, the warehouse was filled. Then they built a kiln next to it. After all the infrastructure was ready, Qin Tian put up a wooden house as a bathroom. After the house was built, a pit was dug, and then the mud was burned solid with burning firewood to make a bathtub, so that they could finally take a comfortable hot bath. After taking a bath, Qin Tian and Nick planned to go to the trap to see if there was any harvest. After all, if you keep eating fish, you'll get tired of it soon. They had just arrived at the stream. The little reindeer started to call out to them. Followed the reindeer over. Qin Tian found cloudberries growing in the bushes. Qin Tian couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised, and immediately picked some with Nick. When Nick ate a cloudberry, the sweet and sour taste made her eyes light up. Qin Tian also agreed very much. More importantly, they don't have to eat raw meat anymore. To supplement vitamins, Qin Tian and the others would eat raw meat every now and then. The taste would make Qin Tian suffer every time. Time passed by quickly like this. October is coming soon. On this day, they go to hunt seals for oil to survive the winter. They set foot on the ice again to look for seals. But as they venture deeper into the ice, the wind and snow become fiercer. Qin Tian even felt discomfort in his eyes. He decided to camp on the spot. In no time, an ice house was made. Of course, they didn't forget to make an ice cave for the little reindeer. After resting for the night, the next day, they finally arrived at the seaside. Nick immediately spotted seals on the ice not far away. After discovering the seals, Qin Tian and the others built an ice house nearby first. After all, seals are extremely vigilant. They are ready for a long battle. The next day, Qin Tian seized the opportunity to display his talents and rushed towards the seals. Just as he was about to reach the seals dived into the sea with a leap. Qin Tian was amazed when he saw it. The ice layer, nearly half a meter thick, was instantly pierced by the seals. It seems that he underestimated the seal's abilities. He sees that the seal didn't catch it. Qin Tian could only fish for some food in the ice cave. After the fishing device was set up, Qin Tian saw that it was still a while before dark, so he set off to look for other seal groups nearby. After searching with no success, the two returned. Fortunately, they caught a cod that was a meter long. This would provide them with food for a while. The next day, in order to successfully catch seals, Arctic Experience Pack. When they found the seals, Qin Tian told Nick and the reindeer to wait for him there. He spread a large piece of animal skin on the ground. Then he lay on it and wrapped himself in it. Then with a kick of his feet, Qin Tian swam towards the direction of the seal, at the same time simulating the squeaking sound of a seal. This time the seal did not run away as it did last time. Instead, it looked at Qin Tian with some curiosity, as if wondering what it was up to. And so, Qin Tian slowly approached the seal. When Qin Tian was about 10 meters in front of the seal, it suddenly stood up from the ground. The seal was suddenly frightened. It turned around and was about to run away, but Qin Tian displayed the hunter's blessing talent. The long spear in hand bursts towards the seal. Soon a strange red color appears on the ice-blue sea. Qin Tian pulled the rope with all his strength. The seal was dragged out of the sea by Qin Tian. The dragged seal was scared and wanted to escape. Qin Tian won't give it a chance. Nikki immediately ran over in excitement. Seeing Qin Tian successfully hunt a seal, the two then proceeded to process the seal on the spot. When the sun comes out at noon, the seals climb onto the ice again. This time, Qin Tian and Nick act separately, hoping to catch a few more. Nick imitates Qin Tian's previous methods, when she finally hunted the seal. Without Qin Tian's abnormal speed, the seal managed to escape. Helplessly, she could only squat at the entrance, waiting for the seal to swim by or surface. She didn't know how long it took, but eventually a seal passed by that entrance. Nick, who had been squatting at the cave entrance for a long time, didn't miss the opportunity. He directly pierced the seal with his spear, but Qin Tian didn't manage to catch a single one later on. However, the two of them had a good time, and so, the two of them stayed here for 7 days. By the end, the seals all kept away and never came back up. However, over the 7 days, they managed to hunt a total of 10 seals, enough to last them through the harsh winter. After a night of rest, they began their return to the camp the next day. As dusk approached, they continued to build an ice house to spend the night. Suddenly, Qin Tian noticed that Nick had not handed him any ice bricks for a long time. He called out several times, but there was no response from Nick. Qin Tian immediately rushed over to check on Nick. He found Nick lying on the ground, listening carefully to something. A while passed before Nick indicated that he heard the sound of the seawater receding below. Qin Tian immediately came down to listen carefully, and indeed found that it was the sound of the seawater receding. He then instructed Nick to continue digging with him. They quickly dug out a sheet of ice. Qin Tian looked at the ice and smiled. It seems that this glacier wants to give us one last gift before we leave. Nick listened aside with a look of pity. Qin Tian explained that we could hear the sound of waves washing against the ice from the other side. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be on the beach soon. Let's start by building the ice house, then we'll make a big hole in the ice. They'll come get our present later. We'll wait until evening when they come back to the hole. The seawater is indeed receding. We can already see the sand and rocks underwater. Shortly after, they jumped down. The two of them swiftly collected the purple clams on the beach. In no time, the two of them each collected a slowly moving pouch. After returning to the camp, Nick praised the taste of the purple clam. But Qin Tian hesitated to eat the still wriggling clam. But for the sake of vitamins, he gathered up the courage to take a sip and sucked it into his mouth. Much to Qin Tian's surprise, the flavor wasn't as terrible as he had expected. Instead, it had a jelly-like texture. The next day, they continued on their journey for another day, finally returned to the camp at dusk. The two of them laid down and went to sleep as soon as they arrived. After that, the cold winter arrived as expected. Despite being well prepared, they still shivered in the cold winter. Qin Tian, who had been lazily staying in the wooden house for many days, finally decided to go outside for a stroll. But as soon as he stepped out, not even 10 meters away, he was frozen and sprinted back into the house at lightning speed. But on a certain night, the two of them were suddenly awakened by the terrified cries of a little reindeer. While they were in deep sleep, Qin Tian and Nick arrived outside the house, and 2 snow wolves pounced on them immediately. Not fearing even polar bears, they easily dealt with the wolves in just a few breaths. But before the two could relax, they were surrounded by a group of wolves. This is a dire wolf that has lived for 400,000 years, ruling over this snowy plain. They thought they could feast on fresh human flesh this time, but now they are being carried by Qin Tian like little puppies. Then Qin Tian grabbed its tail and slammed it hard on the ground. It trembled as it struggled to stand. It faced off against Qin Tian, realizing it may not be a match for Lao Lu. It howled to the sky, then escaped with its little brothers, until they disappeared from sight. Qin Tian's tense nerves finally relaxed. A sudden wave of pain swept through his body. Nick helped Qin Tian into the house, asking what he should do next. Qin Tian first had her use animal tendons to stop the bleeding from his thigh, but there was no medical equipment available. He didn't dare to take any risks, so she gritted her teeth and let Nick use her method to stop the bleeding. Nick picked up a burning firewood from the bonfire. Then he stamped the crimson firewood on Qin Tian's wound. A miserable scream instantly tore through the sky. The next day, Qin Tian woke up. The first sensation is hunger. So Nick went to prepare some food. Then Qin Tian began to check his condition. But as soon as he moved, he felt severe pain throughout his body, and he didn't have any strength left at all. It was the first time he had been so seriously injured. In his heart, Qin Tian secretly vowed to find a way to kill these beasts. Nick soon brought the meat over. As soon as he ate the meat, he felt a warm sensation at the wound. Slightly inferior silver wolf. But the effectiveness this time was much stronger than when he was injured by a polar bear. Could it be that fish and meat are helpful in recovering from injuries? At this point, Qin Tian asked Nick to bring him some hot meat. After eating, Qin Tian continued to lie down and sleep. The first thing he did after waking up was to ask Nick to get him something to eat again. Nick seemed very puzzled by this. After all, Qin Tian had just eaten a big meal 2 hours ago. Qin Tian suddenly becoming such a big eater is also quite bizarre, but still asked Nick to prepare more food for himself. As Qin Tian continues to eat, he can clearly perceive the strengthening effect of his talent. He immediately guesses that as long as the energy in his body is sufficient, talents can be fully utilized. When dealing with polar bears, I was hungry. Thinking this through, Qin Tian felt relieved. Silver Wolf Talent. Now it seems to be a fitting title. The recovery speed is like this: it won't take a month to fully recover. By then, make sure to press the Wolf King to the ground and rub vigorously. Second White. Nick dragged the bodies of those snow wolves to the warehouse and prepared to deal with them when he had time. He was dumbfounded when he opened the warehouse. The meat that used to fill the warehouse is now all gone. When they found the hole in the warehouse, they immediately guessed that it was the wolves' doing. Wild animals are all getting smart these days. We're out of food now. Qin Tian and the others can only go to the wetlands once again. 1 week later, Nick laid wooden boards on all the rooms, and then set off for the wetlands. After 2 days of traveling, they finally arrived at the lake. However, the entire lake was frozen. Just as Qin Tian was thinking about how to fish, Nick found animal fur nearby, and she took a sniff of the fur. Suspect this is the fur of a snow wolf. Later they found something like dog feces nearby, with mushroom-like spores. This further confirmed Nick's speculation. But from the feces, it can be seen that they have left here for a long time. At this point, Nick also found many bubbles under the ice. Qin Tian looked at these bubbles in confusion. Is it methane bubbles? Then he used a knife to break open the ice, and lit a fire at the hole with a lighter. The next second, a huge flame burst into the sky. But just a few seconds later, the flames slowly extinguished. Nick was amazed that the marsh gas could burn. Qin Tian, however, mysteriously suggested that they could also explode, but Qin Tian didn't explain further. Then the two of them started busy working. After breaking open the ice surface, threw all the ground cages in. In less than half a day, the ground cages were stuffed full. Watching the speed of fishing, Nick is so happy that he can't close his mouth. It is estimated that he can return tomorrow, but Qin Tian said he wanted to stay here for a while. Immediately, he seemed to show a serious look. Before we leave here, we need to solve the wolf problem. Like this, all the way until the 5th night. The reindeer, which had been sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up and became uneasy. Awakened by the reindeer's sound, Qin Tian guessed that a wolf pack was coming. He then had Nick take the reindeer to the designated location they had arranged earlier. He, on the other hand, walked alone towards the lake with a torch in hand. The light from the torch revealed fish trapped under the ice all over the lake. The pungent smell of blood filled the entire icy surface. At this moment, in the nearby forest, the previously encountered dreadwolf was leading its younger brother towards Qin Tian's location. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the edge of the forest, and saw Qin Tian standing in the center of the lake. The wolf pack instinctively wants to take their little brothers and leave, but the scent of blood on the ice lures them closer. Sensing the arrival of the wolf pack, Qin Tian said leisurely, "You're too slow. I prepared food for you guys several days ago. Don't be fooled by the frozen fish and its organs on the ice. They're all frozen solid. I have fresh ones here." With that, he threw the fish in his hand at them. When they saw only one person, Qin Tian, dared to challenge them, the fearsome wolves howled, and rushed toward Qin Tian with their pack. Facing the oncoming wolf pack, Qin Tian remained calm. He calmly took out a long knife and stabbed into the ice in front of him. Then he placed the burning torch into the hole he just made, instantly igniting the gushing marsh gas. Immediately after, Qin Tian slapped down to seal the hole. The marsh gas under the ice was instantly ignited. In an instant, the ice in front of Qin Tian exploded. The sudden explosion caught the wolves off guard. As each one fell into the icy water, watching the wolves struggle in the water using a standard dog paddle, Qin Tian swam over to it as soon as possible. Seeing the fervor of the fearsome wolf, Qin Tian forcefully pushed its head underwater. But at this moment, a snow wolf behind Qin Tian pounced on him, but it didn't get close to Qin Tian. He was shot in the head by an arrow. It was Nick who was hiding on the side. Then, several arrows shot and took away several snow wolves, and the Wolf King had his whole head pressed under the water by Qin Tian. In no time, it stopped struggling, completely solved the after-effects. Qin Tian hurriedly arrived ashore and started a fire. Even though he only ran in the water for a few minutes, Qin Tian was still freezing and sneezing. It wasn't until he drank a few sips of hot tea that he gradually recovered. After the break, they all skinned the wolves. The wolf meat was thrown into the cave to feed the fish. The next day they began to return to the camp. Finally, they hurried back when it was dark. That's how time flew by, and February arrived, but the snow showed no sign of stopping. So they stayed in the cabin for another month. Although the snow had stopped, the temperature still made them shiver. That day, they brought a large number of pottery bowls and wooden sticks, arrived at the birch forest. Back then, when I discovered these birch trees, I was immediately interested in the sap. Unfortunately, the sap had already been used up at that time. Now there must be plenty of sap stored. After cutting a small slit in the bark, Nick then took a wooden skewer and caught the pottery bowl. After a moment, a large amount of birch sap flowed out along the skewer. The two of them also each displayed a bowl. They all praised the taste. After returning to the camp, Qin Tian made a big pot of birch sap and started to cook. Looking at Nick with a curious look on his face, Qin Tian explained that this was capturing yeast in the air. After speaking, he asked her to take the boiled birch sap outside and bring it back when it's light. You see, in order to successfully extract the yeast, Qin Tian prepared 100 nutrient bottles. 1 month later, like this, finally came the time to announce the results. But several pottery jars were opened in a row, but all failed. Qin Tian looked at these failed cans, wondering where he went wrong, and didn't know how many he had opened. Finally, one bottle succeeded. He poured the birch sap from the top into another jar. What settled at the bottom of the jar was indeed the yeast mud he wanted. When all 100 jars were opened, only 4 jars were successful. Although the success rate is a bit low, but these yeast cells are enough for Qin Tian to brew. More importantly, for the extraction of alcohol, he doesn't want to try the taste of being scalded by firewood sticks again. Another month has passed. When Qin Tian opened the wine jar, a rich aroma of wine came to the nose. Qin Tian never expected the Huashu wine to have such a fragrance. He and Nick each had a bowl immediately. It was very tasty. They instantly fell in love with the taste of this Huashu wine. Fortunately, the two of them started drinking and soon got drunk. They managed to finish the whole tub of alcohol. Nick got drunk as well. The alcohol made her feel hot. Unable to bear it, she got up and looked for water to drink. She had no idea and slipped backwards. Luckily, Qin Tian caught her in time. The loose fur coat instantly fell off Nick's body, revealing her intimate clothing. This made Qin Tian turn red in the face. Who would have known that Nick suddenly hugged Qin Tian's head? Qin Tian, who had been solo for 20 years, couldn't take it anymore under the influence of alcohol. This time, the surf finally sang a different song. He tackled Nick to the ground. What a bizarre girl. Slept with the male lead, and asked the male lead if he regrets it. Excitedly wants to take a shower with Qin Tian. Isn't he just the male lead? Is it necessary to be so eager? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's already May. The once little deer has grown up, swiftly pulling Qin Tian towards the direction of the snow-capped mountain, with the reindeer's full exertion. They arrived at the foot of the snow-capped mountain in just 4 days. The sky is getting dark. They found a flat spot to camp for the night. The next day, the two of them started looking for iron ore. They didn't know if there was iron ore in the snowy mountains, but Qin Tian still wanted to find out, because they need to build a ship to leave. Building a ship requires iron. Otherwise, he and Nick would have to stay here for the rest of their lives. The two of them searched for a week, but they found nothing. At Nick's suggestion, they laid some traps nearby, just to relax a bit. After setting the traps, they suddenly heard a roar from a wild beast in the distance. Qin Tian is very familiar with this sound. Even though he was looking for iron ore, a polar bear came to him as a gift. He naturally accepted this gift with joy. The two of them immediately ran towards the source of the sound. Before long, Qin Tian saw a polar bear running towards him. Qin Tian gripped the knife in his hand. He leaped forward and slashed at the polar bear. In an instant he delivered 2 cuts to the bear's neck. The massive body collapsed to the ground. A polar bear was killed in no time. Nick on the side was watching with stars in his eyes. Qin Tian then discovered the polar bear had been injured before he intervened. Nick also found many thumb-sized blood holes on the bear's body. It was clearly caused by different weapons. As they were talking, several people chased after them. The leader of the group asked which tribe Qin Tian belonged to. Clearly, they had never heard of him. They asked if Qin Tian was the one who killed their polar bear. Before you killed it, we were already hunting it. Since you were the first to spot it, this polar bear naturally belongs to you. Hearing Qin Tian's response, the other party was obviously stunned for a moment. Then they quickly stated that this bear was killed by you. We can't take advantage of the situation. Let's split it 50-50. This actually made Qin Tian feel a little reluctant. I didn't expect the other party to be so reasonable. Just now, rejecting the polar bears was actually to improve relations with the other party. He also wants to use their power to help himself build a ship. At this point, Qin Tian stated that as long as he gets the fur or 4 bear paws for himself, it's fine. After hearing this, the other party immediately generously gave Qin Tian the bear paws and fur, then expressed that he took advantage. Let Qin Tian come and divide the bear. When he saw the ulan knife handed over, the blade was actually made of iron. Qin Tian immediately guessed that there might be iron nearby. Later, Qin Tian let them divide it themselves. Suddenly, Qin Tian asked, "Uncle, are you Inuit?" The other party immediately excitedly confirmed that he was indeed Inuit. She then tremulously asked if Qin Tian had come from the outside. Outside? Yes, we are from the outside. If you don't mind, could you chat with us, sir? Then the two of them started chatting warmly. After chatting for a while, Qin Tian asked Nick to go back and pack up. We're going to visit Uncle Chipu's. Get things ready. Qin Tian and the others boarded their snowmobile, being pulled by the 2 huskies towards their campsite. Nick curiously asked Qin Tian about their previous conversation. The leader of the group is named Chipu, and comes from a tribe of around a dozen people. As for the woolen knife, it was not made by themselves, but obtained through trade with people from outside. The people from outside arrived here on big ships from unknown places, and exchanged various strange things for animal skins. It is said that they come every summer, and the trading place is on the snowy plains by the sea. This also means that they can leave here by taking the outsider's boat. When Qin Tian arrived at Chipu's camp, they asked if Qin Tian had encountered a wolf pack, and said that the wolf pack is the most terrifying presence here. Qin Tian said they not only encountered the wolf pack, but also completely killed the wolf pack. After that, he took out a necklace made of wolf teeth. Then, Qin Tian told Chipu and others about killing the wolf pack. Not long after, they arrived at the tribe of Chipu. Upon arrival, Chipu introduced Qin Tian and Nick to the others in the tribe. Qin Tian and the others were immediately warmly welcomed by the tribe. That evening, they brought out the best food and entertained the two of them. When they opened the seal's belly, an instantly refreshing smell rushed out. Qin Tian and Nick both couldn't help but cover their noses when they saw what was inside the seal's belly. It turned out to be a puffin. Pickled puffin, in the Snowfield Survival Handbook. After completely hollowing out the innards of a seal, they filled the seal's belly with untreated puffins one by one, and sealed it with seal oil, finally buried into the permafrost. After 2 to 3 years of fermentation in seal gastric acid, it can be taken out for consumption. Looking at the sour simmering in front of him, Qin Tian could not help but imagine the level of this biochemical weapon, something even canned sardines can't compare to. Seeing Qin Tian's face full of disdain, Chipu asked if Qin Tian doesn't like it. Qin Tian hurriedly laughed, indicating he didn't know how to eat it. Seeing this, Chipu picked up a puffin and demonstrated to Qin Tian. After plucking the feathers from the auk, he fiercely sucked the auk's chrysanthemum. The scene almost made Qin Tian vomit. Fortunately, he managed to hold back, finally, after comforting himself mentally. Picking up a puffin, imitating Qi's manner, and fiercely inhaling in front of the chrysanthemum, at the same time, expressing how delicious it is. This feast almost brought Qin Tian to the point of ecstasy and death. After the banquet ended, they were taken to their ice house to rest. The ice house is not very big, but it is much more refined than the one made by Qin Tian and the others. This is the first time Qin Tian and the others have felt lively in District E7. The next day, when they were having breakfast, they heard others talking about hunting a narwhal. The complete book of wildlife. The narwhal is like a unicorn. It only exists in conversation. Even professionals in related fields rarely come across a narwhal. For the Chija, the narwhal is also a very difficult food. Every summer, they will go to the coast to hunt and kill the narwhals. After breakfast, Chipu and his team took Qin Tian and the others to hunt the narwhal together. They rested overnight on the way. It wasn't until the next day that they reached the seaside. Qin Tian looked at the seagulls flying in the sky, and realized that the sea birds that Chipu and his team pickled were caught here. When they arrived at a certain coast, Chizi expressed that the people outside would stop and anchor here every year. But it looks like they haven't arrived yet. It'll be a while before the boat comes. Qin Tian expressed a desire to join their hunting team. Qijing naturally agreed to it. So Qijing let Qin Tian and the others wait for the arrival of the narwhal. But after waiting for half an afternoon, they didn't find the trace of the narwhal. Qijing naturally wouldn't idle around. After confirming to let Nick stay behind, Chipu brought Qin Tian along to hunt for other things. As Qin Tian followed Chipu to the seaside, he saw Chipu take out a complete seal skin. Qin Tian thought it was for holding things, but Chipu inflated it like a balloon. Seeing Qin Tian full of doubt, Chipu took Qin Tian on a boat to the center of the sea. But Qin Tian paddled for a long time. The boat kept spinning in place. Chipu asked if it was Qin Tian's first time on a boat. Seeing Qin Tian's awkward look, Chipi told him not to panic, and then told him the tricks of paddling a kayak. With Chipi's guidance, Qin Tian quickly mastered the skill of paddling a kayak. Not long after, they spotted a lone seal. Chip asked Qin Tian to stop rowing and let the boat drift towards it. When the kayak slowly approached the seal, Chip forcefully threw the spear in his hand at the seal. The spear hit the seal instantly. The seal's skin balloon, previously inflated by Zip, was tied to the end of the spear. Although the seal escaped into the sea, the skin balloon was floating on the sea surface. Zip was not in a hurry. Let Qin Tian follow the ball slowly. As time goes by, the speed of the ball is getting slower. It seems that the force of the seal is almost exhausted, but Kazip said it's not urgent now. It followed for only a few minutes. The injured seal finally couldn't bear it, floating to the surface to breathe and rest. Zip, who had been waiting for a long time, once again speared the seal, and thus, a seal was successfully hunted. After transporting the seal back to the coast, Qin Tian went back with Chipu and the others. The next day, the seals became alert one by one. They searched the entire morning, but found nothing, so they took Qin Tian to the edge of the cliff. They climbed up the cliff and dug out the eggs of the seagulls. However, they would leave 2 eggs in each nest for sustainable development. During this time, they would also catch some seagulls that fell into the trap themselves. Just when Qin Tian was happily collecting bird eggs, Nick told him that a narwhal had appeared. From a distance, several whales with long, pointed horns can be seen on the sea surface. The narwhals are different from seals. It's not something that one or two people can hunt, so they all went to the location of the narwhals together. When they arrived beyond the ice shelf, Kazipian let everyone wait here. Waiting for the narwhal to swim into the ice shelf, Qin Tian asked Kazipian doubtfully, "Are we just going to sit here like this? The narwhal is not going to take us seriously, as long as we don't move too much." We hear Chi's response. As a novice, he doesn't know anything, so he can only do as Chi said. 2 hours have passed like this. Those single-horned whales are having a great time on the side, but they just won't come into the ice shelf. Qin Tian was a bit speechless. Are they also sluggish? Kazip, however, says sometimes they might be even more sluggish. Finally, the narwhal slowly swam over. The team immediately decided to quietly follow the last narwhal. They would act if it got separated, but even after following for over an hour, they never got a chance to catch it alone. Although the sun is still hanging in the sky, but sitting in the kayak for too long, coupled with insufficient exercise. At this moment, Qin Tian is already intolerably cold. He turned his head and shouted to Chipu. Chipi also understood Qin Tian's meaning, so he led everyone back to the camp. Qin Tian, who returned to the camp, felt mentally exhausted. He didn't eat much in the evening and went to bed early. The next day, they took a raft to the place they went to yesterday. At this point they noticed that the formation of the narwhals had changed compared to yesterday. They waited for a while. Finally, a lone narwhal was spotted. The crowd immediately followed the narwhal. As they approached quickly, the crowd quickly surrounded it. At Sippy's command, several spears instantly hit the narwhal. The injured narwhal swiftly dived into the sea, and its immense strength dragged the ball into the water. But as long as the spear is not removed, this narwhal will eventually be pulled to the surface by this ball. In this way, everyone has been following the ball closely, until the narwhal's strength is exhausted. Then the crowd successfully hunted a narwhal. Qin Tian felt the narwhal he had never seen before. The touch was as smooth as a seal. At this moment, Zip threw a piece of narwhal meat to Qin Tian. At the prompting of Zip and the others, Qin Tian took a small bite of the meat. A strong oily scent filled his mouth. He fell deeply in love with this taste. In the following days, they successfully hunted several narwhals and some seals. And everyone had a smile on their face. This night, while everyone was asleep, the reindeer suddenly woke to something strange. Nick heard the reindeer's sound and came outside, surprised to see the phenomenon in the sky. When Qin Tian arrived outside the house, he found that it was actually the legendary Aurora Borealis. Although he knew about the existence of the Aurora Borealis, and had seen it in various media before, seeing it with his own eyes at this moment was like a revelation. The beauty of the aurora in front of him left him speechless. At this time, Zip and the others also came out, and referred to the aurora as the heavenly path. They believed that this was the heavenly path built by the gods to ferry the spirits. As long as the number of spirits reaches a certain level, the skyway will open. They determined that this time it was a surge in the number of animals such as hunting narwhal, so the skyway opened up, and they immediately abandoned their plans to continue hunting. After a day of rest, they returned to the camp. When Chip and the others returned to the tribespeople saw the harvest this time, and everyone had a happy smile on their faces. At this time, Chip walked over carrying the narwhal horn, and indicated that he would put them away first, after exchanging the currency, then divide it equally. Qin Tian naturally agreed happily. Immediately someone mentioned that there would be a celebration banquet tonight. They will also distribute the gains from this operation. Qin Tian curiously asked how the distribution would be carried out. It's simple. First, take a portion as communal food. Then divide the big portion evenly based on head count. The remaining food will be divided into 2 parts. The first part will be shared among the personnel who contributed to the hunting on this trip. The second one is to distribute according to the amount received by each person in this line, and allocate according to the proportion. After hearing this distribution method, Qin Tian nodded secretly. This is not a bad way. After the evening celebration begins, Qin Tian received a sea lion, a large piece of whale meat, and 2 large barrels of whale oil. Due to the inconvenience of the whale meat, Qin Tian eventually exchanged everything else for a sea lion. Wait for the wine to pass 3 rounds. Qin Tian asked the oldest person in the tribe if they had seen a particularly tall and large house, or something that looked like a temple. But no one in the tribe had ever seen it. Qin Tian sighed helplessly. There is still half a month before the next trip to the Gulf. If the laboratory in Area E7 can be found, then it's possible to replenish the energy of the ring, so that we can contact Yi Lin and the others. If it seems that hope is slim, Chipu said that when it's time to exchange items, ask the people of other tribes for help. At this moment, a mother hands a ring to her daughter as her dowry for marriage. Nick was shocked when he saw the ring. He hurriedly asked Qin Tian to take a look at the ring. Qin Tian was also shocked when he saw the ring. He immediately went to the girl and asked if she could show him the ring. When Qin Tian got the ring, tried to touch the button on top, but there was no response. At this moment, Qin Tian asked where the ring was obtained. Seeing the other party looking puzzled, Qin Tian explained that he also had a ring like this. After speaking, he took out the ring from his pocket and showed it to them. At this point, the old man beside him said that the ring was picked up at Tianbei. He saw that Qin Tian was looking for something important. Chipu expressed that he would take Qin Tian there the next day. Qin Tian was overjoyed by this. The place where the ring fell is very likely to be the location of the laboratory. The next morning, Kizipu and others set off with low spirits to Tianbei on the snowy mountain, after resting overnight on the way. Finally arrived at the Tianbei on the second day.